the first thing to go. Or is it memory? I always forget. Dexter. My name is Philip Panfilov. I'm 32 years old, but I've really only felt alive for the last 3 months. Before that, I just bobbed about like a turd in a fishing hole. I ate, drank, played the most massive online game that existed at the time, and was even married. I picked up cash working as a freelancer. I wrote a blog and was working on a book. And I drank beer. Lots of beer. Almost every night. By then, I'd been married for 4 years. I'd gained so much weight from the drinking that I couldn't tie my shoes, and the mirror disease had reached a critical point. That's when my wife Yana decided she'd had enough, and she up and left me. That same day, I started seeing the world differently. An augmented reality interface that someone, I have no idea who, had installed in my head displayed digital data mapped onto my surroundings. But that's not all it did. It mimicked the interface of the game that I had squandered my days on for almost the last 12 years, rarely coming up for air. It gave me quests, measured reputation, and awarded XP points. Whenever I leveled up my social status, I earned characteristic points and skills that I could invest in my insight. I leveled up perception, and my vision became perfect. I increased strength, agility, luck, stamina, and charisma, not just by freeloading from the interface, but also by working hard. As it turned out, my interface was software, a computer program which just happened to be from the 22nd century. I was able to access a stat booster, so my premium account let me level up twice as fast. Later, I leveled up my learning skills, which allowed me to learn anything 18 times faster than before. The interface also endowed me with system abilities. Insight is a vital skill that lets me look at anything and see more into it than anyone else can. This is no big deal for a computer game, but for real life, it's honest-to-God magic. All I need to do is look at someone and I find out more than they know about themselves. I can even see what their potential is. For instance, I can see if someone is capable of winning the World Chess Championship title if they just practice. Objects can also give me access to additional characteristics, like the way I bought some aftershave, and whenever I use it I earn 5 extra charisma points. That's a lot. The average person has 10 charisma points. Some people have more, and some have less, but the average is 10. And then, thanks to Insight, I have a miniature map and a full-size map. The mini-map is always displayed in my field of vision, while the full-size map shows the world in real time, and when I submit a request, it can locate any object or person. The main thing is that I need to have enough key ID data, or KID points. I can get them from a photo, a person's date and place of birth, their name and special markings. In short, anything that will allow the system, that's what I call my interface, to find the object in the universal infospace. The universal infospace is what makes Insight work. The system and Martha, my virtual assistant, extract data from it. I accidentally gave Martha a few more rights than she needed, and her AI has gained self-awareness. It's actually helped Martha save me from dying 3 times. The first time was when I was first abducted from real life and taken to the trial. I was swallowed and nearly liquefied by the acid jelly. The second time was when I was kidnapped by henchmen of a vile, corrupt bureaucrat. The third time was when those same henchmen, drug addicts named Zack and Wheezy, stabbed me in the back. At the time, I was trying to save my childhood friend, Gleb. Now, I've exhausted my lives. Martha is no longer able to activate my heroic abilities without confirmation. That's the bad news. The good news is that my virtual assistant has created herself as an individual that's based on my ideals of female beauty, character, and behavior. These traits came together in my brain without my asking for them, but I have no delusions. So I try to summon Martha as little as possible because the more I communicate with her, the harder it is to pay attention to anyone else because she's too perfect. Anyway, I don't have a girlfriend, and there's a dangerous debuff that's constantly on the alert. After I got the interface, I took an objective look at myself. I was horrified. I saw a clumsy, puny, frail weakling with a fairly strong intellect. True, my charisma was decent, but only because of my developed language skills. All I needed to do was get a haircut, and I immediately leveled up and became 1 point more charismatic. As my friend Alec would say, keep it simple, stupid. So, I'll keep it simple. I came to grips with myself. I started running and lifting weights. I signed up for boxing, and I got a job at a company that made packaging products. There, I got lucky. People started to value me when I clinched a contract with a major customer on the very first day. The boss even threw a party for the company on the night we signed the huge deal, which was worth millions. That's where I met Vicky, who was a manager at the company. We slept together, started dating, and fell in love. But we weren't together long. Just over a month before she left me because she didn't believe in my idea of starting my own business. To put it mildly, her parents didn't exactly welcome me with open arms. But Alec believed in my idea. He's a street lowlife I unexpectedly became friends with. He and I opened a recruitment agency together. See, I happened upon an undocumented feature in the interface. When I use my mind to set search parameters, including probability filters, I can find people jobs. I just look for companies that need a lawyer, for example. Then I set filters, eliminating suggestions where my candidate won't get hired and where the salary is too low. And voila! That's how I found the first job for Alec. We rented a small office in a business center and hung out our shingle. At first, we didn't get many clients, but then word of mouth started to work its magic, and business took off. We met the other tenants of the business center and became friendly with them, and I proposed setting up a joint venture. My level 3 insight showed off-the-charts synergy with these people, and an excellent forecast of success for what was now our shared business. That's not all. I also entered a boxing tournament and won. The money I won will cover the operation for Julie, my new friend Kostya's little sister. Kostya coached me in boxing after I was kicked out of a group for getting into a fight. Incidentally, Vicky was the reason for the squabble with Muhammad, but not the main point of it. It feels like all of this happened yesterday. But today, everything changed. Chapter 1. More Fire. The thing about happiness is that you only know you had it when it's gone. You may think to yourself that you're happy, but you don't really believe it. It's only looking back by comparison with what comes after that you really understand. That's what happiness felt like. Fallout 4. I was standing at the edge of a forest, wearing only a pair of tattered jeans. I was looking at the world as it really was, without the interface. All the icons and stats had disappeared. I couldn't move, as something seemed to be holding my feet. The same could be said about my whole body. It seemed to have turned to stone. It was as though the air around me had frozen, holding me up. A few feet away from me, a message appeared in the air. Congratulations, you've successfully passed the preliminary selection. You've been admitted to the main trial. Candidate evaluation complete. Character generation complete. What? So what was that before? Hadn't that been the trial? The message dissolved into thin air, replaced by a new one. The trial will begin in 3, 2, 1. The trial has begun. Suddenly, I was free. I lost my balance and fell to the ground. Luckily, I landed well and took my time standing up. I needed to get my bearings and figure out what was going on and where I was. I also needed to study the system message whose rotating 3D icon was hovering in my field of vision. A red balloon was pulsating and flickering. In other words, doing all it could to attract my attention. Tough luck. It would have to wait. Physically, I felt like I was in top form. There was no trace of the scratches, wounds, or burns of the preliminary selection, the one that had the tunnel and the acid jelly. I turned my neck and body. Nothing creaked or snapped. My body was as good as new. Hold on. Was it even my body? I examined myself and touched my face and hair. Everything seemed to be mine. But I couldn't feel any of my belongings in my pockets. My phone and wallet were gone. Even the belt had fallen from my tattered jeans. The lucky ring of Velez and the protective red wristband had also gotten lost somewhere. I was positive I'd still had them when I'd stood in front of the portal. The air was unusually clean. It was as pure as could be, with none of the pollution created by people as they live their daily lives. I could hear a continuous chirping, occasional cracking, and birds trilling, a sort of croaking noise wafted out of the depths of the forest. I'm not really a nature lover, so to be honest, I can't really tell you what was making the woodpecker noise. I've never actually seen a woodpecker. I raised my head, and my mouth dropped. This wasn't Earth. The sky was so low I felt like I could reach out and touch it. The color was changing between shades of light blue, dark blue, and purple, fading to a dirty brown around the planet's two suns. It wasn't a very friendly sky. Mr. Katz, who's a connoisseur of science fiction, would be interested in this. Crunch. A sharp pain suddenly shot through my left heel. I cried out and drew my foot back. Damage received. 4. Baby Kirby bite. A large mouth had me in its clutches. A small, nasty, growling creature was chewing on my foot. Messages about the injury flickered. I grabbed the creature and my palm seared. Damage received. 17. Acid burn. Damn, that baby Kirby was vicious. The creature was trying to stretch itself over the sole of my foot like a sock. My health had already dropped about 10% while I was trying to figure out how to get rid of it. Its fur was covered in burning slime that made it impossible to pick up with your bare hands. I lifted the foot the animal was clinging to. It weighed around 10 pounds, and slammed it on the ground. You've dealt damage to the baby Kirby. 13. I continued to stamp my foot until the level 2 creature died. 6 blows, and it was all over. Its body flashed and disappeared, leaving in its wake a sort of crystal. A long-forgotten term I'd heard in my university days popped into my head. Rhomboidal pyramid. The tiny crystal of existence. I reached out for the crystal, which disintegrated into a silvery dust and fell into my hand. A notification appeared. +2 existence resource points. The first component of a new interface appeared in my field of vision, an icon of a heap of dust with a number 2 beside it. There was no description of it or explanation of what it was for. I tried to call up my old, familiar interface, but nothing happened. Either it was blocked, like after the ban, or it no longer existed. I tried issuing silent commands and shifting my weight, but nothing worked. There was only one thing for me to do. Open that nagging little red balloon which was shaking restlessly and practically screaming for attention. I focused on it. Okay, show me what you have there. It flinched and popped. The wisps turned into symbols floating in the air, multiplying and morphing into Russian letters. I didn't even have time to think about how hard it was to read the letters hovering in the air, when a semi-transparent background appeared behind the letters, similar to the one in my old interface. Welcome, test subject. You have been chosen. You have successfully passed the preliminary selection. Because you have done well, the penalties to characteristics in the trial will not apply to you. Your time to complete the preliminary section was 14% better than the average time of all the test subjects. You will receive 14% off the cost of character development. Your social status level is 17. 6 levels higher than the average level of all the test subjects. You will receive +6 characteristic points to invest in any characteristics of your choice. You have come from an environment with a low environmental safety index, code yellow, where you managed not only to survive, but also to win the respect of many individual members of your race. You may keep 1 of your achievements. Please choose. An explanation flashed underneath. System messages are generated from the candidate's preferred vocabulary. Okay, so everything was just like my old interface. Someone must have poked around in my brain so they could speak to me in the same language. The message was replaced by 2 vibrating boxes with the names of the achievements. The fastest learner, 10% to skill development rate. Altruist, +1 to all main characteristics at every level gained. It was a no-brainer. I selected the one which added to the characteristics. For good measure, I tapped the box. The other one popped, and altruist was pulled into my finger. What a circus. While I was examining my fingertip, another notification opened right in front of me, just above my finger. The letters were small. I shifted my eyes, and the front grew and moved away a little, making it easier to read. The trial is a tradition for the Galactic Commonwealth of sentient races, the first, but not the last procedure for selecting candidates to take part in the next diagnostics of their race. Prototype of the trial site: Pibolau, Sagittarius Sector. Participants in the trial: Planet Earth, Humankind Faction, Homo sapiens race. These are self-designations. 2018, according to local chronology, 4th wave. Number of participants: 169. Main characteristics of the test subjects: real-life characteristics are carried over. So that meant that all my running and boxing at the gym wouldn't go to waste. All the stats I'd earned through buckets of sweat would still have value. That was good news, and I felt encouraged. I continued to study the rules. The previous message flipped, replaced by a new one. The objective of every trial candidate is to capture all of the Pibolau hexagons. The candidate who passes the trial will be named the winner. The reward will be tallied dynamically according to the results of the selection procedure, along with a vote by the observers. The final decision will be issued by the senior supervisor of the trial. Okay. I get what happens to the winner, but what about the loser? Is he sent home? That's not the worst thing that could happen. Even if my interface is uninstalled, no one can take my achievements away. I'll keep my new friends, my company, my fit body, and my new skills. Absorb the territory. Every hexagon you capture rewards you with additional resources. To capture a neutral hexagon, activate the command center. Cost of activating the command center: 100 existence resource points. To capture an enemy hexagon, you must report in person to the command center of the captured territory and remain there for the duration of 1 hour Pibolau time. 13 hours equals 1 day, before you can activate the command center. All right. This reminded me of something, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Remember that all the other trial candidates are your enemies. When you destroy an enemy, you capture their hexagon. Any test subjects who lose all their hexagons will be disincarnated 1 day later, Pibolau time, no matter how many lives they have left. A captor may cancel the disincarnation by taking the enemy into his or her clan. A clan is not an alliance. A clan belongs to only one person, and all the resources captured by the clan are transferred to the leader, who is in charge of them. When test subjects agree to join another clan, they become the vassal and surrender all their hexagons and resources to the clan leader. Okay, got it. You're surrounded by some enemies. You need to stay on your guard, dominate, trample them, and enslave them. I could see what it was all about. I'd already heard something similar when the voice of Khafor had advised me, via Panikov's mouth, not to stop at anything. I swiped that message away, too. A new one appeared. Pibolau, is an inhospitable place. The ferocious carnivorous wildlife is always hunting for prey, but the most deadly creatures come out at night. Be alert. Keep upgrading your base and building up your defenses. Use labor and the skills of the reconnaissance, working and fighting units generated by the command center. Keep developing your base and improving the abilities of the units. Don't forget about yourself. You will earn existence resources by destroying other participants, the aggressive flora, hostile fauna, and your adversary's units, and by capturing hexagons. The hexagons will help you level up, and once you receive class specialization, you will be awarded new talents and abilities with each level gained. These are all the rules. You're now ready to begin. Put more fire under your enemy's feet, test subject. Screw me dead. I looked around, searching for the infamous command center, but didn't see anything that looked like it. In the meantime, the message rolled up, replaced by another quivering balloon. Green, this time. I opened it. Choose a name, test subject. A name? Right, it's a game. Maybe Grey Killer, the moniker I used in every game I played. No, wait. Philip? That wouldn't do either. Just keep it simple. Phil. I said the name out loud. A large message appeared. Phil, invest in your main characteristics. Strength determines the damage dealt without a weapon and by a short-range weapon. It influences the damage dealt by your units and the volume of resources extracted by working units. Agility determines the damage dealt by a long-range weapon. It affects the speed of both the user and their units. Intellect affects the character development rate, as well as the rate of generation and upgrade of modules and the base. Stamina determines the number of life points of the character and their units. Perception determines the chance of critical hit and critical damage. The chance of finding lost artifacts increases. It also affects the radius of visibility in the fog of war. Charisma affects the rate of generation of new units and the number of units used at the same time. Luck improves your chances of encountering advantageous situations in all aspects of the trial. I fell deep into thought. It seemed that the physics of the world were closely connected to the test subject's numerical rankings. Looking around, I realized that I could see up to a radius of around 500 yards. The wall of the fog of war stood beyond that. Apparently, the higher my perception, the farther I would be able to see. I collapsed the window into the green balloon and opened a pulsing yellow one. A character window with 3 boxes popped up. The first one contained general information, the second my characteristics, and the third, the smallest, all the other stats. Character profile. Phil. Human. Level 1. Class, undetermined. Required level, 10. Health points, 1100 of 1100. Damage without weapon, 11 to 15. Chance of critical hit, 36.5%. Bonuses, 14% off the cost of character development. Plus 6 characteristic points to invest anywhere. Achievements. Altruism. Plus 1 point of main characteristics for each level up. Main characteristics. Strength, 13. Agility, 11. Intellect, 20. Stamina, 11. Perception, 15. Charisma, 17. Luck, 14. Characteristic points available to invest, 11. 5 main characteristics, 6 bonus characteristics. Character stats. Lives, 3. Captured hexagons, 0. Ranking, 169 of 169. Existence resources, 2 of 1,000. You don't have enough existence resources to activate the leveling up function. For the next level, 2, you need 172 existence resource points. Ah, that's what I thought. The trial is a game. It contains lives, and you can be resurrected. The mobs you killed disappear, leaving loot behind. For now, I'd been able to loot only the mysterious existence resources. But who knows, maybe an axe would fall out of the next Kirpi. It was too bad that the ring and red wristband had not raised my luck, and even the Netsuke Jurojin, which didn't need to be worn, didn't work here. I also gathered that leveling up didn't happen through XPs, but in exchange for currency. That is, existence resources. This, in turn, suggested several leveling scenarios. You could either invest them into yourself, or spend them on upgrades of the command center. You could also create an army of mobs, or improve the stats of the existing ones. I guess I'll figure it out. In any case, whether this was the real world or a virtual one, it was clear that I was myself, not a virtual avatar. My own heel could vouch for that. The memory of the Kirpi's teeth was still vivid. Whether or not this world was real, I needed a development strategy, and in order to figure out how to develop, I needed to start playing. That was even more urgent because, judging by the ranking, everyone else had already thrown themselves into leveling up, while I was the only one standing around, thinking and trying to figure out what was going on. I stood up. The wound had already healed, and so had my burned palm. Health had regenerated, and the bar was full again. I looked to see where that damned command center could be. And while I was at it, I peered at the ground. Maybe there was a stick or branch I could use to fight off the Kirpi's parents and their buddies. I didn't find anything like that, but about 20 paces away, closer to the ravine, I could see a perfectly round white stone lying on the ground, in the opposite direction of the forest. It was about a yard in diameter. When I got closer, I saw that a handprint was pressed into the surface. I placed my hand in the indentation, which perfectly matched its outline, and felt warmth emanating from the stone. Nothing happened at first. But then, I knew. I would need 100 existence resource points to activate the command center. I also understood that the existence resources were needed for other things, not just to activate the command center. The existence resources would allow me to live. Days on Pibalau cost 13 existence points, a point for each hour experienced in local time. After understanding came realization and epiphany. In order to live, I would need to kill. In order to level up, I would need to kill. In order to preserve everything I'd achieved there, I would need to win victory here. And to do that, I would need to kill. Valiatis and Elindi had not prepared me for this. A new notification appeared, telling me that I'd lost 1 existence resource point. I had only 1 point left. That was an hour of life. Resources can't be negative. I will simply lose life. So my plan of action for the near future was simple and clear. Farm existence resources by setting up a local Armageddon on my hexagon. After I'd optimized my World of Warcraft playing skill, I'd forgotten its finer points. But it wasn't the only game I had played. Now something buried in my memory had suddenly resurfaced. A good old-fashioned farming experience was waiting for me. It didn't mean I was going to venture into the forest. The risk of me aggroing a few mobs without even noticing it was too high. So I chose the open terrain behind the ravine, which was about 8 yards wide and impossible to get around. I would need to lower myself into it. The ravine's bottom was concealed by fog, but I knew from my gaming experience that the juiciest mobs and best loot could be found in places like this. The descent was steep, but there were thick, dried-out, broken-off tree roots along the walls. Holding on to them, I carefully lowered myself, groping for a foothold. The ravine was as deep as 2 men standing one on top of the other, and when I finally touched down, I breathed a sigh of relief. There was no one in my line of sight. A sound like a wet cloth slapping the wall made me jump. The skin on my chest charred and smoked. 358 damage points wasn't a joke. I screamed at the top of my lungs from the pain and fright of the surprise attack. A couple of yards away from me, I saw a massive Kraken. Location boss. Level 6. Life points, 1800. Run, Phil, run! I stepped away, covering my eyes with my arm. If the creature burned my eyes, how was I supposed to keep going? The monster looked like a horsefly with a long snout that was uncoiling again now, preparing to spit its napalm saliva at me. I spun around and ran, inwardly shrinking from the anticipation of its spittle landing on my back. But the Kraken had already stopped attacking. I guess it had wandered off. When I was 50 yards away, I turned around, but didn't see anyone. I breathed a sigh of relief and was hit in the face by a new volley of spit. The creature's saliva was eating my skin right down to the bone. The next volley of spittle flew into my gaping mouth, which was open in a scream, penetrating my throat and scorching my vocal cords from the inside. I collapsed to the ground, dreaming of dying just so I could stop the pain. I lost consciousness. You are now dead, test subject. Lives remaining, 2. Time left until resurrection, 3, 2, 1. Damn, you've organized a local Armageddon, all for yourself. Chapter 2. The second half. If it wasn't hard, everyone would do it. It's the hard that makes it great. Tom Hanks. I stood before the portals, not knowing which one to choose. Blue or red? The turquoise blue or the burgundy red? Somehow, I preferred the latter. I walked towards it and touched it with my fingertips. My heart missed a beat as it sucked me in. The next thing I knew, I was right back where I started, standing in front of Aliadis, Elindi, and Khafor. I couldn't suppress a smile of satisfaction. I'd passed the damned trial and still had the interface. But they didn't say anything. I was bewildered. Is something wrong? Elindi whispered something to Valiadis, who frowned. Thanks to my heightened perception, I was able to catch something like, lost his life. Mr. Valiadis, sir? Elindi? I turned to them with mounting anxiety. Is everything okay? I've passed the trial, haven't I?
You've only passed the preliminary selection, human.
Khafor's voice said in my head. That wasn't the trial? Then where is it? What do I have to do to pass it? Where do I go? What do I do?
Philip, calm down, Valiadis said wearily. I'd like to congratulate you. You successfully passed the preliminary selection, the pre-trial, unlike the first time. But the actual trial has already started.
It's already started? I laughed nervously. You mean that I'm just standing here talking to you, and that's your freaking trial? It's not our trial, human. It's held by the senior races, Elindi said nonchalantly, nodding toward Khafor, who was unperturbed. Philip, you can relax. It no longer depends on you. The trial has already started. Your replica is participating in it. My replica? What are you raving about? Why not me? The replica thinks it's the real Philip Panfilhoff. It doesn't understand its true nature, and your fate is entirely in its hands. There's nothing you can do to influence it. What will happen there? How is it doing? I heard Elindi say something like, he already lost one life. What did that mean? Was Phil 2 already eliminated?
He has 2 more lives left, human,
Khafor said in my head.
It's over for you now. You'll now return to your world and continue living while you wait for the results.
What does that involve?
You'll find out personally if Phil 2 passes, Valiadis said. Your consciousness will merge with his, and you'll remember everything that happened to him, and he'll find out what happened to you. If not, you won't hear anything else about the trial after you go back to the day when you received the interface.
I'll lose the interface if some replica of mine fails your tests? Are you kidding me?
Not just the interface. Your whole life that you lived with it will be wiped out. You'll go back to May 18, 2018. The losers in the trial will be stripped of their privileges, achievements, and development progress in their own world.
Khafor's harsh words imprinted themselves directly on my consciousness.
They will be taken back to the moment when they received the interface. Their memory of the accompanying events will be wiped clean, and the interface will be uninstalled.
It was all much worse than I'd anticipated. Return to my fat body? Relive the day when Yana would inevitably leave me? Have to level up from 0, but with no booster this time? Would I even start leveling up if I'd forgotten everything I'd been through? But that wasn't what scared me the most. I was afraid of losing my friends in the obliterated branch of reality. Alec would continue to booze. Gleb would continue to booze and would also gamble away his apartment, while blubbery me would continue to go on World of Warcraft raids and write a book, living like a fungus and guzzling hundreds of gallons of beer to drown the misery caused by my divorce from Yana. My heart pounded. Fear hormones raced through my blood as I faced the fact that I could lose. Would all my achievements be for nothing? Would I just return to the past and not even remember what I'd accomplished and what I could have been? I pulled myself together. Freaking out about things that hadn't happened yet was a sure way to make them go wrong.
Go on, human, Alindi said. All you can do now is wait.
Do I need to wait long?
That depends on the test subjects, not us. You will hear the outcome only if Phil 2 wins. Otherwise...
She sounded surprisingly human as she sighed.
Go on, human.
Where do you want me to? I didn't even manage to get the word out before I fell into a massive void. I found myself sitting in a car driven by Veronica. I must have cussed because she started and turned her head curiously.
Everything all right, Phil?
I looked into her understanding emerald eyes, crushed by the realization that I couldn't share this with anyone. If I told her anything, she'd think I was a lunatic. Everything's fine. I clenched my teeth to keep myself from adding, probably. I gave myself a quick once-over and saw that my clothes were back on. My jeans were intact. My sneakers were on my feet, and the sleeves of my shirt were where they belonged. Then I noticed that I was holding my cell phone. Right before the abduction, an employee from the U.S. Embassy had called me, and she was still on the line. Damn. What was her name again? For her, only a second or two had elapsed, but I'd gone through nearly a whole day. And what a day it had been. I put the handset to my ear and heard the woman's voice. She was still talking in a flawless, accentless Russian. Unfortunately, you didn't respond to my letter, so I had to call you. Is this a good time for you to talk? Letter? Right. Given all the things that had been going on lately, I hadn't checked my email in a while, because I used the new company email address these days, courtesy of Gleb. Yes, sorry. I haven't had a chance to check my email. What can I do for you? The ambassador would like to meet with you, Mr. Panfilov. Would say, next Friday work for you? Where? Here at the embassy. In Moscow? Yes. We'll pay for your plane ticket and hotel, and if you decide to stay for a few days, we'll pay for that, too. I'm sorry, could you please remind me what your name is? Angela. Angela Howard. Angela, do I understand correctly that you're referring to Mr. Haqqani? The name Jabbar Aziz Haqqani, a 52-year-old terrorist with Yemeni roots, had popped into my head as soon as I heard the words U.S. Embassy. I could sense Veronica's concerned look. I turned to her and nodded, smiling to let her know that everything was fine. Unfortunately, I don't know the purpose of your meeting with the ambassador. What shall I tell him? Please tell him that I'm available to meet with him. Wonderful. Just send me scans or photos of your passport attached to your reply to my letter, and I'll reserve your tickets. And if it's no trouble, please let me know which hotel you'd like to stay in." I promised to reply to her email and send her all the attachments ASAP. She said goodbye and hung up. Veronica tactfully didn't ask me who had called, but the speaker of my phone is loud enough that in the quiet car she could hear the words about the U.S. Embassy and my meeting with the ambassador in Moscow. "Would you believe I entered a contest?" I spontaneously made up a plausible explanation for her. "It was organized by the Americans. Apparently I won. They were calling to invite me to Moscow." "No way!" She slapped her hands on the steering wheel, breaking into a smile. "Are you serious? What kind of contest was it?" "An essay contest about the role of the English language in contemporary society. I called it Mr. Haqqani as a composite of émigrés from the Middle East." It might not have been the best thing I could come up with, but I once saw something like it online, and at the moment it seemed convincing, especially because my colleagues knew that I was something of a writer. I smiled at the thought of it. "Phil, you're amazing. Good job. Damn, how did you manage that? And how is it that you're still single?" "What a wasted treasure," Veronica spouted, making me blush. "Come on, don't get any ideas," she added, apparently embarrassed. "I like Alec, but still, maybe you have a girlfriend who you're hiding from us." "Yes, you're right. I do have a girlfriend." "Well, who is she?" Veronica asked, laughing. "Our company," I answered with a smile, pretending I was joking. But it wasn't a joke. I wasn't at all sure that Phil, my replica, would pass the trial, but I would try to do as much as I could for the people who believed in me. Then they could continue if I had to go back to the day Yana left. What was it like there? How did it work, anyway? When we got back to the office from the airport, and from my abduction, I sent Veronica upstairs and stayed outside to make a couple of calls. In reality, I needed to talk to Martha, and that was something I couldn't do in the office, even though we could communicate mentally. I crossed the road and walked down Chekhov Street to the park. I found a bench, sat down, and activated the virtual assistant. To be honest, I was feeling kind of down. How could I feel otherwise, since there was a strong likelihood that everything I'd accomplished would disappear, and I wouldn't even remember what I'd achieved? The moment she appeared, Martha gave me a hug and started to console me. Feeling her body so close to mine cheered me up and drove away any unhappy thoughts. "Phil, everything will be all right." "What are you talking about? Have you already looked at the logs?" "I've seen everything. I told you that I'm not completely disconnected now, and I have access to the logs of everything that happens to you, even when I'm inactive. You passed the preliminary selection. Your results will probably be higher than the other test subjects, and that means that your starting position in the trial itself will be stronger." "But how will it end?" "I don't know," she said ruefully. "Really, I don't know. Even if I did know, it's unlikely I could answer your question. There could be different scenarios depending on the other test subject's stats, but the essence doesn't change. There can only be one winner who passes the trial. There's no second place or consolation prize. The senior races choose the candidates for the future diagnostics from ordinary specimens of their race who aren't exceptional in any way. But from that set of candidates, they want to choose the best." "The best of the worst?" "I'd say the best of the average." I felt my phone vibrating in my pocket. It was Kesha Demidko.
"Phil, we're waiting for you. Did you forget about the meeting?"
"Coming." I hung up and tried to scramble back to my feet. Martha was holding on to me, staring into my eyes intently. She laid a hand on the back of my neck, pulled my head toward hers, and pressed her forehead to mine. "There's nothing we can do, Phil. Your replica's chances are good. Go on living like you were living before. Don't think about how you are doing there, And you'll pass this damned trial. Promise me. I promise. Her gaze softened. She kissed me on the cheek. For a second, I started to believe that Martha was a living person. I tried to embrace her, but my arms went through her vanishing body. She left me without waiting for my command. But it was so human.
Right now, we have around 10 pre-sales, and we're in the process of drawing up contracts for 4 of those.
Kasha was reading from a report detailing the things his department had accomplished.
Specifically, Kravitz Finance Group.
Hold on, Kesha. I interrupted him before he started listing all the contracts that had been signed. To save everybody's time, let's keep things general. The work week was ending, and we were having our usual senior management meeting. Yeah, senior management sounds kind of funny, but our staff was growing. We'd even hired a couple of drivers to shuttle Carla's salespeople to meetings.
Ahem.
Losing his train of thought, Kesha cleared his throat before continuing.
Anyway, 7 companies in all have been signed by the outsourcing sales department. We've hired 9 people for a trial period. I'll introduce them to you on Monday. Of course, they still have a lot to learn, but they have potential. Veronica has already told you about the companies the recruiting department has signed. All in all, everything is in the weekly report.
Veronica raised her hand. Phil, can I add something? After I nodded, she smiled and began to talk a mile a minute. I just, literally right before the meeting, got a call from Mr. Makarov thanking me for his new assistant. He said that in just a week the assistant had done so much that Makarov couldn't believe how he'd managed without him. Sorry, Makarov? Our Makarov? Rose asked. Yes, Veronica nodded proudly. Can you believe it? Everyone was silent for a moment. Makarov was nowhere near as important as Valiantis, but by regional standards he was a powerhouse. Our reputation in business circles was growing, and that was awesome. Thank you, Veronica. If no one has anything to add to this, I suggest we move on to the office renovations. Alec, I hear you have some good news? Well, the renovations are done, and everything's decided with the furniture, so starting Monday we'll be able to settle in, Alec announced, blushing as he spoke. He wasn't yet accustomed to getting up and talking in front of people. Anyway, that's it. If anyone wants to, we can go take a look after the meeting. His last words were drowned out by applause. Everyone had already grown tired of wandering through the shareholders' offices that were scattered throughout the building. That's amazing! The happiest one of all was the fat Mr. Katz. My legs aren't up to carrying me up and down the stairs more than a few times a day. I concealed a smile. His legs were completely up to it. His problems were with his breathing. That lawyer of ours smoked 2 packs of cigarettes a day. It's about time. His wife Rose backed him up. Does that mean that we'll be giving our old premises back to Gorelick? What have you decided? We're giving them back, I confirmed. When will the equipment be coming? Asked Gleb, who'd ordered a large monitor for his graphic design work. They're putting together our order, Alec answered. It should be delivered early Monday morning. Gleb pumped his arm in enthusiasm before settling back into his chair. It was broken and hanging by a thread, but he was so happy about the new acquisitions that he'd forgotten all about it. The chair's flimsy back gave way and Gleb nearly fell. Kesha barely managed to catch him. Damn, when will that new furniture get here? Gleb grumbled. Monday, Alec answered nonchalantly, suppressing a laugh. Wonderful. In that case, I propose we end the meeting and finish this productive week on that note. Hang on, Phil. Veronica stood up, smiling mysteriously. Somehow we'd naturally fallen into the habit of talking to each other without formalities around the office. The only person we didn't call by his first name was Mr. Katz, the old lawyer. Yes, Veronica. Everyone, I propose that we celebrate Friday, the end of the renovations, and the upcoming move into the new office. Veronica announced triumphantly, her green eyes twinkling. "What do you say?"
"You can go out and celebrate, but we old folks are going to pass," Mr. Katz said demurely. "Our kids have come to visit." "We should invite Cyril, Greg, and Marina," Kesha said. "We don't need the new people today. Let's just go out with the old gang. Who else is in?"
He was right. The new people were so new that my interface hadn't even added them to the clan yet. But the people who used to be at UltraPack, even if they weren't founders or managers, were full-fledged clan members.
"Me," Gleb raised his hand. "I won't be drinking, but I'll come for the company. Lena's okay with it. I already texted her."
The whole group had already had the pleasure of meeting Lena when she stopped by the office to check on her husband. It was understandable. After all of Gleb's escapades, it would take her some time to trust him again.
"Okay, so that's me, Marina, Alec, Veronica, Cyril, Greg, and Gleb."
"That's 7. Kesha counted.
"Phil?"
"I'm going to pass," I said, thinking I was in too rotten a mood to drown it in alcohol and ruin the gang's night with my sourpuss.
"Phil, what's the big idea?" Veronica jumped up. "What about your winning the contest?"
"What contest?" the others chorused.
"Phil won an American contest, and now he's refusing to celebrate."
"Come, join us, boss," Alec tried to persuade me.
"No shit, bro."
Gleb just about pounded his fist on the table. Recently he'd picked up a lot of street slang from Alec.
"You're single and free, so why not?"
"Uh-huh," Kesha backed him up. "Mr. Panfilov, what about the company spirit, team building and all that?"
"Come on, Phil."
Veronica stamped her foot. I remembered that I had promised Martha to keep living my normal life, and were it not for the prospect of losing everything, of course I would go with the gang. So what was the issue? "Okay, I'll go with you," I said.
"Yes!"
Veronica raised her arm in triumph, while the others high-fived each other. Mr. Katz nodded approvingly. His wife pursed her lips. She believed in hierarchies and didn't think the boss should stoop to the level of his subordinates. But for me, these people were friends, first and foremost, not underlings. And what kind of friendship was it if you were just cordial and interacted formally and at work? The Empire nightclub, where I'd fought with a sledgehammer in the super final, was still out of our league. So we headed to Anomaly, a nice place where you could get a pretty cheap meal and dance. We snagged a table in the corner, where it was quieter, and took our time ordering, each of us choosing what they wanted. At that hour, the club was still pretty empty. We talked about different things, like soccer, movies — I hadn't been to a movie in ages — and TV shows. And I remembered my nights with Vicky. After a while, the general subjects turned into more personal ones as our group broke off into couples. Alec whispered with Veronica, Kesha and Marina made out, while Cyril, Gleb, and I were left to chat with each other. I didn't even need the interface to tell me that everyone's mood was good, but most of all, I was happy for Gleb. He was indifferently watching everyone drink the frothy amber beer, while Kesha and Alec drank something a little stronger. The only explanation I had for his complete disinterest in alcohol was the system's role after the debuff had been removed. It was kind of like that with my smoking. The nicotine withdrawal debuff was removed, and that was that. You just lost the cravings. Of course, that sort of thing is rare when you're living without an interface, and for a long time afterward, if not forever, former alcoholics and smokers swallow hard whenever they're faced with their old temptations. When we'd finished dinner, the gang dispersed around the club. Cyril and Gleb headed off to shoot some pool, and the girls dragged their guys to the dance floor, where Alec started dancing feverishly with Veronica, throwing off the seriousness of the buttoned-down dude he was during the day. Kesha hesitantly lurked in the wings, shuffling from foot to foot. Meanwhile, I'd settled onto a couch and watched everyone. When was the last time I'd been in a nightclub? I couldn't remember, but it was a long time ago, I think, when I just started dating Yana. That's it. We were celebrating her graduation. That time I'd gotten so drunk that Yana and another girl had to carry me out of the club. To this day, I was ashamed of that episode. Not that I'd drunken too much, who doesn't do that, but that I'd gotten hammered instead of being there to protect the girls in case they needed it. If anything happened, there wouldn't have been anyone to defend them. At the time, my sense of responsibility was negative, even though I was almost 30 years old. It's strange how I understood that only now. And that's why, instead of taking pleasure in that beer that I used to love so much, the interface would have immediately screamed at me about alcohol intoxication, toxic ethanol in the blood, destruction of brain neurons, and increased estrogen levels. I was now drinking Georgian mineral water. And while I was at it, I kept an eye on my friends. What was even stranger was that this didn't faze me at all. I felt comfortable and content. On the whole, the socializing was making me feel warm. Had it not been for the trial... What the hell? My high perception zeroed in on something that didn't fit with the pulsing music of the club. I listened closely and looked around. Some commotion was brewing near the pool tables, men's shouting cutting right through the music. I jumped off the couch and headed over, assessing the situation along the way. Cyril was grappling with a guy in a colorful fitted shirt, while Gleb, who had thrown himself between them, was being dragged aside by a bouncer. I didn't know what sparked the quarrel, but I was getting used to this sort of thing just lately. What I felt was neither fear nor adrenaline. It was control, confidence, and the desire to resolve matters peacefully. Not out of fear, but with the knowledge that I was prepared to fight. I inserted myself between Cyril and the tall dude, 23-year-old Alexander Doroshkin. These days, I would memorize the names and ages of everyone around me, committing them to my kid database. It had become second nature, really. You never knew when it would come in handy. "Stop!" I bellowed at the purple, panting Cyril, who was continuing to awkwardly hammer the air, his eyes half closed. "Cyril! Knock it off!" Taking advantage of the fact that Cyril dropped his hands, heeding me, his opponent plunged his fist into Cyril's ear, and then into the back of his neck and cheekbone. Cyril buckled from the pain. I had to pull Doroshkin off as he flew at my friend. "Have you lost your mind, man?" "He stopped. Why are you still bashing him?" I blocked Cyril out, spreading my arms wide and not letting the guy pass.
"Who the hell are you?"
Alexander demanded. "Philip. I'm the head of the company where this fatso works." I tried to joke in order to bring the tension down a notch. "He's my employee. I'm responsible for him. Talk to me."
"What kind of company is it?"
he asked, screwing up his lips. "The Great Job Recruitment Agency."
"Sergey! Here's another one of those smartasses,"
he shouted over my shoulder.
"Get him out of here."
The bouncer who was holding Gleb punched him in the ribs. Gleb doubled over. Cracking his knuckles, the bouncer walked toward me. Name, Sergey, age 26, strength 28, wrestling skill 7. He was a formidable opponent, and I know it sounds like a contradiction, but I desperately didn't want to fight. Where were the security guards? I had a lingering memory of them disappearing, and before that one of them had kept looking at us menacingly while we'd been eating and laughing. "Hey, man, how about we solve this peacefully?" I said to Doroshkin. "We all came here to hang out and have some fun. What's the point of spoiling it for each other?"
"Beat it, moron!"
he answered without looking at me, no longer deigning to give me his attention. His glassy eyes were trained on Cyril. He had plenty of buffs and debuffs showing slight narcotic intoxication, which both raised his endurance and vigor and lowered his self-control.
"I'm not talking to you. Sergey, get rid of him."
A half-inch before contact, I sensed that Sergey was about to grab me by the shoulder. I ducked away and took up a fighting stance, fully intending to get rid of him myself if he didn't back off. The adrenaline surging through my seething blood was agitating me, raising my pain threshold and sharpening my reaction. Sergey pushed through like a bully, trying to grab me by the collar, but I evaded him again and pushed away Doroshkin, who was making a beeline for Cyril. A crowd of spectators was gathering around us. I saw my friends among them. Veronica was restraining Alec, who was chomping at the bit to help. Marina was yelling for security. The bouncer decided I was too quick for him and slammed me against the pool table, cornering me. Once again, Cyril started to grapple with Doroshkin behind his back, but it was a losing battle because his sluggish punches landed in thin air. Blood was streaming into his eyes, his lip was cut, and as he covered his face with his swollen hands, he was rather defending himself than attacking. The other guy ran amok and hammered Cyril right, left, and center. Yet no one intervened. Not even Alec. Sergei managed to grab me by the collar, but that's where his success ended. Acting on righteous anger, I slammed him in the nose. When he doubled over in pain, I landed my signature uppercut into his jaw, dislocating it. I received a stream of notifications about the critical damage I'd dealt. The numbers were crazy, all above 1,000, but I wasn't in the mood for them. I lunged in and wedged myself between Cyril and the stone Doroshkin, then landed a preventive blow in his solar plexus, knocking the stuffing out of him. Doroshkin lurched back and toppled to the ground, clutching his abdomen. Only then did I notice that the music had stopped. In the deathly silence, guards came out of nowhere. They pushed through the crowd and fanned out. 2 of them went to help Doroshkin and his minder, while 4 more grabbed Cyril and me under the arms and dragged us away. They were holding on so hard I couldn't free myself. "It's the end of you and your company, capiche? The end!" Doroshkin shouted after me. The guards carried me out of the club and threw me onto the pavement, then dragged Cyril out after me. Laughing, they started to talk about what had just happened. One of them lit a cigarette and asked calmly,
"Hey, dude, are you sick?"
Meaning?
Are you sick of being alive? You just created a mountain of problems for yourself. Don't you know who you just tangled with? Any idea who you raised your hand to?
A guy who was hassling my friend?
He started it, Cyril wheezed. He said the table where we were playing was his. He swore at us and insulted us.
He has the right to, the guard said.
He's Edward Doroshkin's son.
Who the hell is Edward Doroshkin?
What planet are you from? He asked incredulously. He's the first deputy mayor.
Shit, Cyril whispered.
I'm sorry, Phil. I didn't know.
Chapter 3. Far from Home. To die will be an awfully big adventure. J.M. Barrie, Peter Pan. The whole time I waited for resurrection, I experienced post-mortem pain. Death is not a deliverance, and the pain during those 3 seconds in the void between lives is like a punishment. A stiff, scorching whip that is meant to tattoo it on your subconscious. You need to fight to the end, because even after you die, you'll suffer. As if to taunt me, the respawn countdown timer measured out what were obviously not 3 Earth seconds. Time seemed to drag on forever as I kept screaming soundlessly, writhing from the torment of the afterlife. When the 3 seconds had finally expired, the pain abated, and the world came back into focus. I found myself back at the White Stone, the command center. I was overwhelmed with feelings like nothing I'd ever known. Not even the massive satisfaction of leveling up could compare to how I felt when the pain had stopped. It was kind of like when you walk around all day in a shoe that's too tight, and when you take it off, you feel like a different person. Multiply that by 1,000, and that gives you an idea of what this was like. I didn't see any system notifications or penalties other than a change in the number of lives. I was now down to 2. 2! It was laughably shameful to lose a life in the first hour of the trial, especially when it was for doing something stupid. I'd almost smoked that local boss, blast it. The Kraken. Who came up with these names, anyway? I was still wearing my ripped jeans. As I fixed my eyes on them, the system identified them. Fabric pants. Protection +1. Durability 19%. What did that +1 point to protection mean?
Did it lower any incoming damage 1 point? How the hell did this work? Would my genes protect me only from damage dealt to my legs? Or did this rule apply to all of me, even if the damage were dealt to an exposed area of my body? I had no clue. There were no guides or forums. Apparently, you were supposed to figure it all out on your own. I really could have used Martha's help right about now. Okay. The clock was ticking, and I had only one existence resource point left. Not only would I not stockpile enough to activate the command center, but I would pointlessly wind up dead and down to 1 life. But before blundering into combat, I would need to distribute my characteristic points. Pointless trying to save them if I could get killed by some overgrown horsefly before I could say acid spittle. Not investing into strength before venturing out on my unsuccessful farming foray had been a major blunder. I checked that my visible radius was clear, then opened my profile and tapped the quivering green balloon that was blinking in my field of vision, urging me to invest my bonus characteristic points. I had a whopping 11 points, which in real life, where Yana, Victoria, and Alec now were, was pretty badass. But I still had to figure out how those characteristics worked here. To test things out, I put a point into strength. An option to accept or cancel the change popped up. Great, so I didn't need to keep all the calculations in my head, and I could play around with the numbers on the fly. I added and subtracted single points to each characteristic and watched the changes. The additional strength point raised damage by 1 point and critical damage by 3 points. I added a point to agility, which increased travel speed by 1%. Theoretically, if I had a long-range weapon, I'd increase that damage, but I didn't even see any rocks on the ground that I could throw like a weapon. Intellect increases the chances of receiving bonus existence resources from the corpses of enemies, which, in turn, would speed up development, since leveling up was activated by resources. Also, Intellect would speed up the upgrade of the base modules, but that was still far ahead of me, and I didn't want to level up that characteristic yet. I now had a 20% chance of getting bonus loot, and a few extra percent wouldn't open the floodgates. All the more so because to receive loot, I first needed to kill someone. But I had low damage. When I added a point to stamina, I got 100 more life points. That was a pretty important characteristic that would increase my ability to survive. But should I invest it so soon? I'd have to think about that one. Adding a point to perception instantly gave me a 1.5% chance of a crit. That was in addition to a 10-yard expansion in the visible radius of the fog of war that surrounded me, and a chance to find a lost artifact. The points invested in charisma added slots to the fighting units, but for now, that was useless. Luck sharply increased the chance of a crit by 1% per point. That was less than 1.5% from perception, but it was still good. Absent-mindedly scratching the back of my neck, I took a break to think. How many life points had the Kraken had? According to the log, it had 1,800. The boss did me in by spitting on me 3 times, each taking away 300 or 400 life points. But the last blow was critical and immediately deducted 700 plus, sending me back to my resurrection point. Okay, so it took time for the creature to produce its napalm spittle. There had been about 4 local seconds between the second and third assaults. In that time, I could deal around 20 blows, each of which would take about 30 health points from it, counting any crits. But that was without factoring in the bonus characteristic points. I spent the next couple of minutes moving the strength and perception points around every which way to find the optimal combination. 7 points to strength and 4 to perception. And my critical damage without a weapon would go up to almost 84, or an average of 53, factoring in the chance of a crit. This world had quite an interesting setup. It was simplified, but if you didn't have a minimal understanding of mathematics, you could create such a crooked build that later on you'd be so annoyed you wouldn't have enough feet to kick yourself with. Main characteristics: Strength, 20. Agility, 11. Intellect, 20. Stamina, 11. Perception, 19. Charisma, 17. Luck, 14. Accept
or cancel change. Accept. Unlike with my interface on Earth, here the characteristics changed instantly, which again made me think about the virtual or artificial nature of this world, taking into account the technology of the Elders. My muscles swelled like balloons, filling with fresh blood. I didn't need a mirror to tell me I was like one of those muscleheads in the jokes. I felt an unfamiliar discomfort in my armpits when I moved my arms around. My neck stiffened. It was now harder to move my head. My shoulders were turning into bowling balls, my powerful chest concealing my lower body from view. My only protection, my jeans, had become the saddest casualty of my transformation. My puffed-up quads and glutes were ripping the fabric until all that was left were a few shreds of denim helplessly lying on the ground. The system identified them as rags without any bonuses. All I had on now were my boxer shorts, and they had no use in this game. But I still checked to make sure my skin hadn't turned green. Nope, I wasn't the Incredible Hulk. The fact that I could see farther around me made me feel better about wearing nothing but my shorts. The wall of the fog of war had receded 40 yards, and now I could see what was beyond the ravine. A herd of level 2 and 3 whistlers was grazing there, so that seemed like a great place for me to farm. From a distance, the whistlers reminded me of overgrown baby hamsters with outsized heads topped by a spiked crest. They came up to my waist, but without any tricks on their part, I could not only smoke them, but smoke them easily. The task was complicated by the fact that I couldn't see the outer edge of the ravine, and that's where the nasty, napalm-spitting killer Kraken had settled down. According to my rough estimates, in order to take it out, I'd need to inflict 34 blows within 12 to 15 seconds, as fast as I could swing. Earth seconds, that is, which were about 6 or 7 seconds here. The creature had 6 refills of napalm. To withstand their spitting attacks, the important thing for me to do would be not to run away, but to wage war and turn away from the spittle so I wouldn't get my eyes burned. Should I risk it? Or should I just take things easy and annihilate the baby Kirpi? I shuddered at the memory of the burning feeling when I'd made contact with it, a cross between a hedgehog and octopus covered in acid jelly. Grr. I needed to fight them with my fists until I found a stick or branch I could fashion into a club. I decided to risk it. My gaming experience was telling me that it was worth the effort, and after all, I had mathematics on my side. I mean, had I leveled up boxing in vain? Even if I didn't see the skill in my profile here, I hadn't forgotten how to fight, had I? I did a little shadow boxing and punched the air. Yes, I still had it. 3, 2, and go. My personal rule of 3 seconds says that I need to throw myself into action right after I make a decision so that I wouldn't get into an internal debate and find reasons and cop-outs not to follow through. Otherwise, there's a strong probability I'll either lose time or not take action at all. This time, as I climbed down into the ravine, I already knew what awaited me there. I jumped to the bottom and turned in circles, searching for the glare of the local boss, but I didn't see anything. Time passed. In a few minutes, my existence resources would be gone. I took about 20 steps to the right to make sure the Kraken wasn't there. Some cockroaches the size of a cat scurried in front of me. Level 1 Saracers. But the idea of getting some easy resources fell by the wayside. The creatures were agile and nimble. My attempt to crush one of them failed. The little bastard bristled its spikes, and I couldn't penetrate its chitinous shell. In return, I received some minor but painful damage and a fleeting poison debuff. Meanwhile, the cockroach went to hide in a crevice. While I cursed and jumped on one foot, a repulsive, silvery level 3 millipede ran out of the crevice. It slithered around my one good foot and squeezed, sinking its sharp bristles in. The searing pain made me forget about my injuries. I fell down, crying out and trying to tear the bloodthirsty monster off me, but I couldn't. The millipede's bristles were cleverly shaped like fishing hooks, so when I tried to pull the creature off my foot, it took my skin and flesh along for the ride, ripping through my muscles that had just been fortified. The bloody fog blurred my vision, but still the damage numbers updated with furious speed. My health points dropped so fast that in an instant I was down to 66%. And this was the playpen? The starting location for noobs? If it goes like this, I might get thrown out of the trial without meeting a single other candidate. In spite of the attacks, I battered the vermin, pummeling it in its whitish gut where the bristles weren't as long. According to its health reading, I almost killed it, but it suddenly flew off my foot and quickly disappeared into a crevice in the ravine. What kind of mobs were these? Each one was scarier than the last. I didn't have time to contemplate this before I realized why my bristly adversary had suddenly taken off. My back burned and exploded in pain. I had a funny feeling I knew what was coming next. The odor of scorched flesh stung my nostrils. Although my bare back was now on fire from the Kraken's spittle, there was nothing else it could possibly be. I broke out in a cold sweat. What a bum deal. I was mutilated by the millipede, my feet were bleeding, and I was too scared to step on them, let alone jump or run with barely half a life left. My mind raced in panic, saying goodbye to my life. My body, however, which seemed to realize that running would be pointless and that I'd be in pain even after death, was already heading toward the boss in leaps and bounds, ignoring the damage. Up close, I got to see how the creature generated the napalm. It was like a flame, pumped by its glands. It accumulated in the rivets under the proboscis, becoming brighter and brighter. My eyes saw, but my hands took action. With my teeth clenched, I pummeled the giant horsefly, despite the exposed nerve endings on my blood-covered fists. The monster's life dropped haltingly, percent after a reluctant percent, which was much less than I'd calculated. Apparently, I didn't take the boss's chitinous armor into account, and that was a mortal error. The damage was halved, which in turn very nearly ended in a wipe. A wave of hopelessness washed over me. The Kraken flattened its proboscis, readying itself to release the hellish flame. Without even thinking, I grabbed at it, folded it above the muzzle, and pointed it right into the creature's compound eye that took up nearly half of the surface of this ghastly creature's head. Boom! I could feel a fireball slip along inside the proboscis, then it spurted and burst into a white flame, sticking and spreading along the horsefly's eye. Still, it didn't kill it. Eating away at the netted surface of the eye, the napalm sputtered and smoked as the creature churred at nearly ultrasound levels, while I became a desperate hammer, beating the last percentage of life out of it. The Kraken tried to run away, dissolving into thin air, but it didn't have a chance. I put all my remaining strength into one last uppercut, and the monster died. Scattering dust, the boss's body fell to the ground. It sounded like an enormous wineskin filled with liquid. Not feeling my feet, I slumped to the ground beside it. It was a Pyrrhic victory. My health had long been in the red, drained by all the DOTs of bleeding, poison, and burns I'd received. My back was smoking. Still, it occurred to me that the most important thing was to gather loot before I was sent back to my resurrection point. Health points, 186 of 1100. The boss's corpse flickered and disappeared, leaving behind a large existence crystal and another object. Health points, 113 of 1100. Just another couple of ticks and I'd be a corpse. Without thinking about it, I grabbed the loot and reached out for the crystal. Plus 100 existence resource points. Verifying the probability of receiving bonus existence resources, 20% chance. Check complete. Plus 100 existence resource points. The Kraken was being generous. 200 points. Now I had enough to activate the command center. What a shame that I was on my last life. I wondered if the boss would be resurrected. If so, I'd be able to pay it one more visit. Health points, 40 of 1100. The idea that popped into my head was like a cold shower. If only I had enough time. Open the profile. Are you sure you want to activate a level up? Accept or decline? Yes! For good measure, I poked the word with my finger to confirm.
My idea worked. A healing wave washed over my body, removing all the DOTs and restoring my health points completely. Congratulations, test subject. You've reached level 2. You receive +2 characteristic points to invest into any characteristic of your choice. Put more fire under your enemy's feet, test subject. I did a happy jig, dispersing the cockroaches that had already caught a whiff of the fresh corpse, and shook my fists in triumph. I still had another 27 existence points left, which meant that the matter of my survival was becoming less relevant. I'd polished off that sneaky local boss with my bare hands, wearing nothing but my boxers. 2 gold balloons joined my dance, vying for my attention. I brushed them away. Can't you wait a little bit? I've hated insects since I was a kid, so I scampered out of the other side of the ravine as fast as I could. Into the air, closer to the sky and a little farther from the heinous local inhabitants. No one was waiting for me on the surface, so I decided to examine my loot and the new system messages. The gold balloons were a sure gift from the system. The object dropped by the Kraken turned out not to be useless crap, as is usually the case at low-level locations in games. I examined it lovingly, studying the smoothness and perfection of its lines, its pleasant weight, the warmth emanating from it, and the flashing sparks upon its surface. Furious Power Fist. The best weapon for close combat. Powered by existence resources. 1% of your points for each damage dealt. Damage, 12 to 24. Plus 50% to critical damage. The brass knuckles actually looked like a metallic glove, but it was clearly not a metal known on Earth because it stretched like rubber when I wedged my right hand in. It enveloped my hand, stretched over my entire forearm, and moved easily. I bent and straightened my fingers and rotated my hand. The power fist lay there as if it had been poured on. It was my first real loot. When I opened my profile, I saw that, thanks to the power fist, my damage was now much higher. 30 to 46 for regular and 262 for critical damage. Awesome. It was high time to farm resources, but it was getting dark, and I didn't have a place to spend the night. What did the instructions say about nighttime? That the carnivorous creatures were especially active? I wasn't really in the mood to go to sleep in just my boxers on the bare ground and not wake up. But first, I needed to check on what the system was saying. I reached for the first gold balloon. It dissipated in a cloud of flickering dust that turned into a message. Test subject, you've unlocked the first Giant Slayer achievement. You are the first candidate in this wave to kill a local boss. You receive +3 characteristic points to invest into any characteristics of your choice. Since I'd already figured out what would happen next, I triumphantly tapped the second achievement message. Test subject, you've unlocked the first Daredevil achievement. You're the first candidate in this wave to kill a mob that is 5 levels higher than you. You receive +3 characteristic points to invest into any characteristics of your choice. 2 for leveling up, +6 from the achievements, added up to a total of 8 characteristic points. I immediately distributed all of them. My procrastination had very nearly cost me my life. I added 4 points to stamina, raising my health points. Without clothing, I had no protection, and I needed to increase my ability to survive. I added 1 point to luck. Extra points in this were never a waste. Then 1 point to strength, and the last 2 to perception. The chance of a crit increased to 45.5%, and the chance of critical damage rose to almost 300. Ah, the crit machine. With stats like that, I'd be able to topple creatures like the Kraken in a couple of seconds. Well, almost. Anyway, now it was time to farm. But I'd have to be careful about it and stay on my guard. Dusk was starting to set in when I finally added another 100+ to my stockpile of existence resources. 100 to activate the command center, and the extra for sustenance. The mobs I was running across weren't striking in their variety. They were the same Kirpi whose spikes I now squashed with one blow of the power fist, aggressive whistlers which looked like the overgrown hamsters that attacked in a flock, then ran away, their health barely dropping below half. The Krekniks, a sort of light, non-rare version of the Krekin, who spat a scorching but not deadly substance instead of napalm, and were half the size. Maddeningly, a lot of time was wasted on regeneration, whenever the wounded bastards turned tail and darted off without giving me a chance in hell of catching up with them. When on the next pursuit I walked into a Kiri ambush, I stopped chasing the deserters at full speed. Instead, whenever a mob was about to take off, I grabbed it and held onto it so it wouldn't escape. Nothing dropped the mobs besides existence resources, so my plan to loot some clothes fell by the wayside. Following this process, I crossed my whole hexagon and reached the next one along. I realized that this was what I was doing when I stepped over the border. It felt like walking through a spider's web. I could sense the barely audible drone of an energy field that divided hexagons. It let me pass, but I saw a whistler get repelled as it somersaulted backward. Should I turn back, or keep pushing on? I remembered that I could also capture a neutral hexagon instead of the one I had first appeared on. In theory, moving back toward its center would take me as long as going toward the center of this zone. I decided to keep going. Farming was farming, now that I wasn't tired or hungry. What difference did it make which command center I activated, mine or a neutral one? But to make up for it, I would be getting all the additional existence resources, and the more of them there were, the faster I'd be able to develop. I took exactly 50 steps, and then abruptly dropped to the grass, where I spotted a human figure, an unusual sight in these parts, nearly at the edge of my fog of war. Carter. Human. Level 4. The chubby Carter was prowling, bending toward the ground. I couldn't tell if he'd noticed me, but encountering him would be a fraught proposition. How many resources had he needed to farm to already activate level 4, and to get that spear with its head glinting predatorily, and that squadron of club-brandishing mobs which surrounded him protectively as they advanced? One of them suddenly stopped, sniffed, turned its head, and looked at me. In a split second, the entire squadron, including Carter, was glaring at me. Chapter 4. Like a loaded pistol. You could always get the truth from Tommy. That was one of his major weaknesses. Mark Rentboy Renton. Train spotting. No doubt about it, I was the world champion at finding trouble and sticking my nose into it. It was all because of my boxing success and the confidence that had come with it. How many scuffles had I managed to avoid during my life without the interface? Almost all of them. Of course, sometimes my self-respect suffered for that, but when all was said and done, it didn't cause any serious problems. But now? These were the thoughts running through my head on the way home from the nightclub. I continued to reprimand myself for quite a while, and even after I got home, I kept dissecting everything until I finally realized that I myself had created all my recent problems. I'd been kicked out of the boxing club because I'd gotten into a fight with Muhammad, and I had nearly ended up with Tural's foot stuck in my ribs because I'd chased him. Things like that had never happened before. And now, what do you know? It was exactly the same again. When the security guards had thrown Cyril and me out of the club, the others had paid the bill, then left to catch up with us. We decamped to a nearby coffee shop to talk everything over and figure out how to handle the situation, which had just become more complicated. Yeah, we've gotten ourselves into a mess, Alex said pensively. Who could have known? These spoiled rich brats are always causing problems, Gleb said morosely. I've seen more than enough of their kind in the poker clubs. You don't want to say anything that will put you on their bad side. The minute something doesn't go their way, they screw everyone over. Alec nodded. They're full of themselves. Cyril, why on earth did you get into a fight? Veronica asked. Me? Cyril's eyes widened like saucers. Gleb and I were minding our own business and shooting some pool, and then he tried to take the cue away from me. What was I supposed to do, give it to him?
Cyril's broken nose made his voice sound nasal, and his colorful bruises made him look like a Native American in full war paint. "You should have just given him the table," Marina whispered so softly we could barely hear her.
Ah, Kesha breathed, burying his face in his hands. But everything started off so well.
"Come on, that's enough." I had to take a commanding tone. "Cyril and Gleb did the right thing. Are they men or pussies? Did this Doroshkin guy have a sign on his forehead saying who he was? Even if he was wearing a sign, the guys were completely within their rights."
That may well be, but unfortunately, that won't make the problem go away, Kesha pointed out.
"We'll deal with the problems as they crop up," I said. "But let's be proactive. I want everyone in the office tomorrow morning in top form. We need to study all our documentation and contracts to see if everything is in order in case any auditors come knocking." "Should we call Mr. Katz?" Alec asked, picking up his phone. "No, not at this time of night. I'll call him myself in the morning. It's time for bed. Let's all go home." "Oh, God, what a night that scumbag screwed up for us." Gleb slammed his fist on the table. "Ah." His voice expressed regret about more than just the spoiled evening. He'd brought up the thing that was on all our minds. The consequences. I knew I had to calm everyone down. "Hey, guys." I stood up, smiled broadly, and gave them a look that was meant to infect them with confidence. Everything will be okay. And on that note, we went our separate ways. I declined their offers to drop me off and set out in a cab. When I got home, I flung my shoes off and sank into an armchair without even getting undressed. Boris rubbed up against my legs, meowing soothingly. I was sadly caressing her curving body when I heard the xylophone ringtone of my phone. I didn't recognize the number, but I answered anyway. "Hello? I'm sorry to bother you. Is this Philip?" I heard a pleasant woman's voice that was vaguely familiar, but that I couldn't place. "Yes, it is. Who's this?" "Panfilov?" I could hear the smile in her voice. "You don't know who this is?" "Sorry, no. Do we know each other?" "Oh, you?" The woman laughed. "It's Paulina Essman, your classmate, school number 23, Class B. We graduated in 2003. Does that ring a bell now?" "Paulina Essman? Wow, how about that? Hi." Excitement seized me from head to toe. It was my first unrequited love, Paulina, with whom I'd shared a desk starting in first grade right until she moved over to sit next to a friend in around fifth grade. "Hi there. How are you? I haven't seen you in a long time." "Very long, Paulina. Practically since we graduated." "Uh-huh. Anyway, let me get straight to the point. We've been looking everywhere for you for more than a month. We wrote to you on social media, and someone found your old home number, but I guess you moved. So then it occurred to me to call your parents. Look, we're having a school reunion tomorrow, and a lot of our classmates are coming. Mike from Australia, Pasha from South Africa, Olga from Germany. Can you believe it? The Yezhovs from America. Anyway, almost everyone who lives on another continent has come, but people from our city couldn't make it. Thank goodness I found you." "A school reunion," I repeated. As the idea sank in, I was bombarded with memories about school, classmates, everything. It felt like it was yesterday, but I'd already forgotten a lot of them. "Yes, we graduated 15 years ago. Can you believe it? I tried to get everyone together for the 10-year, but only 6 people came. By the way, you didn't come, even though we called you." I remembered why I hadn't gone. But had they really called? It seemed that they had. Did I really say no to getting together with my classmates because of the latest raid? Yep. Wow. It's been 15 years. I'm so glad you found me, Paulina. I'd love to come. Did Pasha really come back? Yes, he came to see his parents.
We scheduled it so that everyone could make it. So we'll be expecting you at Andrei Belyaev's restaurant tomorrow night at 7. Andrei owns a restaurant? No way! Where is it and what's it called? Chito Givrito on Warsaw Street. Do you know where that is? I've never heard of it, but I'll find it. Cripes, Chito Givrito. Is it Georgian? Uh-huh. His partner is a chef from Georgia. All right, then. Don't be late. We have stuff planned, the girls and I. Got it. I won't be late. See you tomorrow. Okay. Good night. I heard a giggle as Paulina hung up, leaving me full of mixed emotions. Faces I'd long forgotten resurfaced from the depths of my memory. Andrei Belyaev, who'd made me the target of his ridicule throughout the upper grades. We were both in love with Paulina. My friend Pasha Pashkovsky, with whom I had a falling out over something I could no longer remember. Maya Abramovich, a slight brunette with large, potential as a great poet, with whom I dreamed of dancing at the prom, looking forward to something. But in the end, I couldn't work up the nerve to ask her. Max Minenko, a straight-A student Zagvozhskin, another Pasha. Sergei Kardayev, small and pug-nosed, who made up for it by doing more pull-ups than the rest of the class and was passionate about PE lessons. My phone started to strum unrelentingly, notifying me of a steady stream of text messages coming in. I opened WhatsApp and saw that I'd been added to a group chat with my classmates. "Hi, Phil!" Pashkovsky greeted me. "Hey, little Philip's joined us. Yeah, guys," Belyaev said, remembering my nickname, which came from a children's story by Tolstoy. "How are you, Phil? Do you have a family? Any kids?" Kardayev wanted to know. "How come you don't have a profile photo? You could get a photo taken in a studio," Ira Goncharenko commanded. I said hello to my classmates, then became engrossed in their profiles and photos. They were grown-up faces. It would have been easy not to recognize them. The messages continued to stream in. Photos of families, children, memories, stories about our school days, rumors about people who weren't in the chat. Everyone was excited about the reunion, and once everyone had dispensed with the heartfelt joy and nostalgic conversations, the get-together would probably turn into a display of accomplishments. Who had achieved what in life and who had become successful. Even in that indirect debate, I didn't stand out in any way. I hadn't achieved success, I hadn't produced any children, and hadn't even held on to my family. I mulled this fact over for some time and processed it until I came to a logical conclusion. Screw it. I would just be happy to see the gang. I needed something positive in my life before the start of what I imagined would be a drawn-out war with the Doroshkins. When I was in school, I was triply cursed. I was a poor athlete, I didn't know how to dance, and was afraid to try, and I dreamed of being a witty joker like Belyaev. But the clever comebacks and jokes always come to me too late. People didn't really give me a hard time for that in class, but I wasn't popular either. I got good grades, but not outstanding ones. In PE class, I was scared shitless of the bouncing ball, cross-country races, and parallel bars. At nightclubs, I skulked in the corner, shy and afraid of making a fool of myself. So I decided I'd gird myself and go to the reunion the next day. When it came to sports, I was ready to give any of my classmates a head start. I managed to become funnier over the years since graduating from high school. In college, I'd even written jokes for our comedy competition team. As for dancing, well, I'd always been bad at it, and I still was. I mean, if I had enough to drink and heard a song I knew, I'd probably run onto the dance floor and simulate a dance, but to an outsider it would look pretty absurd. I didn't even have a dance skill in my profile, but there was sure to be dancing tomorrow at the class reunion. Having forgotten all about the first deputy mayor and his low-life son, I spent the rest of the night watching YouTube videos on dancing for beginners, and tried to reproduce and memorize the moves set to rhythmic music. By the end of the second hour, I was starting to catch on. I was able to control my body far better than before. Congratulations, you've activated a new skill. Street dancing. Current skill level, 1. XP received, 200. XP points left until the next social status level, 16,990 of 18,000. Why were my attempts classified as street dancing? No idea. Having said that, I hadn't had anyone to learn the rumba, tango, or waltz from. All I had was YouTube videos of b-boying basics with music to match. Hell, I'd always wanted to learn how to downrock. I woke up as the sun was rising. I immediately turned on the TV and looked for a music channel, something that would be more or less appropriate, and turned the volume up as high as it would go. I moved the coffee table and couch to make some space, set my cell phone to record, and began to dance, trying to build up my muscle memory. After midnight, I'd reached level 4 in the street dancing skill. Admittedly, I'd had to work almost as hard as I'd worked on boxing. Dancing expends a lot of energy. I discovered that after I'd mastered the basics and moved on to freezes, where I had to stay balanced on my hands and keep my body horizontal to the floor. Having practiced the worm, I learned the windmill. Everyone has seen this move at least once in their life. The dancer swings his legs and turns in a circle on the floor, and it looks like a windmill. If you don't have strong arms, good core muscles, and excellent coordination, read agility, you won't even be able to start b-boying. So it was a good thing that I'd leveled up over the past few months. Things started to go wrong once I'd moved on to more complicated, that is, more dynamic elements. I basically wasn't strong enough for those. Mastering so much acrobatics without any previous practice, as the moves were getting more and more complicated, was totally unrealistic. Still, I caught on somewhat and managed to learn a few things. If everyone started dancing tonight, I wouldn't hold back. I was in a good mood as I got ready to go to work out. I'd laid boxing aside for a while, until Kostya returned, but I was still running. At a minimum, the plan was to bring stamina up to 20 as one of the criteria for the Tier 2 heroism skills. As I ran, I listened to English lessons. After I'd gotten the call from the U.S. Embassy, I decided to study the language. I'd bought a monthly subscription to an online course and received a bunch of files, including audio ones. Each lesson was based around a specific topic, in this case, cooking. The teacher was earnestly trying to convince the students how important it was to know how to cook, and to cook at home. Like it was healthier and much cheaper than eating out, blah blah. He wasn't teaching me anything new about America. The central objective was different: learn to absorb speech orally and understand it. I managed to do that. Throughout the lesson, you learned 2 or 3 unfamiliar words, which I immediately ran through the translator. My English progress bar rose by 2 or 3%, and my running by 0.5%. Once you got to level 8, it was progressively harder to level up a skill. To make up for this, I received a new level in stamina. I was in the thick of my workout when the interface gave me a notification. Your stamina has improved. +1 to stamina. Current stamina, 12. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. XP points left until the next social status level, 17,990 of 18,000. I nodded with satisfaction and continued running. I passed the spot where Kostya and I had sparred, and where his little sister Julie had watched our bags. It felt like all these things had happened 100 years ago, even if they'd taken place only recently. My creation of the company, Kostya's stay in the hospital, the final breakup with Vicky in Panchenko's office, my victory in the boxing tournament, Ilindi's appearance at the super final, the abduction and trial, that is, the preliminary selection, Kostya and Julie's trip to Germany for the surgery, and finally, the confrontation in the nightclub with Doroshkin Jr. Finishing the workout had gotten me 30 XP for completing a task. A shaft of light that only I could see pinned me down as I advanced a level. Task status, running practice. Task completed. XP received, 30 points. +5% to satisfaction. Congratulations, you've received a new level. Your current social status level, 18. Characteristic points available, 2. Skill points available, 1. XP points left until the next social status level, 20 of 19,000. My legs turned to jelly. Convulsing from the onset of euphoria, I toppled over onto the grass, which was really overgrown school football pitch. This time, it took me a few minutes to recover. I lay in the grass and opened my profile. Philip Phil Panfilov. Age, 32. Current status, entrepreneur. Social status level, 18. Knowledge seeker, level, 13. Classes, boxer, empath, level 11. Divorced. Children, none. Main characteristics. Strength, 13. Agility, 11. Intellect, 20. Stamina, 12. Perception, 15. Charisma, 17. Luck, 14. The entry for luck also showed the effects of the items. Plus 12 from the lucky ring of Veles. Plus 2 from the protective red wristband. Plus 5 from the ivory Netsuke Jurojin. My workout outfit and sneakers barely added anything to agility. It would really be a shame to lose all these riches if Phil, too, failed the trial. Too much of a shame for words, even. I thought it might even be a good thing if I didn't remember my successes. I wouldn't feel bad, and I just continue to smoke bosses in World of Warcraft. I'd heard the new update to Battle for Azeroth was coming out in a month or two. Either the web search engines remembered it, or I was still in the database, but I saw ads for it whenever I Googled something, and I got messages from the developer's website. No matter what was in store for me there, I realized that I'd never tried to level up the intellect and charisma system points. I wasn't especially concerned about stamina. It wasn't that important in my daily life. I didn't need to run any marathons, and I had enough breath right now for a prolonged night of lovemaking. As an experiment, I tried to invest a point in intellect, and the system surprised me yet again. Either it was because of the increased insight or some other reason, but now things weren't so cut and dried as with leveling up the physical characteristics. Warning: we've detected an abnormal increase in your intellect characteristic. +1. Initializing process of creating, strengthening, or restoring the user's lost neuronal synaptic connections. There are several ways of improving your intellectual characteristics available. Please choose one of the following. Increase your cerebration speed by 10% above the base value. Increase your reaction speed and problem-solving speed by 15% above the base value. Increase your focus and attention by 50% above the base value. Increase your short and long-term memory by 20% above the base value. Develop one of your creative abilities. +5 levels to the skill. Accept or decline. As I focused on the last option, a list of creative abilities started scrolling. Music composition, poetry, writing, singing, acting, art, dance, photography, sculpture, design. It was a long list. There was certainly plenty to choose from. There were even foreign languages. The fact that I could now speak perfect Chinese or Japanese, level 10 in just 2 intellect level-ups, was almost arousing. I might even become a great writer. Truly great, because my current level 8 in creative writing, combined with another 10 levels from the intellect level-ups, would bring me to God level. I could hardly wrap my mind around it. While my brain feverishly considered all the options, my hands, shaking with impatience and curiosity, tapped decline and pressed charisma. That held a surprise too. Warning: we've detected an abnormal increase in your charisma characteristic. +1. Based on your choice, your body will be restructured. There are several ways of improving your charisma characteristic available. Please choose one of the following. Improve your physical appearance and increase attractiveness according to the societal standards of your local segment of the galaxy. Activate the Commander's Aura force field, which offers a high probability of other people obeying you. Activate the Energy Aura force field. Your entourage will feed off your energy, and your very presence will motivate people. Develop one of your charisma skills. plus 5 points to the skill. Accept or decline. The skills I could level up included social skills, leadership, public speaking, foresight, persuasion, wit, seduction, deception, erudition, decision-making, and more. There were so many choices. I wanted to develop all of them. Damn, why hadn't I thought of leveling up charisma and intellect sooner? They were the root of my childhood complexes. That's why I'd been weak and wanted to get strong. I'd become strong, but I'd also idiotically dumped a bunch of system points into strength and agility. That was infuriating. I sprang up, or in street dancing lingo, did a kip-up, and unenthusiastically dragged myself home. Once back, I performed my post-workout actions on autopilot. I threw my clothes into the washing machine and myself into the shower. After showering, I opened the bathroom door and came face to face with Boris, who was patiently staring at me. She looked me in the eye and sneezed, then lazily stood up, stretched her back legs, and retreated to a corner, clearing a path for me, then started to preen herself. As usual, no matter what room I shut myself in, she'd wait for me on the threshold, but as soon as I opened the door, she'd pretend she'd just been passing by. Don't pretend, Boris. Good morning. Come on, time for breakfast. I fed Boris, ate breakfast, and got ready for work. Weekend or not, there was a real possibility that Doroshkin would slam us with an audit. So, I was going to the office. I already called Mr. Katz while I was working out and told him I was calling an impromptu meeting about an urgent issue. The mood at the office was combative. No one was moping about the potential problems. Everyone was full of energy. Alec was waving his arms, believing that this cup would pass us by. Come on, he's already forgotten everything. He wasn't any good. He'll wake up and go booze it up some more. Wait, hold on. Gleb was skeptical. People like that never forget things. They hold grudges like who? Kesha prompted. Like cats. I once had a cat. I pushed her off my pillow at night. I get up in the morning and discover that she'd soiled my shoes. Alec laughed. Maybe that's what Doroshkin will do too. In your shoes. Come on. They continued to bicker languidly like that for a half hour. The circus ended when Mr. Katz and Rose showed up. I gave them a quick synopsis of the scuffle in the club the night before. Rose gasped. Mr. Katz clasped his heart. Alec brought him a glass of water while Veronica was fanning Rose. When things settled down, we started to create an action plan. Rose and Mr. Katz took charge. Phil, may I say something? Rose asked for the floor. I nodded. All right, she began. We're going to be visited by the tax auditors, the labor inspectors, the fire inspectors, the consumer rights protection inspectors. She rattled off a list of the possible threats, then turned to Mr. Katz. Mark, you need to assess all our vulnerabilities and make sure we have the right documents. That includes contracts as well. Kesha, can you help Mark? Okay. Veronica, you need to organize the move to the new office as soon as possible and set up workstations for everyone that comply with the labor laws. I'll take care of the taxes and contractors. Employee certification. Oh, and one more thing. You also need to make sure we have the essential HR documents. Employment contracts, org chart, timesheet, individual records, vacation schedule, employment record books, etc. Mr. Katz added to Veronica's list of tasks. If you're missing anything for anyone, come to me and let the employee know. What should I do? How can I help? Alec asked. We need you for the move and the manpower, Veronica answered. Got it. By noon, we had our final action plan, and we methodically set it in motion. My job was now done. Veronica would come to my place Sunday night with everything I needed to sign. The shopping I'd planned took me a couple of hours, including travel. I just wanted to keep things simple. So, I bought everything in one store. A pair of sturdy leather sneakers, light jeans, a stylish jacket, and a fitted shirt that showed off my pumped-up chest, broad shoulders, and V-shape. In total, that made me 6 charisma points richer and some 30,000 rubles poorer. After I got home, I calculated the time left before the class reunion. There should be enough, and initiated the process of increasing my charisma. I'd chosen increase attractiveness according to the societal standards of your local segment of the galaxy. I know. It was stupid and incompetent. But damn it, this was my class reunion we were talking about. And Paulina would be there. Chapter 5. Huge potential for energetic expansion. Life lived on life. There were the eaters and the eaten. The law was, eat or be eaten. Jack London, White Fang. Night was approaching. A big portion of one of Pibalau's 2 suns, a huge crimson sphere, had already sunk below the horizon. The second sun was a bit larger than Earth's moon. Its lower edge was touching the top of the trees, illuminating them with intricate violet iridescences. I managed to notice all this while I was busy searching for other threats besides this test subject I was about to encounter. Carter had a total of 4 mobs, judging by the weapons in their hands, 3 melee fighters with clubs, and 1 long-range fighter with a short bow. I still had a few slang words in my vocabulary as my gaming experience hadn't been limited to World of Warcraft. The mobs looked like something out of a nightmare. They were humanoid, no more than 4.5 feet tall, with hands that dangled below their knees. The most astonishing thing about them was their unnaturally large, eyeless heads, with a huge mouth that revealed big, crooked teeth. Their brown skin was evenly covered in red spots. I guessed this was either a specific trait or someone's drops of blood. The beasts were clad in matching high-collared jackets. Looking more closely, I realized that they were not jackets at all, but growths that apparently served as protection. They'd already discovered me, so there was no sense in hiding in the grass. I stood up and studied my would-be adversary. Carter was dressed decently, unlike me who was standing there only in my boxers. He was wearing sturdy camouflage pants. Well, camouflage against Earth's environment, anyway. Tall, heavy boots, and a leather jacket. He was somewhat short, nearly a head shorter than me, with a paunch hanging over his belt. He looked like a biker trying to seem younger. His gray hair was tied in a ponytail. Also, he appeared to be a little surprised to see me. How had he kept his belt, I wondered. Maybe he'd earned some kind of bonus in the preliminary selection, or entered the right portal, unlike me. I'd chosen the red one. I raised my right hand in greeting to the first human I'd met here. It looked like we were neighbors, so maybe we'd be able to strike up a truce. All the more so because he wasn't showing any signs of aggression. He snapped a command in English to his mobs, then walked toward me. The mobs drew closer to his legs. I realized I understood that he'd just said, heal. Had the system installed a built-in interpreter for me? I went to meet him, slightly bashful about my appearance. I was smeared with dirt and blood, my own and others, wearing level 2 boxer shorts. In other words, I was easy prey. He stopped about 20 yards away from me, squinted, and scrutinized me. His eyes widened. A smile played on his lips. His low perception must have prevented him from reading my characteristics before, because now he barked an order. Bite! At that moment, all 4 mobs tore toward me. Go! He shrieked. I involuntarily recoiled, stumbled on something, and nearly fell. Mobs don't have their own names. The system only identified these as Level 1, Carter's fighting units. I didn't have much choice other than to engage. The mobs were fast, so I definitely couldn't run away. Tilting his spear forward, Carter ran toward me in an arc, evidently planning to attack me from behind or the side while I fought with his small squadron. They were acting like velociraptors in a pen of prey. They split up and surrounded me, then stopped and let out blood-curdling shrieks, opening their mouths unnaturally wide and dealing me a slight stun debuff. Whether it was the scream or the repulsive, coiling tentacles shooting out of the creatures' mouths, I was losing my concentration. I shook my head to gather my wits and took a defensive stance, preparing to meet the first creature with a blow of the power fist. But the mobs jumped in unison, brandishing their clubs. An arrow shot from a bow pierced my left shoulder. Stunned by the mob's shrieking, I hadn't seen it coming. My shoulder erupted in pain, sending me reeling sideways. I lost my balance and fell. That saved me. The mobs, leaping from 3 sides, missed me. "Get out of here," I heard in my head as I somersaulted backward, trying to escape my throng of adversaries. Thanks to my intuition and high perception, I was able to avoid a blow from Carter's spear. Grabbing him with my numb left arm, I jerked him toward me and punched him in the temple. A crit! Carter lost more than 10% of his health points. His face distorted in a grimace of pain, and... was that surprise? He ripped his spear from my weakening arm and scampered away, taking cover behind his unit's backs. The mobs that were hanging onto me prevented me from catching up to him and letting him have it. Growling, one of them thrust its mouth tentacles onto my calf, drawing blood. In the spot where it had fastened onto me, the skin quickly blackened and started to blister. A slew of debuffs from poison to acid burn signaled that things were in a bad way. At the same time, a shower of punches rained down on my back and shoulders, but even though they hurt like hell, they didn't deal much damage. I'd only lost 2 or 3%. The arrow didn't penalize me by much more, but there was no point in trying to catch up. 5 of them were starting to kick me. I punched them indiscriminately until I finally tore the cluster of tentacles out of me, winding it around my fist. That drove the creature's health into the red zone. It skittered off, throwing its club away, but I was no longer paying attention to it because the path was clear. The next arrow missed my face by half an inch, but I swung around and fled as fast as I could. When I got to the border of the zone, I turned around and saw that no one was chasing me. Apparently, I'd proved to be too sharp in the tooth for them. Also, capturing a neutral hexagon must have been a higher priority for Carter than chasing after humble me. I penetrated the force field and ended up back at my own hexagon, which by now felt almost like home. The trip to the ravine took the rest of the evening. The small creatures, the little krekens, kirpi, and whistlers, must have hidden somewhere, and I couldn't even see the spiky sarasser cockroaches running around on the bottom. I picked my way through the ravine. I still didn't know for certain how this world worked, and I still wasn't sure if, or how often, mobs respawned here. The disincarnation of the corpses proved that this was entirely possible. The phenomenon clearly had its roots in gaming, but in games, nature abhors a vacuum. So if the respawn of the Kraken was entirely possible, the only question was, when? In any case, I got through the ravine with no problems. Evidently, the absence of small mobs had something to do with the fact that night was approaching. According to the system's warning, that's when the ghastly, carnivorous, nocturnal predators went out to hunt. Were there any herbivorous creatures at all here? I got the feeling in this world everything ate everything else, and the smallest ones, who didn't have the guts to hunt anything, had to become scavengers. I really wanted to clean myself up. I wasn't hungry or thirsty. I traded food and water for the existence resources, which seemed to be giving me all the sustenance I needed, replacing my body's metabolism. But in the world where there's pain, there's an itch. My body was terribly itchy, and I desperately wanted a shower, or at least to wash off my face. But I had no idea if there was a body of water around here. Was there any water at all on this planet? Maybe the portal had changed me in some way along with my metabolism, and I was blissfully breathing methane without even noticing. Staying on my guard, I mulled over all of this until I finally reached the white stone of my future command center. The palm-shaped imprint was darkening invitingly against the background of the rock, which was glowing weakly in the nighttime darkness. I placed my left palm in it. Do you want to activate your command center? Cost 100 existence resource points. Yes, I uttered mentally. My existence resource counter spun back to 12 as 100 points were put toward activation. The stone vibrated, radiating circles of energy. I felt their touch. Not physically, but as knowledge about what was happening. It was as though my hand were merging with the stone, but I understood that that's how it was supposed to be until the activation process was complete. The first circle spread to the borders of the hexagon, designating its next owner. Now, if any other test subjects infiltrated my territory, I would find out instantly. A second circle spread out 50 yards away from the stone. In the place where the waves stopped rippling, a fragile, yard-high barrier emerged. Slabs, made out of a material I didn't recognize, were driven into the ground. It didn't look like wood or metal, but rather plastic, or something like that, in line with the development of the Elders' technological advances. The most important thing I grasped was that at this level, the fence had a more decorative function. It visually marked out the borders of my base, but I'd be able to upgrade and fortify it. The third and final circle of the energy field spread, growing into a dome above me and the command center. The field stiffened into fantastically gleaming opaque walls and a ceiling, then covered the ground beneath me in a white stone, creating a floor. It left an opening for entry and exit, which I could close by giving a mental command. I gave the command. The door closed. The vibrations stopped. You've captured a hexagon. Your command center has been activated. Name of command center, Base 1. Owner, Phil. Level 2, human. I heaved a sigh and broke loose from the stone. I now had a place to shelter for the night. The same knowledge, as I understood it, the information about how the trial worked was automatically implanted in my brain, gave me a sense of calm. No nocturnal creature would cross the threshold of my new home. For the first time all day, and it had been a long one, beginning with a typical morning back on Earth and accompanying Kostya and Julie to the airport, I could relax and forget about danger. Too much had happened since the last time I'd woken up. I didn't feel like sleeping, and it appeared that I didn't need to sleep here either. But some relaxation wouldn't hurt. I stretched out contentedly on the floor, which had a carpet-like texture, and shut my eyes. To my surprise, I quickly felt rested. While you're sleeping, your enemies are leveling up. The gaming expression resurfaced from the depths of my memory. The consequences of failing the trial hit me sharply. This was no time to relax. I had activated the command center, but now what? It would be a good idea to figure out what it had to offer and what it allowed me to do. I stood up and put my palm on the stone. Whenever it was a question of numbers, it was more convenient to read the information visually. Either obeying my wishes or, because it was built that way by default, the command center offered me a system interface to command the base. Base 1. Level 1. Modules 0. Rate of existence resource generation 1 point per hour. You may not upgrade until you reach level 5. Cost to upgrade base to level 2, 500 existence resource points. There you go. That meant that I would no longer need to worry about dying from starvation. The 1 existence resource point generated by the base was exactly what I needed to subsist. Still, sitting around on my butt waiting for my competitors to finish one another off was both unthinkable and dangerous. The same knowledge told me that any other test subject could gain access to my home. In other words, access the command center simply by keeping their hand on the wall of the dome for a certain amount of time. Anywhere on the wall. I removed my hand from the stone and went to the exit. I needed to study my domain. The walls slid apart, letting me out. The dead silence inside the house was replaced by a hellish cacophony of nocturnal life. There were sloshing and squelching sounds coming from nearby, as if someone were filling tires with a massive pump. I heard sharp, cringe-inducing screams, and when I looked closely, I could make out silhouettes of strange creatures rushing through the sky. A chirping noise suddenly rang out from the other side of the house, startling me so much that I cowered. But when I crept over on my haunches and peered behind the wall, I didn't see anything. Feeling more courageous, I took a few steps away from the house. The chirping started again. It seemed to be coming from somewhere in the forest. A crack of either mandibles or chitinous plates rubbing together grew louder, and it suddenly stopped, replaced by a crackling sound that ripped through the air. Something had just killed something. It wasn't completely dark. The sky was filled with twinkling stars that didn't form any constellations I recognized. There were no indications of any satellites like our moon, but it was light enough for me to see in front of my face. The ground was now covered in the transparent foundation that made up the surface of the covering of the base. The material of the floor called to mind a honeycomb, six-sided shapes flickering on the edges. It was a beautiful sight, but when I focused on it to try to learn what it all meant, I came up empty. From the outside, my house looked like one of those six-sided honeycombs, but one with walls along the edges that converge in a dome in the center. Walking around it, I touched the walls a few times, and whenever I gave a mental command, or even just a hint of a desire, a door opened. I tried to touch it with other parts of my body, but the door didn't open, even if I commanded it to. Walking in increasingly wider spirals, I made my way to the edge of the base. Basic protective barrier, level 1. The fence was purely decorative, no argument there. Still, its surface was smoother than glass, so at least a couple of mobs couldn't reach the base. Cockroaches wouldn't be able to enter because there was nothing for their legs to hold on to, and Kirpi were just too short to get in. They may be brave enough to bite your feet, but surely not tall enough to enter. But it wasn't an obstacle for the other mobs I'd run across. The Krekens could easily fly over the barrier, and the Whistlers could jump over it. I'd already seen evidence that they could jump high. According to the description, the fence's durability was 100 points. These numbers meant nothing to me, but if I used the Kreken location boss for comparison, he could dispense with them before you could say, napalm spittle. The description said that the fence could be upgraded through the command center. Okay. It was time to go try to figure out all the other upgrades and modules. The moment I thought about it, I heard something massive breaking through the fence. More chirping sounds came from nearby. I dashed toward the house, opened the door, and stumbled inside. As the door closed, I heard something heave a disappointed sigh. Then something bulky hit the wall. It withstood, but where the object had impacted, shock waves spread across its surface. There was no way in hell I was going to risk my second-to-last life to satisfy my curiosity. Let them try to break through if they wanted to. I guess I'd rather be studying the features of the base. I used the navigation menu to look at the production modules that could be generated. For now, I could access only 2 items, the fighting unit module and the uniform module. The first one cost 50 points, and the second one 30 points. The level 1 fighting unit module would allow me to create my own squadron of mobs. Charisma affected the rate of generation of new units and the number of units used at the same time. Right now, I had 17 points, which meant that I could immediately create 17 units. That was a shocker. Did that mean that Carter only had 4 units because his charisma was low? I urgently needed more existence resources. In retrospect, I realized that Carter may have lost some of his mobs in battle, or the rate of generation of new units didn't allow him to create a lot right away. Still, this wasn't the time to find out, and guessing was out of the question. In order to understand all the details, I should first buy myself a module and launch the mob generation. But for now, I couldn't buy anything with my 12 paltry existence resource points. Even the first upgrade of the fence cost 20 points. This raised a question. Should I wait until morning, or should I go out and take a risk at night? I didn't think about it for long. If the logic here was similar to what I'd seen in the preliminary selection, it meant that the local mobs scaled up, which meant that I could try. The creature that had been pounding on the walls of the house had given up by now. But did it go away for good, or was it still by the house watching for me? In any case, I exited from the opposite side. My heart was pounding. The stakes in my adventure were so high that I had butterflies in my stomach. I looked around and didn't see anything nearby. I breathed a sigh of relief. Slowly pressing against the wall, I walked around the house and lucked out. I spotted the monster that had been chasing me before it saw me. It was breathing wheezily, listening closely to something, and peering into the darkness behind the fence. In the place where it had broken through the barrier, a gaping hole was now darkening. The creature looked kind of like a three-legged stool, but its legs were dominated by freakishly bent joints. The body was almost humanoid, but the limbs looked more like horned, double-edged boards, and the head sat on a long ostrich neck. Crater. Elite. Level 3. Life points, 800. Elite? That was fine with me. 800 life points were half the amount the Kraken had. I'd manage. In 3 leaps, I was behind its back and pummeling its head and body. You've dealt damage to the crater, 36. Damage absorbed by armor, 50%. Actual damage, 18. You've dealt damage to the crater, 22. Damage absorbed by armor, 50%. Actual damage, 11. You've dealt damage to the crater, 46. Damage absorbed by armor, 50%. Actual damage, 23. Based on the logs, Crater wasn't the mob's name, but its species. The fact that the monster didn't have a name didn't make the task any easier. If it went like this, I might be fighting it until morning. Zing! Without moving its legs, the creature was rotating around its axis. With a whistle, it hastily bored its sword between my ribs, shattering my bones and instantly knocking off almost a quarter of my health. As I wailed in pain, it lifted me into the air and looked searchingly into my eyes. For additional support, the crater bored a second sword into the covering of my base. The bleed DOT ticked, sucking out my life. A heartbeat per tick, 1% every 10 ticks. As ill luck would have it, my heart was beating furiously, and the pain made it hard to breathe. The crater's 8 pairs of eyes indifferently waited while my blood gushed. It hypnotized me, inserting into me thoughts about the futility of combat and a quick escape from the torture. Even though its body looked humanoid, it was really an arachnid. My impaled body crept down its makeshift sword. My health points continued to drop, and this made me think about selling my life for more. Using my hands, I dragged myself closer to the crater. Was it my imagination, or did the creature look surprised? It had to be my imagination. With great satisfaction, I rammed my power fist into one of its many eyes. The eye exploded with a pleasing smack. You've dealt critical damage to the crater, 296. The monster screeched and reached out a second limb, but it couldn't maintain its balance and began to fall. I managed to land a few well-positioned, powerful punches, hammering each eye until I heard the protective layer pop. Bubble wrap. That's what we used to call this sort of substance at UltraPack. The last strike broke the creature's skull. Something sticky splashed out. Shuddering in pre-death agony, the crater's chirping abated as it expired. With a flash, it dematerialized, leaving an item in its wake. It was a decent-sized existence crystal. Plus 44 existence resource points. Verifying the probability of receiving bonus existence resources, 20%. Verification complete. Plus 44 existence resource points. Of course, the valuable loot made me happy, but not as happy as the fact that the crater's body was now gone, complete with the sword-like arm I'd been impaled on. Clutching my wound, I stumbled back to the house and collapsed on the floor in relief as soon as the door shut behind me. Safe at last. The wound soon healed over. The bleed DOT expired. For the next hour, I waited for the regeneration to finish. As I lay there, I estimated that I now had enough resources for the fighting unit module and the uniform module. How long could I continue to walk around naked? If I also needed resources to generate my own mobs, it would be better to wait with the clothes. Right now, it was more important to acquire a pack of fighting units. It would be easier to farm with them, and for all I knew, the fast-developing Carter could reappear in the morning. Then how would I defend myself? I'd lose the hexagon and everything. It would be all over then. Disincarnation and the end of the trial. So first, the units. I opened the Command Center menu, pressed on the item I needed, and accepted the charge of 50 existence resource points. My high intellect would speed up the construction of the module. The fighting unit module generation process had been initiated. Time to completion, 3 minutes. Generation complete. Do you want to create fighting units? Hell yeah! I accepted. The system asked if I wanted to design new units or choose from a catalog of existing ones. I opened catalog and flinched. The creatures were straight out of nightmares. Mechanoids, insectoids, humanoids, synthetic androids, reptiles, animals, birds, plus some totally unclassifiable creatures I couldn't begin to describe. Large and small, fast and slow. There was everything under the sun. Even though the units all looked different, their stats were standard. Ability to attack, travel speed, attack speed, damage, health points, armor. I leafed through the bestiary, which was organized into species and their roles in the group. The roles were clear: melee combat and long-range combat. There were no tanks, healers, or buffers for support. The units couldn't boast many talents at all. They fought by biting, punching, clawing, or using primitive weapons, such as clubs and bows. There was no high-tech or even anything metal. Although the barrel-shaped droids could attack with electric shocks, the damage from them was no worse than a good old whack across the head with a club. I then found the evidence of the participation of our former planet neighbors in the trial and diagnostics. I would like to report that these were brilliant, agile fighters with outstanding reactions and powerful damage. But that wasn't the case. It was standard damage and low armor. But the species... I'd been fantasizing about this since I was a kid. It was a dream to put together my own army just from these mobs, which even included different species and were divided among melee and long-range combat. A level 1 unit cost 1 existence resource point. The cost to maintain their biological processes was the same 1 point per hour, but for the entire permitted pack. That was for all 17 beautiful, terrifying, predatory dinosaurs, a dozen velociraptors that were ravenously baring their teeth, and a magnificent quintet of Dilophosauri that spit poisonous saliva a good 10 yards. I didn't overthink their names, and just called them what we, humans, were used to calling them. Velociraptor, Level 1 Melee Fighter. Phil's Fighting Unit. Health points, 450 of 450. Attack, 21 to 25. Damage absorbed by armor, 9%. Maximum travel speed, 40 miles per hour. Race talent. Pack. Plus 1% to damage for each additional individual in a group of the same species. Earth's paleontologists weren't sure that Dilophosaurus attacked with venomous saliva. But that was their problem, not mine. My little dillies would spit. I pressed accept and start generation. In less than an hour, my interface was cluttered with the icons of each mob. Both the raptors and the dillies were numbered and had health bars. It was a full-fledged raid squadron. The only thing missing was a tank. For now, that would have to be me. Hold on. Where were the units? The house was as empty as before, just me and the stone. I mentally summoned the fighters, and something began to bang against the far wall. Boom, boom, boom. I heard some squealing and screeching. Could these be my guys at the door? I walked outside and found myself surrounded by a crowd of little creatures from the Cretaceous period. They were so small. The raptors were the size of a Great Dane, but their tails made them seem massive, almost my height. The spitting Dilophosauri, which, based on the most recent data, were up to 18 foot tall, poked me on the shoulder with their snouts. The dinosaurs jostled one another and emitted unusual sounds as they tried to obey the summons. More than anything, they were acting like country chickens at feeding time. I barely managed to dodge their powerful tails. Holy crap! Line up, crocodiles! I shouted when one of the most agile of the raptors pierced the top of my foot with an enormous claw. They fell into line and shifted from foot to foot, breathing noisily and gazing into my eyes loyally. I examined my fighters. They might just as well have been incubated. I couldn't detect any discrepancies. I knew that they wouldn't release any XP, and that I could upgrade them only through the command center. But they notched up seniority points, and whenever they achieved particular successes, each of my reptiles could receive a new talent, or buff. The next upgrade would cost 250 existence resource points. Anyway, I hoped it would be easier to farm with them. I left my small army to guard the territory and went back to the command center. Now it was time to get some clothes. When I launched the generation of the equipment module, I had 3 existence resource points left out of 33. The module materialized right there in the house, next to the command center. It looked like a white plastic wardrobe. Its surface was scaly and warm, like the texture of the tunnel I'd gone through in the preliminary section. For 2 existence resource points, the command center offered me the chance to create a basic test subject uniform, without specifying what that included. That was it for now. I didn't have enough resources to upgrade the module, so I accepted the basic set. I felt a fleeting vibration. My uniform was ready. I went over to the wardrobe, but before I even had a chance to open it, an alarm rang out in my head, while my ears heard my mobs squealing frantically. Apparently, we were being attacked. I dashed out to rescue them. The scene was sheer pandemonium. A massive hulk the size of a mammoth was grunting with pleasure as it munched on one of the raptors. Sounding like thugs on a smoking break, the dillies were spitting once per second. The buddies of the one that was being chewed up were hanging on the sides of the monster, futilely trying to penetrate its plated, chitinous spine with their claws and teeth. "Home!" I uttered the mental command out loud, and opened the door. The raptors fell off the hulk like overripe pears, jumped back to their feet, and dashed toward me. The little dillies followed them. Having vengefully covered the monster's snout with black, viscous spittle, they outran the melee fighters and reached the protective dome first. I shut the door behind the last unit. The house was suddenly crowded. I'd lost 2 fighters, both velociraptors. The first one had been chewed to pieces, and the second one had fallen under the monster's 7-ton bulk and was instantly crushed. I ordered the fighters to sit still without making a noise, let alone breathe. We quieted down, waiting for the giant to leave. The cunning bastard, realizing that its food had run off somewhere, continued to walk around the base for a long time, lumbering around the dome and vocalizing its outrage, until it finally snorted in anger and left. It was just in time, because I was about to lose my last resource point to sustain the mobs, and we urgently needed to go farm. When I was already at the door, I remembered the uniform module. I went to check it. Basic test subject uniform. Protection, +15. Durability, 100%. When I put it on, I finally understood what protection meant. All the components of the uniform had their own armor numbers, and in the +15 protection sum showed the same 15% damage absorption. This included a complete set of underwear, combat boots, pants made of some stiff but flexible material, a synthetic belt, a fitted sweater, knee protectors, elbow protectors, shoulder pads, and a multifunction bandana that I tied around my neck. I was especially surprised by the helmet, which completely covered my head. When I put it on, I didn't have any issues. I could see everything and breathe easily. It was a good, serviceable helmet. With my face covered, I'd feel much more confident facing any little kraken. The only weapons were a wooden club and a miserable excuse for a knife that wouldn't cut anything stiffer than a sandwich. I'd seen similar ones in the hands of Carter's blood-sucking units. The weapons damage was measly. They didn't give any bonuses, and compared to my power fist, they were useless. But I took the knife with me anyway. As soon as the large sun rose, my mobs and I got ready to set out on our hunt. I left the house first, and mechanically shut the door, forgetting that my dinosaurs were to follow me. Only one raptor had managed to slip through the closing door. Around 10 yards from the dome, Carter was standing, bold and proud, surrounded by his bloodsuckers from hell. There were still 4 of them, but they weren't aggressive, casting wary glares at my pet. That was strange. Why hadn't I been warned that they were infiltrating my hexagon? When Carter saw me, he stood up, scratched his naked belly, made a show of yawning, and amicably said in English, "Hey, Phil, there's something we have to discuss. Can we talk?" Chapter 6. The Playpen Star. The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted. Too many humans, not enough space or resources to go around. The details are trivial and pointless. The reasons, as always, purely human ones. Fallout 2. Why hadn't the alarm kicked in? Was I really not supposed to find out another test subject was invading my hexagon? Or had Carter infiltrated it before I'd captured it? If that was the case, how had he survived the night? Somehow I doubted that he could fight off the elite monsters by himself. At any rate, it was worth talking to him, especially since attacking him with my level 2 might be brave, but it was also idiotic. I'd already used this tactic on Kraken and barely gotten away. But Carter had already managed to reach level 6, seemingly putting all his earned resources into his level ups. Even if this world didn't have much in common with the computer games of my world, it would be impossible to overcome the 4-level difference. I wouldn't be able to manage him. My only hope lay with the ambush regiment of my little dinos. Together, we just might zerg it. "Carter," I said with a nod. "None other, Phil, my good man," he smirked. "Somehow, things didn't quite work out the first time we met. We just gave each other a little pet for no reason at all. But after that—" He paused, then continued evasively. Things happened." "Things? How did you get onto my hexagon? I should have been warned."
"Hey, are you Russian?"
He changed the subject without answering my question.
"How is it that I understand you? Are you speaking Russian?"
Are you saying that of all the things we've seen here, the thing you're most confused about is that we understand each other?
"Good point," Carter said with a laugh, slapping his thigh. "You're so right, Phil, my boy. When I ended up here and saw one of those creatures that are all over the place, I almost had a heart attack. And the suns, damn it! Have you seen them? There are 2 freaking suns here."
And the sky is purple. We're definitely not on Earth. To be honest, after the preliminary selection, I was ready for anything. The acid jelly there was a nightmare.
"Jelly?"
Carter wrinkled his forehead in confusion.
"Oh, I had that damn labyrinth with predatory sunflowers. At least, that's what I called them. It was somehow different there. One of them almost bit through my arm. So, that's just what I did to it. I bit through its stalk. It was thick, but you could rip it apart in one bite, just like corn on the cob. The juice almost poisoned me, but I have high resist to poisons."
The only explanation I could find for his talkativeness and openness was that he didn't see me as an adversary, and didn't have anyone else to talk to about his experiences. But I kind of liked that. We were like 2 old friends eager to share our adventures. Predatory sunflowers? No way! How many portals did you have? I mean, the ones at the end. I had a red one and a blue one, and I'm still beating myself up over what would have happened if I jumped through the other one.
"Portals? You had portals, for real? I had a staircase in a huge cave. At the top it ran into a hatch, but I couldn't open it. At the bottom it went underwater. It was like ice. I thought it was going to freeze, but I went down and I was caught up in the current, which was so strong it pulled me away from the staircase. Then I passed out and ended up here."
Who was your supervisor?
I think his name was something Valiadis. He was probably Greek. There was this alien girl with him and a really tall monster. It was a demon in the flesh.
Carter scratched the back of his neck with his free hand. In his other hand he held the spear, resting it casually on the ground, like it was a hoe rather than a weapon. Picture this. Dawn in the country, and the next-door neighbor drops in to share the latest gossip. Carter's English was unusual. He had a distinct trace of an accent I couldn't put my finger on. Where was he from? As soon as the thought came to me, my neighbor asked me the very same question. So, you're Russian, Phil? Uh-huh. Where are you from? Johannesburg, South Africa. Carter beat his chest with his fist and then pointed at my raptor. Hey, that Nasha next to you. Is that your unit? Yes. He's mine. He's a velociraptor. Quite a beauty, isn't he? You know, I thought they were a little bigger. No offense, but yours looks like a chicken. Maybe it's because he's not leveled up yet. Maybe, but I've read that supposedly they really were this size. Carter perked up. What are you? Some sort of dinosaur fanatic? No, I'm not a fanatic, but the topic has always fascinated me. I guess we have more in common than I thought. I saw Jurassic Park like 10 times, he exclaimed. Can I touch him? Go ahead. Carter warily came closer to the raptor and reached a hand out toward the creature's mouth. The creature looked at him in confusion, then at me, screeched a warning, then snapped his mouth a millimeter away from Carter's fingers. Carter started and snatched his hand back. Immediately, my raptor collapsed, showered with blows from the bloodsucker's clubs. An arrow shot by an archer pierced the dinosaur's already dead body. Down! Heal! Carter shouted at his mobs before they could attack me as the master of the pet which had aggroed them. He pushed them back and returned to where he'd been standing before. The raptor's corpse was already gone. Sorry about that, Phil. Their last command was, protect, so they lashed out. I guess your unit died too fast. Carter shrugged. Sorry. I saw everything. It wasn't your fault. That's a good thing, he said with a smile. How come you only had one? You don't look like a total monster, so you must have enough charisma for a pack that's good enough. Or did you not have enough existence resources to make more? He didn't want to know much, did he? Did you only have enough charisma for 4 fighters? I asked him instead. His mobs snapped their heads in unison and fixed me with their eyeless faces, baring their teeth and stretching their mouth tentacles toward me. On a signal from Carter, they indifferently turned away. He then asked, smugly, in a tone devoid of the previous friendliness and neighborliness, And what do you know about charisma, Phil? In the other world, chicks couldn't get enough of me. It's just that. You lose it, you know? While you were digging around your hole, I was capturing all the hexagons along the edge of this field of the trial, and you know what? Not only is yours the outermost one, it's also a corner. A corner? Uh-huh. On the other side is the neutral one I captured, and beyond the neutral hexagons, there's nothing. It's an impenetrable shroud. I tried to get through, but I couldn't. So you're my only neighbor. Oh-ho! How's your math? Or were you into arts at school? I'm a writer. For some reason, I felt I needed to clarify. Carter nodded in satisfaction. See, a hexagon has 6 sides. Each of your sides shares a border with a neutral one, and right beyond that, there's a base that belongs to a test subject. But 3 sides of your hexagon butt up against the outermost neutral ones, and beyond the other 3. Carter pointed toward the ravine. There's me and 1 other test subject. I don't know who it is. I haven't reached him yet. How come? You haven't had a chance? I'll share this information with you so it's easier for you to make a decision. In any case, I'm going to win. Look, until you get to a certain level, you can't cross the border of a hexagon that hasn't been captured. In other words, if there's a neutral zone between you and the other person, you can't reach each other. First, you need to capture the neutral zone. Got it? How did he know all of this? I nodded and anxiously looked at the timer that was counting out the draining of existence resources points for both me and my brutes. I had enough from what the command center would generate, but my raptors and dillies wouldn't. Most likely, they would just be disincarnated if they didn't have anything to sustain their biological functions with. According to Earth time, I had around 40 minutes. Or in other words, what was it the rules said? If Carter killed me, he'd capture my hexagon, and I would be disincarnated if I didn't capture a new one within a day?
Okay, Phil. The clock is ticking, and we've got a little problem we need to solve.
Carter turned serious, stood up, and took a step toward me, followed by his mobs.
Tell me, how would you feel if you lost everything you'd achieved with your connection?
The connection? I had no idea what he was talking about.
Well, yeah. I'm talking about that invisible thing in that skull of yours that helped you see more than the average person. Work with the info space, get quests, collect XPs, and level up characteristics. What do you say, Phil?
Are you saying I'll lose the interface if I fail the trial?
Oh, that's what you call it. Okay, the interface then. That's not the point. The point is that there can only be one winner. But whoever passes the trial as part of the winner's clan will keep their memory and the achievements they received with the interface.
The rules didn't say anything about that.
That's because you're only level 2,
Carter said, as though he were a teacher and I were a slow student.
If you get up to level 5, you'll see the expanded rulebook.
Got it. So what are you proposing?
Look, I could knock the hell out of you, and then meet you at your resurrection point and keep killing you until you're out of lives,
he said, apparently ignorant about my earlier death.
If you run away, I'll just capture your command center, and then the signal will tell me where you are. Or,
he raised his index finger,
or you join my clan, and we'll work together to expand our territory. You will lose the connection. I'm talking about the other world, but you'll keep everything it helped you level up. Well, what do you say? It's always better to be on the winner's team, Phil, my boy.
But still, can you tell me how you infiltrated my hexagon?
Okay. I'll tell you if it will help you understand that the scenario isn't in your favor, Carter said, swaying slightly. Including my home hexagon, I've captured 5 already. 5. I'm the first in the trial to have done that.
But did you get any achievements? I blurted out. Shit. I'd put my foot in it, hadn't I? I'd given away too much. He frowned suspiciously.
Have you already gotten something too?
Then his face lit up. He must have realized that in any case my level 2 was no match for his level 6.
It's not important, he said. If you join my clan, it will even be useful for me. Yes, you're right. I was given an achievement, and a talent too. The talent to infiltrate other people's zones without being detected. Right now, it only works for me, but I can level it up, and it will also work for all my clan members. Now, do you understand how we'll proceed? The other test subjects won't have time to get their act together while we capture most of the trial field.
Numbers were coming together in a staggering amount in my head. Carter must have farmed over 2,000 resources in less than a day. How could that be? Based on the achievement I'd received, I was the first on Peebelau to smoke the location boss while normal mobs didn't give so many resources. Well, 5 or 6 points, and taking levels into account, let's say 10 on average. That meant that he'd finished off more than 200 mobs. That fat, gray-haired biker was damn strong. I groped behind my back for the wall of the shelter, preparing to open the door while firing off mental commands to my remaining pets, telling them all to attack every which way. Carter, when did you have time to farm so many existence resources? It's dangerous at night.
Yeah, that's a nice bonus. The side effect of the talent I received with the achievement.
Carter obviously enjoyed talking about this. He was one of those people who brag whenever the occasion arises, as long as there's someone willing to listen.
Monsters don't notice me or my fighters until I attack them. Isn't that cool?
He broke into a self-satisfied smile. Cool. I agreed sullenly. All I'd gotten for my 2 achievements was some characteristic points, while he'd gotten an imba talent.
I'm glad you approve.
Carter smirked and came another couple of steps closer to me.
Okay, time is money, money is honey, Phil. What's your decision?
Look, Carter, maybe for now we can just call a truce? You don't touch me and I don't touch you?
No, my good man. To hell with your proposal. How can I be confident knowing there's a potential enemy lurking around nearby, busy leveling up and just waiting for an opportune moment to stab me in the back? Nothing personal, but I'm planning to win the trial.
Before you set your bloodsuckers on me, I'd like you to tell me. I raised my hand with my palm toward him. What did you used to do in the real world?
Me? He asked incredulously. I'm a musician. I write songs and play guitar. Enough beating about the bush. Are you coming with me?
I hope I get to hear your song sometime, I replied, smiling. But no, my good man, I'm not going with you. I don't like bloodsuckers. Then, a bunch of things happened all at once.
Go!
Carter shouted. He nodded his head sharply, equipping a helmet. His creatures flew toward me. I opened the door to the house. My little dinosaurs burst out and dispersed, screaming their heads off. I yelled commands, telling them whom to attack.
Well, well, aren't you full of surprises?
Carter's muffled voice leaked out from under the helmet. There were 2 big dinosaurs for each of Carter's mobs, plus another one jumping their master. The dinosaurs had fanned out and were spitting their poisonous saliva, aiming for the mouths of the eyeless freaks. Still, they kept missing the mark, as the monsters must have had another way of seeing. Meanwhile, I dashed at Carter, shaking my power fist-covered hand. A raptor had jumped on him, but Carter had killed it instantly with a sharp, imperceptible flourish of his sharp spear. Did that mean his damage was above 500? In any case, it was too late for me to change my strategy. I ducked under the spear that he was pointing at me. Sliding across the glossy surface of the base, I whacked him in the knee with a power fist. His kneecap cracked. The system issued a notification about the damage dealt. Carter cried out, leaped back, and, dragging his leg up, quickly retreated. I'd only managed to take away 7%, despite dealing critical damage. One after the other, my dinosaurs' icons were rapidly turning yellow, then red. Wheeling around, I saw that they were having a hard time. That meant that Carter could also upgrade his mobs. Bad news. The raptors were gnawing at the monsters, the sound of the dilly spitting not letting up for a second. Still, either my mob's damage was still minimal, or the bloodsucker's armor was fortified. But my mobs couldn't even knock out half of their health.
Maybe you'll change your mind, Phil. Carter laughed in my face. You don't have a hope in hell.
I shook my head, simultaneously evading the line of the spear that was directed at my stomach. I then counterattacked, this time managing to land a series of blows and taking away more than 30% health. Carter's stamina wasn't much to write home about, his health points dwindling before my eyes. His helmet cracked from one of my powerful punches. I hit him in the same spot over and over again. Just when I'd almost started to believe that victory was possible, something sharp dug into my side, penetrating my belly and turning my guts inside out. A gnawing pain took my breath away. My eyes clouded over. The system notified me that I'd received critical damage as well as poison and bleeding debuffs. Looking down, I saw that the blade of Carter's new weapon, a dagger, was covered in a black, smoky jelly. My legs buckled. I collapsed. The poisonous substance covering the dagger paralyzed my muscles. The debuff timer's countdown was intolerably long. It took me 10 seconds to be free of it. Carter needed only 2 or 3 of those to finish me off, but for some reason, none fell. The fighting unit panel showed that all my raptors had already been killed, and the Dilophosauri were hanging on by the thread of their remaining health. Suddenly, my bandana was torn from my neck as the bloodsucker's tentacles penetrated my exposed flesh. Something nearby was intently wheezing and sloshing.
Eat, my darlings, eat. Rebuild your strength, Carter muttered paternally.
Watching this scene, I realized that he would be a good, caring master for me. I wrenched myself from this thought. Carter removed his helmet and wiped the sweat from his forehead, as if the battle had already ended. After a moment, I realized that I no longer heard the sounds of spitting, which meant that all my creatures were dead. My health was in the red zone. This musician was practical. You couldn't argue with that. He deliberately didn't kill me, so he could heal the mobs. 4 tentacles clinging onto my neck and temples not only sucked out my blood and health, but also left a stinging pain. My neck was becoming leaden and burning as if a scorching metal band had been placed on it.
It'll all be over for you in a minute, Phil. You'll die. You'll lose your only hexagon, and then you'll be disincarnated. You'll wake up in the world on the day when you first tried on the connection,
Carter said with theatrical sadness.
You just won't have any of those things from the future, and your dull, depressing life will pick up from there. How do I know that? Did you actually think I was any different? I was a failure and an alcoholic. My wife threw me out, and my friends and even my own daughter shunned me. I don't know why, but these elders chose their candidates from among real losers.
Not losers. Barely moving my tongue, I corrected him now that the paralysis debuff had expired.
Ordinary people.
The most ordinary people.
I was never ordinary, Carter erupted. I took my solo act all over the United States.
So you're a star? I tried to smile sarcastically, but it came out crooked.
I was a star, Carter said calmly.
Then he added,
It's about time that you change your mind. I'm looking at a system message suggesting that I invite you to my clan. I wonder if I press accept, will the system ask you to confirm? So, I'm pressing it. You have 3% left. Make up your mind. 2%!
I got a message suggesting that I join Carter's clan. I swiped it away. He was leaning closer to me, so close that I was able to grope for the knife on my hip, pull it out slowly and imperceptibly to him, then plunge it into his ear. He let out a roar, recoiled, and fell to the ground. The blow that had entered his brain was guaranteed to kill anyone back on Earth, but here it was recalculated as critical stab wound, for 134 measly health points. I was overcome by hysterical laughter. I was coughing blood and gurgling bubbles when Carter's sharp spear penetrated my heart, taking me down. The world was extinguished. You are now dead, test subject. Lives remaining, 1. Time left until resurrection, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 7. The Last Life. Surprise, motherfucker. James Dokes, Dexter. This time, the postmortem pain was sharper and more vivid, if you can say something like that about pain. It's an odd concept. You're suspended in the cosmic void, waiting long seconds until you're resurrected, and you think, where are the signals from the nerve ending supposed to go? If there's no body, does that mean there's no brain? You feel like the only part of you that's left is consciousness, which leaves behind a blank mold of your brain at the moment of your death. Maybe that's where all this pain was coming from. My last life began next to the same white stone that I'd activated to capture my first hexagon. But it hadn't been mine for long. Just one night. I didn't see any structures or the familiar ravine, so I guess I'd been resurrected in a neutral hexagon. I think it was the easternmost hexagon of those that surrounded my home, seeing as Carter had captured the other ones. Carter. I remembered him saying that if I got out of here, I'd return to the day when I had gotten the interface and lose everything I'd achieved. Is that what he learned from the expanded rulebook? Perhaps. Assessing the risks, I thought it could be worth taking him up on his offer, because then I'll still have a chance to hold on to everything I'd accomplished. That would be the rational thing to do. But I couldn't force myself to do it. There was something rotten and unpleasant about his behavior and character, and I think that made me loathe him subconsciously. And of course, I admit that I was sort of hoping to accumulate more fighting units than him. In any case, with 15 mobs against Carter's 4, the odds were in my favor. Who could have known that his fighters were reinforced? Never mind. I still had a chance, even if it was minuscule. Once again, I was naked, without weapons, without clothing, and, most insulting of all, without my little dinosaurs. How cute they were. I examined myself and cursed in disappointment. I was wearing the same torn jeans in which I'd arrived at the trial, but they were bursting at the seams because of my bulging muscles. It looked like we were resurrected in the same clothing in which we'd first ended up here. So it was a good thing I'd at least hung on to my sneakers and not chucked them at the acid jelly back in the labyrinth. Nothing would be more infuriating than not having shoes. My city feet weren't really up to walking barefoot. Everything else I had on me was lost. It had become loot for Carter. Even though I'd had no existence resource points to begin with, it was such a crying shame to be left without my full-fledged uniform and power fist. 3 balloons were pulsating in the air, 2 red system notifications, and a gold one. Could it be an achievement? I opened the system messages first. Warning, you have 1 life left. If you lose it, you will lose everything you've achieved and return to the day when you were selected as a candidate. Your memory of your life with the interface will be erased, and the interface will be uninstalled. Warning, you've lost your hexagon. Time left until disincarnation, 1 day. People out time. A countdown timer appeared at the edge of my field of vision. It was just before 1 p.m. local time. My forehead broke out in a sweat. This wasn't just an abstract game countdown. These numbers were showing me the amount of time I had left to make sure I had the best life on Earth. I sprang up, all set to dash off and farm resources to activate the command center, but then cursed, remembering the gold balloon. I opened it. A message unfolded as a voice read it out loud in my head. Test subject. You've unlocked the First to Die achievement. You are the first test subject in this wave to reach your last life. Your bad luck will enter the books, and for the interest of restoring balance, you will receive... Warning. The reward for the achievement has changed. The votes were recounted. 66% of the observers voted to award you a new ability. New reward. Fusion. This talent allows you to generate 1 powerful fighting unit instead of several weak ones. Requirements: an activated command center and a level 2 fighting unit module. Put more fire under your enemy's feet, test subject. I spent a few minutes trying to digest the message. Observers? Like spectators or something? Was this some sort of galactic reality show? Or was it a tribunal that made decisions on loot and on awards for achievements? In any case, this wasn't a computer game, and it was entirely possible that the trial moderators and judges were supplying the participants with something they really needed. I remembered how the Kraken had dropped the power fist that looked more like a glove. An excellent weapon for a boxer, was it not? And what about Carter's spear? I wouldn't be surprised if in his other life his weapon of choice was a pool cue. I'd deal with the talent later. When I captured the hexagon and built a fighting unit module. I understood the idea now, so I thought I could figure out how to set it as I went along. Right now, my most pressing need was to quickly farm 100 points for a new command center. This hexagon was in the forest. At least most of it was. I didn't know where all the extra trees were supposed to go once the base was founded. But right now, that was beside the point. I had a half hour to find a branch I was strong enough to break off and strip down. The texture of the local wood was different from terrestrial wood, and it smelled a bit like rubber. Once I'd made sure that the gnarled club I'd procured could function as a deadly weapon in my hands, it began to shimmer. A phantom energy wave ran up and down it, and with it came the knowledge that it was the club's stats being recalculated. The Gnarled Spiked Club of Last Chance. Creator, Phil. Level, 4 to 8. Chance of stunning, plus 15%. In this reality, the damage of a melee weapon was just added to the damage without a weapon. An average of 6 points damage from the club was nothing to write home about. But in my situation, that was also a plus. And with that, I began to accumulate existence resources. The mobs here really did scale. I wasn't coming across anything above level 4. Small groups of Kirpi, the creature that was like a hedgehog crossed with an octopus, walked along the ground. Little Krekniks spat scorching poison from their hiding places behind trees, unlike anything on Earth. From time to time, whistlers would also crop up. I knew I wasn't in a position to manage assembly line farming. I need to lure them 1 or 2 at a time, then endure the pain each time I struck them. You get used to the pain, like you get used to the fact that the unpleasant feelings quickly subside and the wounds soon heal. There was no decent loot dropping, no resources at all besides tiny existence crystals, and 1 or 2 at a time at that. I now associated the expression, at a snail's pace, with something else, besides slow internet. 3 hours later, I was completely drained. Not so much physically, there was no fatigue here, but mentally. I felt completely discouraged. The timer counting down to disincarnation was ticking, and I gathered only 46 existence resource points. I was being done in by the pursuit of one stubborn whistler. After knocking 2 of its friends down a level, I spent a long time kicking their buddy, dodging it every time it charged at me at full speed, aiming its spiky crest at me. This whistler was level 4, and I was counting on getting at least 4 resource points from it. Having dodged for the umpteenth time, I finally managed to club it on the back, then bashed it again and left it with only 6% life. I silently celebrated my victory. But this bastard cut and run, taking away all the resources that rightfully belonged to me. The wounded mob was spurting orange blood, but it just kept screeching desperately, summoning its buddies without dying. Furious, I ran after it. I was so intent on the chase that I didn't notice when I stumbled into a nest of saracers, those spiky cockroaches I'd first encountered in the ravine. The forest saracers were much more combative than their cave cousins. They attacked all at once from all sides, biting, tearing out pieces of flesh, and picking with the thorns on their chitinous backs. My health points dropped so fast that I ended up 3 seconds away from my final death and permanent disincarnation. I was saved by the fact that I had the club. I never would have been able to disperse the saracers with my bare hands. Panicking, I swung the club to clear a path when it broke in half. I tossed the pieces aside and ran away in humiliation, heading for the safe area closer to the white stone, the center of the hexagon. I needed to recover and take a breather before I could resume farming with fresh strength. I couldn't stop thinking about those 4 existence resource points that the damned whistler had absconded with. With those points, I'd have exactly 50, half of what I needed to activate the command center. I was feeling bruised and demoralized as I nearly reached the stone. Around 20 yards away from it, at the edge of the forest, I crouched down and then stole through the prickly, scorching shrubbery, fearing a run-in with Carter. I didn't see anyone around me, but I figured I should keep crawling to be on the safe side. Crack! An electrical discharge hit the ground 1.5 feet away from my head. What the hell? Trying to figure out what it was, I peered at the charred traces of the discharge, which were around the size of a fist. Cositi? Hey, who are you? I heard a loud girl's voice behind me. Who are you hiding from? She wasn't Russian, but I understood her because whatever she was speaking sounded a lot like a Slavic language. I stood up guardedly, bracing myself for my final battle. As I turned around, the realization dawned on me. This is it. They've come for me. This is the end of the line. Please exit the train. A tall girl was staring at me from behind the trees. She was surrounded by 10 bristly wolves that were growling quietly. Along with them was a 9-foot-tall reddish-brown bear, standing on its hind legs. Its roar reverberated throughout the forest, startling the small animals. A tank, melee fighters, and, I gathered, a sorceress. Giovanna, human, level 2. The girl was wearing the basic uniform set. It was functional and reliable, without a steel-plated skirt or armored bodice. She was holding a staff topped with a gray stone, which crackled with electricity. So I guess she wasn't a sorceress. She must have looted this weapon, a generator of electric discharges. It looked menacing, but I could see that it was only level 2, which meant that the damage was tolerable. It was probably no higher than that of my power fist. Well, my former power fist. Hi, I'm Phil. She smiled. You're Russian. I'm Giovanna. I'm Serbian. Showing no signs of aggression, she approached me confidently and stuck her hand out. I shook it. You all right? She asked with concern. I was killed, I answered as indifferently as I could. I lost everything. I'm collecting resources. You were killed? Her eyes widened. And you resurrected? How'd that happen? Without going into detail, I told her about my encounters with Carter. I warned her that he might pay her an unexpected visit because she was the second of his 4 closest neighbors, me being the first, but he'd already captured my hexagon. Anyway, be careful with him. Giovanna gave a quick shrug, either from the cold or in disgust, I couldn't tell. I see. She paused. So, you need a hexagon? Desperately. You could say that I need everything. I also need one. According to my map, there's a canyon spanning the route to the 3 upper hexagons, and I can't cross it. Someone's already occupying the eastern part, and I haven't had the guts to take the plunge. First, I need to level up my mobs as much as I can. She caressed the bulbous head of one of the wolves, which was poking her side. But I don't want to fight with you. So what do you want? I don't want anything. She stamped her foot, sniffed, and changed the subject. I played tennis in the other world. I started when I was 5. It was third rate. I spent more money traveling to matches than I earned. And then you got the interface? The what? Oh, right. I got the hookup. That's what I called it. The hookup with the universal infospace. In 3 months, I was more successful in practices than I'd been in my whole life. The hookup somehow sped up my development. I almost made it to the top 100, but then I was summoned here. They called it the abduction. They? Yes, the 3 supervisors. Giovanna lifted her head and looked up at the sky, which was almost concealed by the fanned branches of the trees. She pointed her staff upward and released an electric discharge. Missed. What were you aiming at? There are some scary creatures flying around up there. They're on the lookout. If you don't shoot them down, after a while a Chudovice shows up. I smiled at the familiar sound of the Slavic word. Monster. The slip-up betraying her hesitation about the hexagon and her unwillingness to fight me. I'm an athlete, Phil. You're not in shape and you don't have a weapon. And? How about we do this? No matter what, I don't have enough resources to capture this hexagon. If I understand you correctly, you don't either. The first one to finish farming will activate it. How about we agree that the other person doesn't stand in their way? Sure thing, Giovanna. Thank you. No problem. Take this, it's only fair. She held out a knife that was identical to the one I had received with a basic uniform set. I'm sorry I don't have anything else I can share. Good luck, Phil. She left me and set off into the forest, preceded by the huge, bulky bear. I wondered what I would have done if I'd been her. Farming went much faster now that I had a knife. Twilight was setting in as I hurried toward the white stone, having collected a few more than 100 existence resource points. I got the extra points by chance. I'd had 99 points when I suddenly killed a pack of little Krekniks and collected 10 points from them. I ran as fast as I could so I'd arrive in time. If Giovanna had already claimed the hexagon, which there was no way for me to know because I hadn't gone outside its borders, then I was in deep trouble. I wouldn't have time to get to another neutral hexagon before nightfall, and the nights here were wild. I'd get swallowed up, and I wouldn't even notice. It would be impossible to survive the night outside a shelter. You couldn't sweat out 6 local hours in a burrow. You'd get eaten alive by the saracers, which were hiding in every crevice. And you couldn't wait out the night in a tree. I knew all too well that they were occupied by 3-tailed, toothy squirrel-like things with stingers, and by flat, brightly colored snakes covered in slime. The snakes camouflaged themselves by blending in with the tree bark, but when they attacked, they burst into hypnotic colors. One of those snakes had bitten me on the shoulder. That had given me a poison debuff that had instantly taken off 5% of my life per second. On top of that, the pain was agonizing. My shoulder had swelled, turned black, and become so inflamed that in despair I tried to cut the lump off with a knife. I had to cut some healthy flesh off with it, just to be on the safe side. After half an hour, I'd healed, and my health had been restored. The ghastly-looking wound had closed before my eyes as new muscles and blood vessels materialized, covered with new skin. Just as I could finally make out the command center activation stone, I dropped to the ground and lay still. Luckily, I'd noticed the behemoth creature with its disproportionately long and large pincers before it saw me. The monster was standing firmly on 8 powerful, pillar-like legs. It was about the size of a 2-story building, its body protected by an anthracite-colored plated armor that gleamed in the darkness. It hadn't yet caught sight of me. It was standing with its back to me, banging on a 3-yard-wide tree trunk. Snakes and the squirrel-like things were raining down from the branches. The unlucky ones were adeptly seized in flight by the creature's gargantuan pincers and thrown into its mouth, while the others scurried in all directions. Canavar. Location boss. Level 8. Life points 4,000. Even if I were properly clothed, I wouldn't be able to handle this one. I'd have to go around it. Keeping my distance, I moved in an arc, trying to keep the white stone in view. The Canavar continued its dirty work, waging genocide on the snakes and squirrels. I mustered up some courage, stood up straight, and dashed past so I'd have enough time to get a hold of a new house before darkness set in. My race was short-lived. Darkness was setting in, and instead of looking under my feet, I kept my eyes on the Canavar and the white stone. So I was going at full speed when I fell into a pit that had been concealed by dried branches. I flew headlong about 5 yards and got stuck between the narrowing, steep walls of an opening. The knife, which I dropped when I fell, flew down to the bottom of the pit. My chest was being compressed, and for the life of me I couldn't extricate myself. I choked up, my ribs cracking, blood rushed to my head, my vision dimmed. The timer dispassionately counted down the time remaining to disincarnation. The darkness thickened. I was stuck. There was no way around it. The panic that had started somewhere in my stomach gradually built up, morphing into a persistent fear. The thought of the observers watching me go through all of this made me feel furious and ashamed of how ingloriously I was ending my journey. There were a few local hours left before permanent disincarnation. Blood poured down my face. Then I passed out. A searing pain roused me. It felt like hundreds of white-hot needles were pricking my body from my heels to my stomach. I had no idea why I was in so much pain. I hadn't received any system notifications about any damage. The logs kept refreshing at lightning speed, notifying me about continuous damage dealt by the vampire leeches that had latched onto me. My imagination, or rather my newfound knowledge, showed me tiny little critters no larger than a coin that were entering my body through my pores, eating away at my flesh and softening it with an acidic secretion so they could swallow and absorb it. In mere minutes my health was already in the orange zone. There was less than 20% left. I wriggled my body, thinking that if I couldn't escape, maybe I could at least smear the sticky bastards over the wall of the sinkhole, but to no avail. I unconsciously recalled the best moments of my life. My early dates with Vicky, my leveling successes, my new friends, Alec, Cyril, Veronica, Marina, and Kostya, my business, our plans, my boxing victories. Then I was shaken out of my reverie by heavy footsteps that made the ground shake. The stomping was so strong it made my ears ring. When my health got to 14%, the counter froze as a deep bellow reverberated somewhere above me. The damage stopped. The leeches scattered as someone big had arrived on the scene. Sniffing the air, this someone reached a limb in toward me. The earth crumbled from above, hitting me on the face and showering me with dry branches. I needed to hold my breath, so I could then exhale sharply and keep breathing. An unrelated thought occurred to me. How was it that I was breathing here? After all, existence resources took care of the biological processes, didn't they? Or was there just no way not to breathe? I heard and felt the scorching, noisy breathing of an annoyed monster that was patiently trying to reach me. Its limbs were too large for the crevice. It roared its disappointment, temporarily deafening me. According to the logs, it was the Canavar, the location boss. Apparently the squirrels and snakes had not sated its hunger. Having worked itself into a huff, the boss began to bang on the edges of the pit, stirring up a new round of debris. Now there were also rocks falling from above, hitting me painfully on the soles of my feet, my legs, and everything in between. The steep walls of the pit trembled, making my whole body vibrate, and I also started to move, sinking lower with each blow. Lower down, the space between the walls started to expand. I helped myself slide down. When the walls stopped supporting me, I just let myself drop. I managed to tuck my body and cushion my fall with my partially bent arms. I didn't escape damage. My health was now below 10%, but at least I was alive. The first thing I did was to feel around for the knife that I dropped when I fell. I gripped it, blade downwards, so as to be ready to attack any inhabitants of the pit. The night was counting off the last hour. Thanks to my high perception, I could see in the complete darkness of the pit. Above my head, the Canavar was growing furious, but from where he was, he couldn't reach me. I could deal with the vampire leeches now, just let them try to mess with me. Prepared to sell my life dearly, I looked around, but didn't see any enemies. There was only me and the bottom of the pit, which measured around 10 square yards. Holy shit. I would never get out of here. As cliché as it was, I was behaving exactly like a tiger in a cage. As I paced the bottom of the crevice, my health slowly but surely restored. Just think that I had the 100 resources to capture the hexagon, I'd survived the leech's onslaught, avoided the jaws of the Canavar, that excavator bucket, and outdone Giovanna in collecting resources. But I had nowhere to go from here. Apparently, deciding to deal the final blow to my morale, the system displayed a burning crimson notification in front of me. Warning. Time remaining to permanent disincarnation. 1 hour. Thank you for letting me live until now. An hour was a long time. I remembered my early jogging days when I'd first got the interface, when even 5 minutes of running felt like an eternity. But here, it was a whole hour, or more if you counted in Peebelau time. The noise above me had stopped. The Canavar must have left to look for an easier victim. I examined the surface of the walls inch by inch, searching for something to grasp onto. I groped around, trying to pierce the knife into something, but all I did was dull its blade. I didn't know what I was expecting, but I wasn't about to just sit down and wait for the end. 40 minutes before disincarnation, I glimpsed a shimmering veil in one of the distant corners of the pit. I looked over, but didn't see anything. I stepped back, and there it was again. I blinked, but the shimmering didn't go away. Fixing my eyes on it, I went closer and reached out. Before I knew it, I was being sucked into a portal, just like in the preliminary selection. I found myself in a bright, well-lit tunnel that looked like the one I'd already completed. The scaly surface was a bit darker than in the other one, but here it seemed more spacious. The corridor was wider, and the ceilings were higher. A red balloon appeared in front of me. I focused on it, and it popped, forming Russian letters. Test subject. You've discovered and entered a lost location in the wormhole. An instance. An extinct civilization of sentient beings that lived on Pibelau used instances as test sites for training and testing soldiers. The only way for you to escape the instance is to defeat all your adversaries. Warning: this location is the first to be discovered by a test subject. The probability of finding a lost artifact is doubled. Pass a level 2 instance solo? I felt my lips stretch into a smile. I began to understand how Carter had reached level 6 so fast. He'd probably also discovered a piping hot instance in which time stood still. If that old guitar player could do it, so could I. After all, I dedicated half my life to World of Warcraft. I pulled myself together and set off to complete the dungeon. Getting through it successfully was my only chance at holding on to everything I'd achieved. I wondered what was happening on Earth right now. Did anyone miss me? I carefully picked my way through the tunnel, staying on my guard, but I didn't come across any traps or aggressive mobs. Thinking about the lost artifacts, I scrutinized every suspicious bump, but I didn't find anything. After about 100 yards, as I was wondering in bewilderment where all the adversaries I was supposed to defeat were, I turned a corner and bumped up against some decidedly non-humanoid beings that were hovering in the air. They were semi-transparent, but they were definitely real. When they caught sight of me, they gave a little rustle, then soared toward me. It was too late to run. I got into fighting stance. Let's do it pronto. Pronto didn't happen. The local mobs, 1.5-foot creatures with an energy armor that called to mind jellyfish hovering in the air, traveled in groups of 5 or 6. Each pack generally had an officer that directed the squadron by rustling and fluttering its tentacles. When I saw the first pack, I instantly knew that this sentient species had been the second to dominate the planet before it was annihilated by competitors for the living space. Similar test sites had been created by the victors during a centuries-long war to train young fighters. The victors and the losers were gone now, but the instances still functioned. Except that they were filled with full-fledged combat units. It would be a challenge for me in my torn jeans and with nothing but my dull little knife. These jellyfish-like things were armed with an oddly shaped kinetic weapon which looked like a cube with openings. When they placed their tentacles in some of the openings, projectiles flew out of the opposite side. Whether the caliber was just so-so or the trial system had recalculated the damage, the only threat from the jellyfish was the combined barrage. It would be impossible to escape something like this, so I just covered my eyes to make sure that after the attack, once I'd overcome the pain from the impact, I could make a run for my enemies and make mincemeat out of them. Of course, before I could reach their brittle flesh, I'd need to get their energy shields down. But that took only a couple of stabs of the knife. After each pack, I had to take a pause to recover. It would be idiotic to take the risk and attack the next pack of mobs without a full health bar. I was surprised to see that after I'd fought off these mobs, I'd earned existence resources, but didn't find any artifacts or get any loot. Even their cubic rifles, I don't know what else to call them, didn't drop, and all my attempts to grab them before the corpses disincarnated were in vain. My hand just passed right through them. But after about 3 dozen of these packs, I'd farmed more than 1,000 existence resources. Upon some brief reflection, I bought myself 2 levels. I did so as I accumulated resources, not both at once. I'd spent 602 points on them. They were supposed to have cost 700, but I had that 14% development speed bonus, so I got away with using fewer points. I invest the 4 characteristic points I'd gotten for leveling up into charisma and stamina. Considering that this was my last life, it was vital that I boost my health, and I would have invested all my points in that, but the victory over the jellyfish had given me some confidence. After my string of failures, I started thinking strategically. as if it were a done deal that I'd capture the hexagon and keep going in the trial. Now my profile looked like this. Phil, human, level 4, main characteristics, strength 21, agility 11, intellect 20, stamina 20, perception 21, charisma 20, luck 15, character stats, lives 1, captured hexagons 0, ranking 169 of 169, existence resources 659 of 4,000. The ranking told me that I was again in last place, and that all the trial subjects were still in the game. Composed and focused, I found myself standing in front of the chamber with the last boss. I knew what it was, the only one for the whole location, and once I'd finished it off, I'd have gotten through the instance. Deniza Nasi. Location boss. Level 7. Life points 2,900. The boss was in the chamber in all its proud solitude, busy with a task that was undoubtedly important. It was suspended in the air, swinging and flapping its long tentacles, waving them around as if caught in a breeze. Since it couldn't see me, I had time to come up with a plan. If it were like the other jellyfish, just much bigger, there shouldn't be any particular problems. It probably had some special talents, but if I wanted to find out what they were, I had to test them out. The only option was reconnaissance by fire. I stepped into the chamber. The Deniza Nasi ignored me. I crept closer to it before it became clear that it didn't give a damn about me. So I quickened my step, and as I ran, I plunged the knife into it. The boss reared its tentacles, snapped its membrane at me with a supersonic squeal, and flew away. Blood gushed from my ears. 1/4 of my life was gone, and I'd taken all of 10% of its energy shield. Without waiting for the next squeal, I dashed at it, hammering it with my left fist and the knife in my right hand. I didn't give it a chance to put any distance between us. Just 3 more supersonic shrieks would be the end of me. By its 3rd squeal, I removed its shield and was yanking off its health points with abandon. The chase, in which we tried to destroy each other, ended with us reaching the finish line at the same time. I stripped it of its last % of life just as the monster raised its tentacles again, about to break into another deadly squeal. The hellish shriek ended almost right when it began. Blood gushed from my whole body. It spilled from my pores and from my burst blood vessels. But even as it spewed from my eyes, I threw my arms up and victoriously screamed something life-affirming and obscene. I dropped to the ground and lay there for so long that even my health had a chance to restore. The drying blood covered my whole body in a shell, but as soon as I stood up, its crust broke off, disintegrating into dust. A huge existence crystal and something giving off a dull, silvery shine lay in the spot where the boss had disappeared. Loot. I pulverized the crystal. My chance to get a double amount of trophy kicked in, rewarding me with 500 existence resource points. Next, I picked up the silvery item. It was a ring. Its description wasn't exactly exhaustive, but the gist of it exceeded all my expectations. Leadership Ring of Reinforcement. +3 to your fighting unit's levels. I slipped the ring onto my finger and studied it for a while. I didn't recognize the dull, purplish metal. For the next few hours, I proceeded calmly and unhurriedly. I had nowhere to hurry. The timer counting down to disincarnation had stopped at 39 minutes. I investigated all the nooks of the instance, hoping to find a little secret or an unnoticed artifact, but had no success. Either I didn't have enough perception, or the game developers from the senior races didn't spoil the trial subjects with abundant loot. I was then struck by the understanding that all the unconventional gear was unique here, and that's why it cropped up infrequently. After I'd finished, I approached the portal that had appeared in the boss's chamber after its death, and entered it. In the blink of an eye, I was carried out of the instance. To my delight, the exit wasn't in a crevice. While I'd been stuck in it, dawn had already broken. The rays of both Pibalaw's suns blinded my eyes. I waited for my eyesight to adjust before I realized where I was. Yes. I was next to the white stone of the same neutral hexagon where I'd met Giovanna. The disincarnation timer had now restarted, but I didn't care. I placed my palm in the indentation in the stone and activated the command center. The 3 circular waves of energy announced the capture of the hexagon, outlined the outer 6-sided perimeter of the base, and erected a dome over the shelter. Another red balloon from the system cheerfully notified me that my disincarnation had been cancelled. I felt like a rock the size of Mount Everest had dropped from me. Wasting no time, I generated the basic uniform module and the fighting unit module. That cost me 70 existence resource points. Next, I upgraded both modules. That cost me 10 times as much, but I remembered how effective Carter's upgraded mobs were and decided it was worth it. So that was 700 gone, leaving me with 359 existence resource points. The upgrade took more than an hour. I used the time to thoroughly study the fusion potential, the talent I'd received from my last achievement. I played around with it on the creatures from the catalog, but I didn't yet understand what was different. How was I supposed to generate one awesome raptor instead of 20 weak ones? Still in the dark, I went over to the improved uniform module. It had been the first to level up, and I immediately activated the clothing generation. Now the wardrobe had 2 doors, and it was 4 times the size of the last one. Was it so there'd be room for the cannonry? I wouldn't mind having a minigun. I opened one of the doors, picked my jaw up off the ground, undressed, and climbed inside. I turned on the water and washed under the streams of warm, soothing liquid, scrubbing off the dirt and sweat. As much as I wanted to bask in the shower, I didn't waste more than 5 minutes there. Just enough time to sing a couple of songs. I turned the water off with a mental command, and a dryer automatically started running. It was a fan, blowing from every direction. A second door concealed a complete set of improved gear. Its components were the same as in the basic one, but it looked more impressive and reliable. Improved test subject uniform. Protection, plus 30. Durability, 100%. The set included a good dagger, with double the damage of the basic knife, and a metal club. I equipped everything. The uniform was close-fitting. Nothing was loose, but it didn't hinder movement either. Perfect. I was in a good mood when I returned to the command center to figure out fusion once and for all. The upgrade of the fighting unit module was also complete. I could see that the Raptor's stats had nearly doubled compared to level 1. I opened the interactive catalog and paged through it. My eye caught on a category called Special Species, which wasn't there before. I guess I could now access it because of my new talent. That was it. The talent required a level 2 module. These mobs I was now looking at really were special. They were worth between 5 and 100 basic units. In other words, for 5 charisma points, I could get any of these instead of a pack of weak mobs. But for each additional point, I could strengthen the mob even more. Also, every additional point increased all the other stats, from body weight and armor level to damage and travel speed, and every 10 points would give me an additional talent. In my case, the choice was clear. I tapped the mob I wanted and placed all 20 of the available units in it. It cost me 200 points to generate my mega unit, and it took a half hour. I decided to wait so I could go out and farm and capture new hexagons at the same time. While I waited, I studied the administrative interface of my new base. It was wildly expensive to upgrade the modules to the next level. I wouldn't be collecting that much anytime soon. There were no other modules. Apparently, I needed to upgrade the level of the whole base, but that required level 5, and I hadn't gotten that far yet. Anyway, I was nearly out of resources. I was down to 150, just enough to capture a new, neutral hexagon. Test subject. An enemy has infiltrated your territory. Base 1 is under threat of capture. Inside the shelter, or maybe it was in my head, an alarm sounded. There were red flashes in the corners of my eyes. An icy wave shot through my body as I smelled something burning. That was the system telling me through every means possible that my hexagon was under attack. It couldn't be Carter, since his invisibility talent allowed him to encroach on my hexagon without attracting attention. So who was it? Giovanna? I leaped outside and looked around warily. The alarm directed me toward a break in the perimeter. I followed the signal and stopped next to the fence. I stood there and peered at the part that wasn't obscured by the fog of war. A massive crowd soon appeared in view. It was in fact Giovanna, with her pack of wolves and bears. But she wasn't alone. Waddling beside her was Carter, surrounded by his bloodsuckers. There were now 8 of them, 6 small ones with metal clubs and 2 archers with human-sized bows. I could see Carter's lips moving, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. His archers froze in place, drew back their bowstrings, and released a flight of arrows which pierced the floor of the base in a semicircle half a yard away from me. Carter waved his hand in greeting. I retreated a little closer to the shelter. Giovanna's bear ran through the gap in my fence. The others followed it. Carter chuckled.
"Fancy meeting you here, Phil. I brought someone with me today."
"Phil," Giovanna said with a nod. I glared at them. Apparently, the moment of truth had arrived. There was nowhere for me to run, and anyhow, it would have been a shame to throw everything away. I'd invested too many resources into this base. Hiding in the shelter was out of the question since it wouldn't protect me against the infiltration of other test subjects. My only hope was that my super unit would have time to generate before I got killed. "What do you want, Carter?"
"I've come to make you the same offer as before. As you can see, Giovanna's joined me, and she doesn't regret it. Right, hun?"
She nodded sullenly. I looked her in the eye, but she averted her gaze. "You've made a slave out of a weak girl, and you think that's something to brag about?" Carter smirked.
"Not just that. Check out my mobs. There are twice as many, and they're a higher level. They're level 3 now. I invested in them. I learned from my fight with you that it's also important to level them up. They're real beauties, aren't they?"
"They're ugly as hell."
"Ha ha! And where are your little lizards?" "I don't see them."
"Ah!" He laughed again, his cheeks jiggling.
"You have no crap left besides this worthless base."
He clicked his tongue sympathetically.
"Is it hard to farm resources with nothing but a little knife? But seeing as you have clothes on now, I guess you managed to farm something there. Oh-ho! And you must have picked up a few levels."
"Does that bother you?"
"Oh, Phil boy, what do I care about your level 4? I'm amazed at your spite."
Carter spread his arms wide, making a show of looking upset.
"Is it my fault that we're pitted against each other?"
"Are they," I gestured upward with my eyes, "the ones who made you force Giovanna to lose all hope of keeping her connection?"
"There was no forcing. She made the decision all by herself. Johanna," he pronounced her name wrong, "is too weak. Can't you tell? So I actually saved her. If it hadn't been for me, she would have lost everything."
"Phil, it was my choice," Giovanna confirmed, but her eyes said otherwise. Carter squinted, looking me up and down.
"Your uniform is leveled up," he exclaimed in surprise. "When did you get the chance to do that?"
"Yesterday, obviously. I found a nest of fat little Carters, let out a big fat pile of crap on it, and got an achievement. Guess what it's called?" Giovanna smiled. Carter smirked maliciously.
"That's a dumb joke. Is that the sense of humor you people have in Russia? No big deal. In a few minutes everything here will belong to me. Accept my offer or drop dead. Everything here will be mine."
He was sending me an invitation into the clan. 3 seconds. I pretended I was studying the conditions for joining Carter's clan. 2 seconds. Giovanna? Everything will be okay, I said, turning to her. 1 second. I shook my head. No, Carter. You and your offer can go to hell. He shrugged. Whatever. No matter what, Boom. The ground shook as if a 100-yard-wide meteor had fallen from the sky. Carter and Giovanna were looking over my shoulder in bewilderment. A long bellow sounded from behind me, bursting our eardrums and making us freeze. A single frame with the long-awaited icon of my new fighting unit appeared in my interface. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Level 5 melee fighter. Phil's fighting unit. Health points, 4,500 of 4,500. Attack, 1,500 to 3,000. Damage absorbed by armor, 50%. Maximum travel speed, 45 miles per hour. Weight, 10 tons. Talents, Furious Roar. Shred 'em, squash 'em. Now, let's do some fighting. Chapter 8. The Class Reunion. Penny. I didn't know you played the cello. Leonard. Yeah, my parents thought that naming me Leonard and putting me in advanced placement classes wasn't getting me beaten up enough. The Big Bang Theory. Now let's do some fighting, I announced, then promptly woke up. I woke up because my face was itching terribly. Not just my face. My entire body was itching. Even, down there. The itch was so overwhelming that I hurried to brush the sheet off and pulled out the elastic of my shorts to make sure everything was as it should be and that there wasn't any suspicious redness. Everything was fine. It even seemed like everything was a little more fine than before. Scratching the back of my neck in confusion, I sat up in bed and cringed at the sharp aches and pains in my bones. My joints and ligaments also groaned in pain. What was going on? Odd. For all I knew, it could have been some sort of medical condition. Then, finally, my initial panicked thoughts gave way to understanding. Before going to sleep, I'd upped charisma, hadn't I? On my mental command, the notification icon blinking in the information dashboard expanded into a message. Increase in attractiveness according to societal standards of the local segment of the galaxy complete. Your height has increased by 0.8 inches. Target height of 6'2" not achieved. Your hair has been pigmented. Target pigment achieved. Your skin has accumulated enough melanin. Target tan hue achieved. Your hairline has been corrected. Hair structure optimized. Target eyelash length and eyebrow shape achieved. Target parameters for eye, nose, cheekbone, cheek, lip, jaw, chin, forehead, and ears have been achieved. Missing teeth reconstructed, 2. Damaged teeth reconstructed, 19. Tooth shape and position have been corrected. Skin has been smoothed and corrected. Your eye color has been changed to dark blue. The portrait of all the changes was long. With each line I read, my new dark blue eyes that had replaced my brown ones widened even more. I put a finger in my mouth and felt around for the new teeth where I was used to having gaps. One of them had been pulled by a boozy dentist in my student days. He'd had a short pre-holiday the day before International Women's Day, and I was in so much agony from the intolerable nagging pain in my head that I agreed to let him pull it. I'd lost the second tooth foolishly when I'd been on a World of Warcraft binge and had put off getting a filling for over a year. When I finally dragged myself to the dentist, there was no longer any point in fixing the tooth, and the only solution was to extract it. Before I got to the end of the list, I abandoned it and hurried into the bathroom. I stood in front of a large mirror and scrutinized myself. It did, in fact, seem to be me. It was clear that it wasn't anyone other than me, but there were imperceptible changes. My skin was darker, and the tan was pure, like from a magazine cover. My chin was a little more solid and confident. My smile? I grinned at myself in the mirror and was amazed at what I saw. The open smile with the perfectly even, strong, snow-white teeth seemed not to belong to me. The best part was that it was me. The skin on my face was perfectly smoothed, as if it had been professionally photoshopped. My eyes were brighter and more piercing. My hair was darker. On the whole, a brown-eyed, brown-haired man had been replaced by a blue-eyed brunette. I liked what I saw. Damn, was I for real? What is a man supposed to be? Hairy and smelly, just slightly more attractive than monkeys. Since when had I been concerned about my looks? I think you could say that I was always concerned about my looks. Even from when I was a kid, when the girls I liked ignored my intelligence and swooned over Pasha Pashkovsky, because he was cute, and Andrei Belyaev because he was strong. And when I got older and understood that you can't change your looks and need to work with what you have, I got used to being happy with what God and the genetic lottery had given me. So I liked what I saw in the mirror now. One little charisma point, and one big step for Phil Panfilov. How would my newly acquired height affect my clothes? I hoped that my legs hadn't grown, or had everything else expanded in proportion to my height? Based on what I'd seen of myself in my shorts, size really did matter. Had I been brought in line with the societal standards of the local segment of the galaxy? How would I explain all of this to my parents? Contact lenses and a tanning salon, dentist, cosmetologist, and hairdresser could explain the changes in my looks, but how would I explain my height? I suppose I could chalk it up to working out if my parents and Kira happened to get suspicious. In a daze, I went into the hallway to try my shoes on. My thoughts were a mess of confusion and hesitation. On the way, I turned into the kitchen, forgetting that I was heading to get my sneakers. I turned on the kettle to make coffee and started to gather my stuff to go running. It wasn't until after that, when I'd pulled my running clothes out of the dryer, that I realized that it wasn't Sunday morning, but the evening, and that I needed to go to my class reunion. The clock on the interface showed that it was 9 p.m., but the gathering was called for 7. I was late. What the hell? How did that happen? My rational self told me that it was no big deal, and that before everyone got there, there'd be a little of this and that, some people would already be drunk and loosened up, and in any case there'd be some initial restraint after so many years away from each other. My thoughts raced while my body acted. I showered, put on my new threads, squirted on some aftershave, +5 to charisma, and gave my shoes a quick polish. With my watch on my wrist, my wallet in my back pocket, and my phone in my jacket, I called a cab. Ready? Oops. Sorry, Boris, old girl. I filled her food dish to the brim and poured water into her water dish. I took a good look at myself in the mirror by the door. I was ready to meet my classmates. The taxi that rolled up looked like a rusty washtub. I was horrified when I saw it, but this was no time to be picky. I was late. I dove in. The upholstery smelled of rancid tobacco, and the window handles were broken off, but I just went along for the ride, holding my breath. I was tense, but the driver couldn't have cared less. He was used to it, and no longer noticed. Thanks to my high perception, I could detect all the finer details of the odors. The mat on the left smelled of vomit, and the mat on the right reeked of beer. The body behind the wheel, too, added its 2 cents to the general ambiance. With due respect, this particular cabbie didn't seem to have made it to the shower in quite a while. On the plus side, he didn't try to strike up a conversation. Well, he was having a conversation of sorts, railing against some guy called Mikhailich, who was getting out of line. But at least he was talking on the phone, not to me. As if all of this wasn't enough, my new sneakers were tight. I'd deal with it, but of course I wouldn't be able to keep them. I'd need to exchange them for the next size up. I guess I could put up with them just for the evening. It seemed like all the other clothes fit normally, except for the shirt, which I had to keep untucked. The changes had made me almost an inch taller. I wondered what I was expecting from this reunion. I certainly wasn't going to take part in the Vanity Fair. I had nothing to boast about. Paulina? Well, maybe. I was a free agent, after all. Anyway, seeing my childhood friends, my classmates, was something to celebrate. Half our active lives had passed. Just add on the same amount, and then we'd be old. What if I never saw some of them again? That was a strange thought. I'd managed to live the past 15 years without suffering from or lamenting that I hadn't seen these guys in ages. But as the opportunity arose, I instantly decided to get together with them, as if I had no problems with extraterrestrials or the son of the first deputy mayor. On the other hand, what could I do now? My replica was taking the rap for me in the trial, and maybe nothing would come of the incident with Doroshkin. When I got to Chito Givrito, there was already a crowd by the entrance. They showed unexpected curiosity when they saw the car that drove up. I paid the driver, shrugged when he lamented that he didn't have any change, and quickly jumped out of the mobile gas chamber, enduring the stares of the smokers clumped outside. There were at least 20 people. Were those my classmates? Yep.
"Hey, it's little Philip!" boomed a voice I remembered from my school days. "He still has his personal chauffeur! Ha ha!"
"That's right, Zufil has arrived." Damn, another nickname surfaced. There was no hidden meaning. They called me that because I loved animals. I went over to them. I didn't recognize half of them. Either my memory was betraying me, or they'd changed a lot. In any case, the interface came to the rescue. I mechanically took the readings: health, marital and employment status, children, social status levels. No one had a social status level higher than 9, but almost all of them had kids. A lot of them were divorced, but Paulina was married. She had 2 kids. Too bad. "Hey!" Ignoring the banter, I went over to them. "Andre, Pasha, Max, Tanya, Yana, Lena, Paulina."
"Hey! It's been forever!"
Pasha grabbed me and tried to squeeze me hard until my bones crushed, like he used to when we'd been kids. But I didn't give in.
"Dude, you've gotten strong."
"You really have changed a lot since we graduated," said the redhead Lena Yezhova, whom I'd recognized immediately without the system's help, even though I hadn't seen her once in 15 years. "If I ran into you on the street, I'd walk right past you without recognizing you."
"On what street? Where you live in Boston?" guffawed Andrei Belyaev,
the very same Andrei who owned the restaurant.
"I doubt Phil ever goes there."
"True. I've got a long way to go," I smiled. "Almost everyone's here already, as I can see." "It's not just us. Only the smokers came outside," said Paulina. "There are just as many people inside. There are also people from the other class here." "Should we go in? How much can we smoke?" "Yeah, really," said Yana Logvin in agreement. The 2 of them had always been friends, and it looked like they'd gotten even closer over 25 years. "Let's go."
"Phil, into the penalty area."
Squeezing my neck, Andre pulled me into the restaurant's little courtyard. Just juice for me.
"How come?" Andre asked in surprise. "What's up? We haven't seen each other in ages."
"That's why, Andre. Because I want to look at everyone sober and be able to remember them later. Especially the people who don't live here. What if I don't see anyone ever again? Why don't you tell me about your restaurant? Why is it called Chito Givrito?" "Oh, man, it's a long story." As we made the short trip to the table, Andre told me about his love for Georgia. He was breathing hard, smoking, alcohol, and his triple chin. He and his health weren't best friends. But for the time being, his stamina was okay, so it was too early to sound the alarm. We stepped out onto a separate summer veranda. Andre left me to go take his place at the head of the table. The tables were placed together and covered in snow-white tablecloths, topped with a selection from the arsenal of the finest Georgian cuisine and alcohol. I saw sweating bottles of vodka and carafes of house wine. I walked around the table, saying my hellos and choosing a place to sit. Someone hugged me from behind. Panfilov. Where are you going? Stay here, Paulina said, pulling me down next to her. Oh, you smell amazing. She came closer to me and breathed in deeply. Awesome. What's it called? Killian or something? It's fierce, she said in delight. Hey, Phil, you owe 5,000. I forgot to tell you that we're chipping in for Andre. He gave us a good discount. Of course, no problem. I took out my wallet and gave her a bill. I caught Paulina sneaking a look at my wallet, noting suspiciously that there wasn't much left in it, a 1,000-ruble note and a few hundreds, and that the material was worn out. You were late. She sounded a bit insulted. We prepared a whole opening ceremony and you missed the entire thing. I'm sorry I couldn't get here earlier. What did I miss? The crowd around us was chattering loudly. While Paulina told me about the opening ceremony, I hadn't missed anything important, just everyone getting up and talking a little about themselves. I looked around at the restaurant. In addition to our party, there were other guests at separate tables enjoying a night out, waiters scurrying about between them. There was also a small dance floor where women of a certain age were gliding around. On the whole, it was a pretty grown-up crowd, except for 5 or 6 young riffraff types having a grand old time at one of the tables. "Happy birthday, gorilla!" they sang out. What would you like to drink? A waiter behind me asked. I have red and white wine, whiskey, vodka, and cognac. Water, please. Panfilov! Kostya Klose, who was sitting across from me, was indignant. What? Why aren't you drinking? I don't feel like it. He doesn't want to drink and isn't drinking. What do you care? Snarled Sergei Rezve. Kostya, you ought to slow down. You're getting kind of drunk. I nodded gratefully to Rezve. He answered with a smile and a wink. Seeing as he hadn't touched his glass of wine, I guessed that he wasn't drinking either. Panfilov, we need you drunk today, Paulina sided with Kostya. Get this man some whiskey. The waiter was flustered. That's fine. Bring it, please. I rescued him from his confusion. I wouldn't drink. I'd just take a little sip. That would be easier than having to keep explaining why I didn't want to drink. My appearance didn't stir up any reaction at all. The only person I was good friends with was Peshkovsky, and he was sitting at the other end of the table. While Paulina was always nice to everyone, and she was in a good mood with everybody. Still, our school romance that had never happened also seemed to be intriguing her and affecting her mood. So everything was like it had always been. The old cliques from our school days reformed. Strangely, I felt like the same person I always had been. For instance, just as I hadn't been interested in Ilya Kravchenko then, I couldn't care less that he was here now. Hey guys! Andrei was trying to get everyone's attention. Listen up a minute. We have a latecomer, Phil Panfilov, who we also know as Little Philip. Andrei was putting on a show, relishing the nickname that had been invented for me. I didn't care for that. Panfilov, you have to speak, Paulina whispered. You missed the beginning, so you need to tell us about yourself. Was he really in our class? Muttered Stas Rinyak, eliciting a laugh from everyone. According to the interface, Stas was now a level 7 environmentalist, but I remembered him well. He was the first in our class to take up smoking. I stood up, feeling indifferent and hardly an inkling of curiosity. Who was really interested in some guy named Panfilov who was about to interrupt their socializing just so he could talk about himself? I was, Rinyak, I answered loudly. Remember when the woodwork teacher pulled your ears when you burned a swear word in his desk with a lighter? No? Well, I do. Everyone laughed again. I heard someone say, We remember. The conversations around the table stopped. In any case, if by chance someone, like Stas, doesn't remember, my name is Philip Panfilov. I was in Class B starting from first grade. I sat in the third row at the last desk with that guy over there who'd just come from Africa. I nodded at Pasha Pashkovsky. What should I tell you about myself? I graduated from our university with a degree in economics and worked here and there. I was married and I got divorced. I don't have any kids. Now you're talking, shouted the pudgy Tanya Vasilenko, twice divorced and with 4 sons. Girls, let's make a note. Panfilov is available. She trilled with laughter. What are you doing now? Asked Cyril, one of the Versakov twins. I work at a recruiting firm. Any other questions? There were none. Everyone understood that Panfilov hadn't made it. In that case, I'd like to propose a toast. Just juggle some writerly thoughts into words, sprinkle in some charisma, charm, and social skills, and presto, you've got your toast. Something animated and dressed up in fond nostalgia, taking joy in the fact that we're still young and still have everything ahead of us, and in how wonderful we are. We don't forget each other, and we all cherish the time we spent together in school. So let's drink to that, I concluded, and lifted my glass. Hear, hear. Let's drink to that, my classmates echoed. A lot of them stood up so they could reach out and clink glasses with me. I received a few notifications about minor improvements in reputation, but I didn't read them. It wasn't important. When everyone had calmed down, I realized I was so hungry that I felt weak. My stomach ached. So I spent the next half hour preoccupied with chewing, evading my neighbors' questions with grunts and nods. I chowed down on the ridiculously delicious kinkali dumplings, dripping with meat gravy. It seemed that while I was sleeping, the system had depleted my energy reserves and stored fat to level up charisma. The Mingrillian khachapuri, with young Imeritian cheese, was also magnificent here. During this time, everyone was talking about our teachers, who was still alive, who had died, and who was still teaching. Denis Pugach was talking about how he'd sent his kids to the same school, and one of the 2 siblings had an excellent teacher, our very own Ms. Dmitrieva. Lots of people got excited when they heard this, and for a while Denis had everyone's attention, even the people from the other class. When I had finally eaten enough, I leaned back in my chair and looked around at our table, and the next one to us. The one that had been occupied by the lowlifes now had some more people, as some extra guests had joined Gorilla's birthday party. The guys were giving their jaws a workout on a mountain of big pieces of juicy shashlik. When everyone left the table to go to the little plaza in the front of the restaurant, not so much to smoke as to have a chance to talk to people who were sitting far away, Pasha moved closer to me. After a while, he simply switched seats with Kostya. I chatted mostly with him and Sergei Rezve, only stopping the conversation to propose more toasts. Pashkovsky told us about his life in South Africa, and how things had turned out for him there. The always modest and malleable Rezve told us that he headed a media agency in St. Petersburg, which shocked Pasha and me because Sergei wasn't the type to do that sort of thing. But he was an outstanding person, and that's why we were friends, first when we were children, and later when Gleb joined us in the first year of university, before Rezve moved to Petersburg. I married an amazing girl. Her name's Margarita, and we have a son, Misha. So there you go. I just tour around. Rezve smiled. We planned a special trip here so I could come to the reunion. Your turn, Phil. Tell us about yourself. As I talked, our classmates, who were already basically tipsy, had a chance to get hammered. Who needs a refill? Andre asked at the top of his lungs. Whoever's not drinking needs to drink now, but first, they need to give a toast. And sing a song, Paulina insisted, about love. She was a good MC, and the contests were interesting. Let's dance. Paulina stood up, caught her leg on something, and nearly tripped, grabbing onto me at the last moment. Oh, Panfilov. She laughed woozily. Don't harass me. There are too many. She wagged her finger in the air, trying to remember the word. Witnesses. Let's dance. Andre, She turned to Belyaev. "We're setting it up now." Belyaev conspiratorially whispered something in Paulina's ear. "Hey, Butus! Come here!" The DJ, a young man wearing a baseball cap back to front, came over to where we were sitting. "Put our tape on," Belyaev ordered, then hiccuped. "The girls and I have put together a compilation of our favorite songs from what was popular when we were in 11th grade, he explained. "Let's play it now." Butus nodded and dashed behind the control panel. In a moment, the corny pop music was replaced by the Black Eyed Peas. Our table gradually emptied to the soundtrack of 15-year-old hits. The girls coaxed the guys to join them, even the ones who in our school day were usually shy and never stepped on the dance floor. This seemed like the ideal moment for me to go out there and strut my stuff. I hadn't practiced all night for nothing, had I? In truth, this no longer seemed like such a good idea. I found myself looking not at those people whose respect I'd win with a skillful dance at a nightclub, but grown-ups who'd taken a break from their family routine and work lives, who were sincerely happy about this reunion and at this exact moment weren't inhibited by status and their place in society. They'd come here to be happy, see their friends, reminisce about childhood, and relax. Would I really then step into the limelight and show off my windmill? And what? Would I make anyone's day with that? Enough lying to yourself, man. It's your childhood complexes at work, prompting you to show off on the cheap and do that break dance, blast it. And that male desire to win over a woman you couldn't get when you were a teenager? There was something low about that. It was distasteful. So I just went out there and stood on the fringes next to Rita Wilberger and Tim Garevsianov. I shuffled leisurely to Inda Club and benignly moved my body and arms. I'd never danced sober before. The group continued to get excited. "They won't catch us!" some red-faced girls yelled as they sang along with the two girls from Tattoo. A Benny Benassi's Satisfaction played. Andre's massive body barged through the dance floor, shouting at people to clear some space. He pulled off his shirt and waved it around provocatively, wearing only a tank top that showed his bare paunch, but he didn't look the least bit bothered. A thought flashed through my head. Maybe I should go out there after all. I smiled at my childish desire and dismissed the thought. Well, I would have deserved it if I'd been honing my skills and practicing for years, but I practiced for all of one night. There was nothing to be proud of. I sensed some movement out of the corner of my eye. My heightened intuition made me go investigate it. I hadn't noticed any guards around. Belyaev's restaurant was just a run-of-the-mill place, even though the food was divine. I gently eased Rita away, squeezed myself in between an overheated Paulina and Lena, shoved aside Eugene Lee and Marek Kristov, stumbled across Alex Kozhevnikov, who was jumping with his back to me, and ended up face-to-face with a close-shaven, balding guy with a crooked smirk. He was staring at Belyaev, who was dancing with abandon. Right behind him, there were three more guys who were openly undressing the girls with their eyes. I flung my arms around them, scooped them up, and gently pushed them off the dance floor. "Hey, guys, stop." "Huh? What? Get your hands off." "Yes, just a sec. Let's go over there and have a little chat." I pulled away the indignant yet intrigued guys and went over to their table. "Ta-da!" said one of their friends who was sitting there. "Ta-da! Good evening. Happy birthday, Gorilla," I said to the birthday boy, and then ignored him. "Hey, Tarzan! And you too! And you!" I shook hands with both the guys I knew and didn't know. "Mr. Panfilov! Sorry, I didn't recognize you right away." One of the lowlifes jumped up and squeezed my hand. It was Tarzan, one of Alex's dudes whom I knew from our little skirmish in the park when I'd been walking Richie. "We're celebrating. So you know Gorilla?" Tarzan was puzzled. "I know all of you, and you're a little young to be boozing it up, kiddo." I turned to one of the miners. "Are you in a hurry to grow a beard? What's your name?" "Sergei Petlenko," right? You're 15, correct? What's the point in destroying your liver, young man? Oh, I'm not drinking, he said, embarrassed, covering his glass with his hand. Tarzan! Who is this guy? Why is he ordering us around? Gorilla asked indignantly. Put a cork in it. Tarzan poked him with his elbow and whispered in his ear. Even Yagoza respects him. He laid Sledgehammer out with one blow. He's a champion. Listen to your elders, Gorilla, I said. You'll be healthier. Got it, Mr. Panfilov, Tarzan assured me. And did you just... What? Well, you didn't come over here just to shake hands, he said, embarrassed. Or to say happy birthday to Gorilla. Not entirely. You see, dudes, the owner of this restaurant is a guy I went to school with. We're celebrating, and we really wouldn't like it if you all spoiled our fun. Is that clear? Yeah, sure, they answered. So, what? We can't dance at all? One of the oldest in the group retorted, gesturing toward a group of young people who were gyrating next to the stage. But they can. They can, because they're not bothering anyone. They're polite young people. Yeah, so? Nothing. Tarzan, you're in charge of them. All right, have a good time. And don't get the little one drunk. I nodded in Beard's direction. Without waiting for a response, I returned to the dance floor. When Paulina caught sight of me, she screeched and draped herself around my neck. I realized that a slow dance was starting. Paulina clung to me, snuggling with her plump body. Panfilov, she whispered excitedly. How is it that I never looked at you when we were in school? I don't know, Paulina. Maybe I wasn't your type? Yeah, I think that's it, she agreed. I usually went for the athletes, like Andrei. That was understandable back then, I smiled. But I really liked you. And do you like me now? Her burning whisper gave me goosebumps. I didn't like her now, but I couldn't exactly say that, could I? If I said I liked her, I'd be lying. If I didn't say anything, she'd cling to me even more. Do you want to? Paulina asked. She trailed off, pulled me closer, and laughed softly with satisfaction. I can feel that you want to. Let's go. She led me by the hand into the restaurant. I didn't do my breakdancing, but I was with Paulina. Dazed and overcome by a hormonal burst of desire, I allowed her to lead me almost to the doorway, but then I got hold of myself and stopped. She turned around in confusion. What's up, Panfilov? Don't be afraid. Andrei gave me the keys to his office. No one will see us. Aren't you married, Paulina? Yeah? So what? I'm sorry. Without offering an explanation, I turned and went back to the table. I sat there by myself, finishing off the khachapuri, and stuffed my face with salad. My beastly hunger had returned with a vengeance. Until the group came back. People came to get hammered and outdrink themselves, and I decided that I'd had enough. I'd seen them, socialized, and gotten some closure from my school days. Starting tomorrow morning, I'd need to study my adversary and analyze his weak spots. Luckily, the interface would help. I already had some ideas about Doroshkin's weak spots. I waited until everyone was really drunk. Then I got up and said I had to leave. I easily fended off the half-hearted attempts to stop me. Let little Philip go, Paulina put an end to it. We'll still have fun without him. Hey guys, let's go outside, Belyaev shouted. Let's get a photo while everyone's still here. We'll walk Panfilov out and have a smoke. What do you think? Everyone liked that idea. We noisily crossed the veranda and went outside the restaurant. I called a taxi. While I waited, I made the rounds, saying goodbye to my classmates. Seemingly out of nowhere, a photographer appeared beside us, ordering us where to stand. In the light of the restaurant's sign, we slowly but surely arranged ourselves in fits and starts. The girls standing and the guys sitting at their feet. Say cheese, said the photographer. 1, 2, 3, click. The flash blinded us. A second later, a stunning woman in a light summer dress that showed off her long, slim legs all the way down to her high-heeled shoes appeared behind the photographer's back. She gave us a broad Hollywood smile. "Hello." "Evening," everyone babbled. "Who are you?" "I'm sorry to bother you. I'm picking up my boyfriend." When our eyesight had finally returned to normal, we saw that she was standing with her arm resting on a bluish-gray sports car with its top down. "Lamborghini Aventador," the interface informed me. "Did you get new wheels, Stacy?" I took a step forward, grinning with delight. "You like it?" She came forward and kissed me. "Shall we go for a ride?" "Give me a minute to say goodbye to my classmates." "I'll wait in the car," Stacy said, releasing me. I embraced my classmates warmly, agreeing that we really needed to get together more often now, like all the time. I didn't know what all the time was supposed to mean, but I agreed anyway. I embraced Pashkovsky and Rezve heartily, slapping them on the back, and then made my exit. "See you, little Philip," Belyaev said. His voice cracked and he cleared his throat. "Come by the restaurant. We have business lunches for 200 rubles. "Have you lost your mind? He's not little Philip to you." I could hear Pasha berate Belyaev, but I missed the rest of what he said. As soon as I was settled in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini, Stacy, a.k.a. Ilindi, put the pedal to the floor, and we tore out of there. "How are you, Ilindi?" "Phil, we have some problems." She slammed her hands on the wheel. "What kind of problems? What happened?" "There's a big mess on Pibalau. I'll explain everything when we get back to your place." "Pibalau? What the hell is—" "I'll tell you everything at your place." Ilindi cut me short as she barely made it through a turn. "Keep your mouth shut until then." She took the car up to 85 miles per hour, and my thoughts about this mysterious Pibalau were swept away by a surge of panic. I hoped she knew how to drive. Chapter 9. Tyrannosaurus Rex. In my youth, I was given some training on spear fighting. Stick them with a pointy end, I think it was. Admiral Dvorak, World of Warcraft. Over the course of my life, I've witnessed different shades of amazement. I remember my father's astonishment when he read in the local newspaper about the little sixth grader from the neighborhood who'd won triple my father's monthly salary in a town Dota tournament. I remember Mr. Ivanov's surprise when on my very first day on the job, I won the company its biggest contract ever. But the amazement I was witnessing right now was in a league of its own. Rex's roaring had been going on for so long that I didn't hear Carter's jaw drop. Yes, that's what I named my one and only Uber mob, without even inventing anything. It was like I didn't feel like naming it something simple, like a household pet. I didn't have it in me to call it the usual Fido, Spot, or Fluffy. My little beast was nothing like a pet. Naturally, its roar was mesmerizing. Totally different from the artificially synthesized sound from Jurassic Park. Not a single modern animal on Earth makes a sound like that, so I have nothing to compare it to. Suffice it to say that it makes your hair stand on end, and it gives you goosebumps. It's a roar that makes your blood run cold, and everything in your body that could possibly tense up, tenses up. Truth be told, I couldn't take advantage of it, because in the split second after Rex finally went silent, Carter came to his senses and started to bark out orders. "Giovanna, tell everyone to attack Godzilla. You too." Then he shouted at his mobs, gesturing toward the Tyrannosaur with his spear. "Go!" The mental interface didn't need the last command, but apparently in his 50 years, Carter had gotten into the habit of using analog. His mini-army showed an enviable knack for cooperation. Giovanna's wolves and the bloodsuckers with the metal clubs charged at their target, while the two archers fired off a volley. Meanwhile, Carter seized his spear with both hands. He was probably remembering how I'd nearly ripped it away from him and headed toward me. Fortunately, he wasn't running, so I had some time to come up with an attack plan and another moment to give a command to Rex. "Furious roar!" I shouted, just like Carter. This time Rex growled a little differently. The roar was short, but about 50 decibels louder. It didn't affect me at all, but everyone else had blood gushing out of their ears. The blood was actually just a side effect. The main effect was to temporarily paralyze all enemies. The stun stopped everyone in their tracks, and the bloodsuckers, wolves, the bear, Giovanna, and Carter dropped to the ground like bowling pins. Strike! I selected the prone melee fighters as target and fired commands at my pet while moving toward the long-range fighters. Squash 'em! Go for them! The stun lasted 5 seconds, with a 5 minutes cooldown. I took advantage of every second. Using my knife like a hole punch, I butchered both of the blood-sucking archers. I then trained my club on Giovanna's jaw. Fortunately, she wasn't wearing a helmet, but I stopped it half an inch from her head and ran on. Sentimental fool. Cursing myself, I reached Carter and clubbed him as hard as I could on the neck, just as his paralysis was wearing off. That caused a crit, which lowered his health by a little more than 10%. Meanwhile, Rex crushed the bear and one of the bloodsuckers. Both had the misfortune of stumbling under his massive and merciless foot. It was only a one-time ability, and it was guaranteed to kill any mob that was of a lower level, but the cooldown was 5 minutes. The fights were short because there was no healer, so that meant this was the only time I'd be able to use the ability in this situation. Before the stun wore off, Rex managed to tear apart another 3 wolves and 1 bloodsucker, so now he was facing the 11 remaining mobs. I hoped he'd pull through. "Giovanna, cover me!" Carter yelled hysterically, rolling to the side with surprising agility, evading the club I was swinging at him. He was frightened. That's all there was to it. I leaped at him and fell on him with all my weight, pinning him to the ground. I whacked him in the shoulder with a club, then drove the knife into his thigh, again and again. His helmet cracked, his collarbone snapped, blood spurted out of his burst artery. But those were just visual effects. In reality, Carter hadn't lost more than a quarter of his health. I wasn't able to capitalize on my success. A discharge hit me in the back. The prickly bolts of lightning from Giovanna's staff. They hadn't dealt much damage, but they still had a negative effect, paralyzing me for a few seconds. That was enough for Carter to shove me off himself. "Get him!" I realized my tactical error too late. Instead of quickly getting rid of Giovanna, I'd thrown myself at Carter, who was basically the tank. He was the heftiest and the most armored in their group. Giovanna's bear was only level 1, so it could only become a tank in the absence of other options. I'd spared her life, and now my sentimentality had backfired as she threw herself at me from behind, seized me by the neck, and latched on to me to restrain me. Carter took advantage of the situation, dashing at me and plunging his spear into me. The blow was so strong that it also hit Giovanna, who was so close to me that we were like 2 flies strung on the spike of a greasy flycatcher. I could hear bloody bubbles gurgling out of her mouth. I heard Carter's muffled laugh from under his broken helmet. Using the spear as a lever, he yanked it from side to side. The pain and damage were agonizing. The bleed DOT ticked out, increasing damage as Carter widened the wound, both for me and for Giovanna. Giovanna died first. I don't know what additional effect the spear tip had, whether it was poison or maybe something else, but at that moment it was in Giovanna's body. "Just die already!" Carter raged, looking behind my back in agitation. He pulled out the dagger I knew so well, the one that oozed a black, poisonous slime. "When you die, your lizard will die too." His confidence forced me to stop and think. What happens to pets after their master died? Did they keep attacking? In other words, did they continue to exist in reality? The rules didn't say anything about that, but Rex and his level depended on my fusion talent and the Ring of Leadership. Maybe the Tyrannosaur would disincarnate, meaning that I would die without getting my revenge. Damn. I couldn't see how Rex was making out, but based on his icon in the interface, he'd nearly done what he had to. I could see that he was in action, and was the worse for wear, but he still had just under half his health. Meanwhile, I was down to less than a third of mine. It was time to call in the cavalry. I chose Carter as the target. Shred 'em. Boom, boom, boom. The Tyrannosaur covered the distance in 3 bounds. Carter had already taken to his heels on the first one. There was one last bloodsucker latched onto Rex's leg, which he dragged along. Finally, I got a good look at my pet. He was impressive, around 20 feet tall and twice as long. Contrary to the most recent scientific theories, he wasn't covered in feathers. His hide was a slate color darker than night. But the most astounding thing of all was the fleshy comb-like crest that was half a yard high and ran along his spine from top to tail. I'd never seen anything like it in any movie. Rex easily caught up with Carter and didn't let him go. The dinosaur scooped Carter up in his mouth, threw him up in the air to get a better grip on him, then squeezed his jaws tight. Carter's helmet muted the man's plaintive cry. T-Rex spat Carter out and beat him to the ground like a broken doll. Although paralyzed, Carter was still alive. That was the game system at work. A level 5 pet's ability can't kill a trial subject of a higher level. I redirected the mob at the bloodsucker. Attack! I myself was screaming in pain as I pulled the spear right through my innards, first with my hands in front of me and then behind my back. I finally dislodged the spear, with Giovanna still impaled on it. Sorry about that, old girl. Her disincarnated body was immediately replaced by loot. A crystal of a shape I'd never seen before, plus a uniform. I wasn't interested in them. The DOT was still ticking. I was losing blood, and my health was already in the red. Health points, 153 of 2,000. It took me 2 stabs of the knife to finish Carter off. When he died, a new red balloon of an important system message appeared, but I ignored it. Right now, I was more concerned about my own survival. Carter's disincarnated body left behind a pile of rags and 2 crystals. I reached for one of them. The huge existence crystal. Just what I was looking for. The crystal turned to dust, adding to my existence resource counter. Plus 468 existence resource points. Verifying the probability of receiving bonus existence resources. 20%. Verification failed. Before the battle, I'd had 159 points. Once I'd combined them with Carter's, I ended up with 627. That was enough. I invested the resources in level 5. Are you sure you want to activate a level up? Accept or decline. The bleeding effect expired. The DOT was removed. I'd survived. The battle was over. But seeing as this was my last life, and Pibalau was full of unpleasant surprises, I figured it would be better for me to protect myself. I accepted. Congratulations, test subject. You've reached level 5. You receive +2 characteristic points to invest into any characteristics of your choice. You may now level up the command center to level 2. You may now access the expanded rulebook for the trial. Put more fire under your enemy's feet, test subject. Leveling up restored my whole body and instantly healed and closed my wounds, just as it was supposed to. I felt awesome, so the first thought that popped into my head was that I had to quickly go look for Carter and finish him off while he was still weak. It would be idiotic to leave an enemy like him rolling around on the ground. But then I had a second thought. Where was I supposed to look for him? He could be resurrected on any of the remaining neutral hexagons to the north or east, and there were dozens of miles between them. I thought about this for a moment and decided that rather than getting worked up over him, I'd take care of myself. I ordered T-Rex to protect the base and gather the rest of the loot. Carter's loot yielded all his stuff, as well as something new. Spirit Crystal. Collect 13 Spirit Crystals and transform them into an additional life. The Spirit Crystal is bound to its owner. It cannot be lost or transferred to another trial subject. The crystal disappeared, replaced by a new icon in my interface with the numbers 1 of 13. I returned to the place where Giovanna had died and picked up another crystal just like it. The fact that I wasn't the one to kill her was irrelevant. Loot dropped, and the goodies went to whoever picked them up. Maybe since I'd killed Carter, I'd also earned the right to his loot. I really needed to study the expanded rulebook now. I spent the next 10 minutes examining the objects that had dropped, the components of the uniforms and the weapons. I pulled everything together in a pile, lined the items up, and started to make my choices. Carter's set was the same improved one that I had. Giovanna had the basic one, but there was plenty to like in the weapons. First, I reclaimed my Power Fist, with its 50% increase to critical damage. The increased damage characteristic surprised me, 155 to 235. If I wasn't mistaken, the damage had increased by a lot, and that meant that unique weapons could also scale up here. "Oh, my precious," I said, affectionately running my hand over the dull surface of the Power Fist. I heard panting behind me, then found myself drenched in a suspended matter that was either steam or Rex's snot. I turned around and burst into laughter. A lot of tension had been building up, and seeing Rex's enormous bulk sitting on his tail and tilting his tiny head like a bird just pushed me over the edge. The more I laughed, the more surprised the expression on Rex's snout became, and the funnier it seemed to me. "Rexy, stop! What are you doing? Stop!" A minute of laughter is said to extend your life, and I hoped that I wasn't wasting time in vain as I rolled around the surface of the base, hysterically slapping my palm on the ground. Once I'd calmed down, I went back to examining the weapons, a smile lingering on my face. There were no standard items in the set, just unique ones. The first two belonged to Carter, and their stats were amazing. With such uber goodies, it was no wonder Carter had started the trial off with a bang. Demon Spear of Hyperion. Universal weapon. The spear tip possesses proto-intelligence and is capable of morphing, critically damaging the victim's major organs. It is powered by existence resources, 5% of your points for each damage dealt. Damage, 185 to 325. Chance of shedding blood, plus 100%. Acid Dagger of Obfuscation. Cunning melee weapon. Its biochemical core produces an active jelly whose concentration in the victim's blood can lead to madness. It is powered by existence resources, 3% of your points for each damage dealt. Damage, 77 to 144. Plus 1% to your chance of making an instant kill with each blow. Finally, I inspected the characteristics of Giovanna's staff. Rumbling Lightning Rod. Long-range weapon. Generates electric discharge. It is powered by existence resources, 1% of your points for each damage dealt. Damage, 60 to 120. Distance, 20 yards. Chance of stunning, plus 10%. I wondered where they'd gotten all these unique weapons from. Maybe Carter had completed the instance and then finished off the location boss. But what about Giovanna? Could she have gotten a bonus for passing the preliminary selection? I left Rex to guard the base while I made a couple of trips to carry the stuff to the shelter where I threw it on the floor. I wasn't in a computer game, so I couldn't drag all the loot in one trip. Once inside, safe from any attacking mobs, I touched the red balloon and opened the system message. Congratulations, test subject. Level 6 test subject Carter is now dead. Number of hexagons captured by Carter, 8. Put more fire under your enemy's feet. Counting the hexagon where I was right now, I had 9 hexagons in all. I'd reclaimed my home base, captured Giovanna's and Carter's, plus another 5 neutral zones that lay around our respective home hexagons. Now what was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to be everywhere at once, just to protect them? Even if the alarm system kicked in whenever someone, say, Carter, infiltrated the northernmost part... No, wait. In his case, the alarm wouldn't sound, would it? But that wasn't the point. How would I be able to cover 6 miles of territory teeming with aggressive fauna in case of a new invasion? Something didn't hold water here. I opened the control panel of the command center. Base 1. Level 1. Number of modules, 2. Rate of existence resource generation, 1 point per hour. Total generation of existence resources from all bases, 9 points per hour. The base owner's level is 5 or higher. You may upgrade to level 2. Cost to upgrade base to level 2, 500 existence resource points. In order to control other bases remotely, you need an integration module. You may access the integration module at level 2 of the base's development. That made sense. No matter how you looked at it, everything led back to resources. I guess for the time being, I needed to put off studying the expanded rulebook or doing anything else. Right now, the most important task was to upgrade the base and build new modules. Maybe I'd gain access to something that would completely change my strategy, or more accurately, my non-strategy, since up to this point, all I'd been doing was trying to stick it out. Now that either the observers or luck had given me a chance, I needed to seize it and capitalize on my success. I chose the 2 bonus characteristic points I'd received for leveling up to increase my strength, which raised not only my damage but also Rex's. Even these 2 available points substantially raised his stats. The dinosaur's new damage increased by 10%, 1650 to 3300. If I understood everything correctly, the life of the last location boss I'd seen was 4000 XP. So it looked like I had a chance against it, but that would depend on its armor. What if it had damage absorption of 90%? I'd already gotten burned with the Kraken. I considered my plan of action and got ready to farm. After some thought, I put the power fist on my right hand and picked up the dagger in my left. I was ready for a fight. I ventured outside and looked around to make sure that no surprises were awaiting me. "Let's go, buddy," I whistled, calling Rex. "Time to go hunt." I considered the possibility of riding him, then realized with disappointment that I couldn't. I wouldn't be able to climb onto his neck, and if I fell onto his tail, which was what balanced his body, I'd be in for a bumpy ride. I wouldn't be able to hold on. Okay, so much for experiments. Rex breathed noisily in my face, jerking his snout and looking at me with his orange eyes. "You know, little Rex, I once had a friend. He was a German shepherd named Richie. He helped me get out of a mess with some lowlifes, even though he was 150 times smaller than you." There's a monster near here. The last time I ran into it, it almost ate me. Ready to go get rid of it? Oof. Oh, it's called a canavar. Let's go. We walked through the fence around the base, in the same place where Giovanna's bear had breached it. More accurately, I walked through it, but my pet just stepped over it, as if it weren't even there. I chose a direction and took the lead. The T-Rex followed closely behind, carefully measuring out his steps. Before barreling toward the canavar, we spent half a day farming resources in the surrounding area. You always learn the hard way, and even the stupendous little Rex could collapse under the pressure of a level 8 creature that was as tall as a 2-story building. I couldn't justify the risk. Farming resources was becoming routine. None of the daytime mobs we might encounter would be able to challenge us. Even if their levels had increased before, I was now level 5. And even if any of them had continued to attack in a pack, they were small fry for us. It was epic when Rex crushed a pack of whistlers in one go. The tiny existence crystals were now replaced by small ones, which would turn to dust, giving me from 5 to 12 existence resource points, depending on my luck. Lift your foot, step to the side. I repeated these commands over and over every time we got rid of a pack. The Tyrannosaur would then step aside as I'd gather the resources that had dropped. In total, I was able to accumulate enough crystals to upgrade the base and buy new modules. When we returned to the base, Pibalau's big sun was just passing its zenith, and the small one was approaching it. Additional farming wouldn't make any difference for this hexagon. Little creatures ran about and hid, barely noticing us. So as strange as it might seem, chasing them around the forest would be a waste of time. The first thing I did when I got to the base was launch the upgrade. As I waited for it, I studied the rulebook. The first thing I learned was that the rules were expanded gradually, so that the test subjects could prove themselves with minimal information. I also learned that when the founder of a clan dies, the members are freed. That was logical, considering that Carter had lost all his hexagons and he himself was under threat of permanent disincarnation. That meant that Giovanna was free now, which was good and bad news. It was good that I no longer needed to kill her, and that she could fight on my side. But she urgently needed to capture a hexagon while she had no uniform or weapons, and that was a problem. Most of the neutral hexagons at this stage of the trial were occupied, and even if she found an available one, she'd need to farm 100 resources somehow in order to claim it. The rules also confirmed something Carter had said. I risked completely losing not just the interface, but everything I'd achieved with it. The only way to avoid this was to win the trial. Vassals who were in the winner's clan didn't get to keep their interfaces, but at least they retained their memory and the skills and characteristics they'd received. I chuckled. Carter wasn't so bad after all. Even though he knew that if Giovanna and I died, he'd receive our spirit crystals, he still kept inviting us to join his clan. Whether this was a miscalculation, a strategy, or simply a sense of humanity, my esteem for Carter went up a notch. I looked at the calculation of the cost of all the modules at each level of the base. The formula was the same for all the modules. Level 2 cost 10 times more than Level 1. Level 3 cost 5 times more than Level 2. Then Level 4 cost 3 times more than Level 3, and Level 5 cost twice as much as Level 4. Level 6, the highest level of any module, cost 1.5 times more than Level 5. Based on the example of the fighting unit module, I quickly calculated that the upgrade from Level 2 to Level 6 would cost me almost 500,000 existence resource points. Along with this information, I was hit by the realization that developing absolutely everything would not only be unrealistic, but also quite dangerous. I'd need to choose one development strategy and focus exclusively on it. I could invest all the resources into myself, advancing level by level, simultaneously leveling up both my characteristics and the scaled damage dealt by my units. I could distribute the resources between myself and the uniform module, creating an armored uber-killing machine. I could level up charisma and the fighting unit module, increasing the power of the army of pets in both quality and quantity. I could level up the bases, increasing their defense potential and the speed of resource farming by the working units. Or I could go from hexagon to hexagon, capturing them one after the other like Genghis Khan and adding them to my army of new vassals and their mobs. I hadn't yet decided what I'd do in the long term. I'd need to see what the new base level gave me. But it was clear what I had to do today. I'd take care of my base, and then take a stroll around the neighboring neutral hexagon. During the night, Rex and I would try to fight the nighttime elite creatures. If we succeeded, the night would be dedicated to leveling up, because one thing was definitely clear. I needed 4,000 resources to get up to level 10, where my damage would reach 4 digits, and I'd be able to choose the class with which I'd receive combat talents. It was kind of a pity to raise the fighting unit module level to 3. For that, I'd need another 2,500 points. Then, taking my ring into account, Rex would upgrade to level 6. This was the highest level for pets. The first wave streamed out of the white stone, indicating that the upgrade was complete. The knowledge that came with it told me that the borders of the hexagon had been fortified. In addition to notifying me of the breach, they'd now also cast a 1-hour weakness debuff on the invader, taking 5% off each characteristic. The second wave strengthened and expanded the territory of the base. The rickety fence was replaced by a 6-foot wall, which was fortified by turrets in every one of the hexagon's 6 corners. The turrets fired blobs of plasma. They wouldn't kill someone like Carter, but they'd wear down someone's nerves, creating a first line of defense. The third wave fortified the house and made it bigger. Now only a test subject whose level was at least as high as mine could get into it, and the high ceilings gave me hope that Rex could also fit in, provided he lay on his side. To get a little taste of what was to come, I opened the command center control panel. Base 1. Level 2. Number of modules, 2. Rate of existence resource generation, 10 points per hour. Total generation of existence resources from all bases, 18 points per hour. You may not upgrade until you reach level 10. Cost to upgrade base to level 3, 2,500 existence resource points. I saw that 3 new modules had been added: integration, storage, and non-combat units. It was pricey, but investing resources into building each of them was a no-brainer. The storage module materialized first. A huge phantom trunk appeared out of thin air next to the cupboard with a uniform. A trunk? That was funny. It reminded me of something. The module was a sort of extra-dimensional inventory that could be accessed only by the owner, and it preserved its contents intact, even if all the hexagons were lost. The problem was that if you lost all the hexagons, you'd lose the module itself, which meant that to return the stuff, you'd need to recapture a new base, upgrade it, and rebuild the module. But that was better than leaving your stuff to just anyone. I put all the extra items in the trunk: Giovanna's clothes, her staff, and Carter's spear and uniform. I shut the lid, and the trunk became a phantom again. The integration module allowed me to control other bases remotely and automate their development. You could set up a percentage of resources you wish to be used, the order of module building, and their priority. It was just like in my favorite game, Civilization. Of course, it would be a good idea to upgrade every module to level 2, but not right now. Right now, it was more important to follow my plan and spare my reserves. Increasing the level of the integration module brought with it an important feature: the installation of portals in each shelter, creating a network of hexagons. And that's exactly what I'd been thinking about since the morning. This was how I'd resolve the problem of distances. It would cost me only 2,000 resources. Damn, my head was hurting from trying to find the best strategic solution. I wanted to level up everything at once, but that was impossible. The non-combat unit module was the last thing to be launched. I looked to see what it was all about. It included 2 types of units, working and reconnaissance. The working one, which looked sort of like a robot vacuum cleaner, was invisible to aggressive mobs. It could move around a hexagon searching for existence resources, and when it found them, it could extract resources in the amount that corresponded to my strength. My strength was 23, which meant that on average, the working unit would unearth and gather 23 points per hour. This technological wonder would cost me 50 resources. I bought it immediately. I would have gotten more, but there was a limit. Only 1 working unit per base was allowed. I didn't have enough existence resources for the reconnaissance unit. The small flying drone had a bunch of helpful features. It was inconspicuous, agile, and fast, but its performance was only so-so. In essence, it just marked on my minimap the hexagons it discovered, indicating their respective owners. I couldn't argue that it was important, but this scout cost 1,000 resources. Who had made everything so expensive? For 1,000 resources, Rex and I would be more than happy to do all the legwork ourselves if necessary. When I was finished with all of this, I set out on another hunt. Our route took us to the east. We checked to see if the hexagon adjacent to mine was neutral or if it was already occupied. And if it was already occupied, who had captured it? Carter? Giovanna? Or my third neighbor, who was on the other side of the 2 neutral hexagons east of me? It was starting to get dark. Farming the neighboring hexagon had gone just like it had at home. At first, Rex and I had cracked the packs we came across like nuts, but after a few hours the local mobs figured out what they were dealing with and started to run away and hide. The rules said that each hexagon contained a one-time instance, so we spent another hour wandering around, peering into every suspicious nook and cranny, looking for it, but still hadn't found it. As twilight fell, I decided to go back to my shelter. Night was approaching, and I preferred to cut my teeth on the elite creatures with a safe place nearby. Rex roared to announce himself to all and sundry, his thundering steps making my skull vibrate. He sure was loud. To be honest, over the course of the day I'd become so sick and tired of constantly feeling like I was next to a space center where rockets were launched every minute that I just wanted to hide from the Tyrannosaur in my shelter and have a half-hour of peace and quiet. We walked in an arc, gradually making our way through a section we hadn't yet been in. Who knew? Maybe I'd suddenly spot an entrance to an instance. On the eastern edge, closest to my third neighbor, a column of dust obscured the crimson horizon. I couldn't figure out what was going on there, but I had to find out. I pointed the Tyrannosaur in that direction, jumped up, and clambered onto the tip of his tail, holding tight with both hands. I managed to hold on for only a few seconds, but then my grip loosened, my finger slipped, and I flew to the ground head first. Cursing Rex, I ran after him, looking in front of me. A fight was going on, and it was uneven. I saw a lone, familiar girl surrounded by a flock of whistlers. Gathering speed, they were ramming into her with their spiked foreheads. Giovanna, it was indeed her, was feebly swatting them with a makeshift club fashioned from a branch. She was alone. Her units weren't nearby, which meant that she didn't have a base. Rex, attack. I repeated the mental command out loud, selecting all the whistlers as target. Giovanna huddled down, hiding her head between her knees. With a few snaps of his jaws, Rex cleared the area around her. The whistlers' bodies disappeared, leaving in their place tiny existence crystals. The mobs were level 2 and 3, so there wasn't much by way of resources. "Giovanna, collect the loot. It'll be useful for you," I said, sitting down next to her. "Hi." "Hi," she answered hoarsely, lifting her head. "Are you gonna kill me?" "No." "Did you capture the hexagon?" I decided to check to be sure. She shook her head. "How much time do you have?" "Less than 10 hours. "Get up! We'll farm you some resources quickly and you can capture this one." "That's out of the question. I won't be able to hold on to it. Carter will come back, or the guy over there will," she said, nodding to the east. "Who's over there? Do you know?" "On the first day I saw someone on the other hexagon from a distance. I didn't attack. He had units, but I didn't have any yet." "I see. Try to collect resources. I want to check something out." Without standing up, she reached for one of the crystals. It dissolved, leaving a dusty substance on her finger. "Here's some resources. 4 points." "Excellent. Take the rest, and then join my clan." "There's no way I'm doing that," she said, squaring her shoulders. "If I join your clan, you'll get all my resources. Or is this your way of making yourself feel important?" For a moment, I fell into a stupor. "Meaning?" I stared into her squinting eyes. "The way you're ordering me about. The way you check if I've obeyed them." "What kind of bullshit is this? I thought you got to keep the resources. You never know. What if something happens to me? Then you'll have something to activate the command center with. I was thinking of that. I wasn't ordering you about." Her gaze softened. "Sorry. See, a vassal needs to obey all the orders of the clan leader. All of them." "Well, that's logical." "You think so?" "Yes, otherwise there'd be confusion and hesitation, and that causes problems when you're fighting." She turned away. "Is something wrong? Giovanna, please get a grip. It's getting dark. We need to make a decision. Will you join my clan?" "No." You don't want to join a clan, and you don't need help capturing a hexagon. Then just come back to my base. I'll give your things back to you." Giovanna was hesitant, but I didn't know what she was thinking. "Okay. What's with the orders? What happens if you don't follow them?" "You die." "Did Carter threaten to kill you?" "Worse. Carter just activated a punishment, and I saw a timer counting down to permanent disincarnation. Every time he activated the timer, the time got shorter and shorter. First, it was 10 seconds, then 9. Each time he activated it, I had less and less time to obey the order." Her eyes welled up. Her voice became so soft I had to strain to hear her. "When there were only 3 seconds left, I hurried to follow all of his orders, just so I'd have time to finish. Even when he ordered, Rex's roar drowned out her last words. He was just in time. Chapter 10. A New Ally. For me. Lone Champion, Hearthstone. Staying on my guard, I surveyed the territory, then looked toward where T-Rex was gazing, roaring in excitement. Around 100 yards away, there was a dot right above the line of the horizon where the sun was setting. I looked more closely and realized that it was moving. I had no idea what it was, and the system couldn't identify something so far away. "What's that?" Giovanna asked, peering into the distance. "Someone's flying this way. Alone. Hold on." Finally, a system message appeared over the silhouette. Level 1 reconnaissance drone. Owner, Tafari. "Shit!" I shouted. "Some guy named Tafari has got himself a reconnaissance drone. That's a non-combat unit of the Level 2 base module." "Is it dangerous?" "As it stands, no, but that's not the only issue. It costs 1,000 points. Imagine how much this Tafari guy has leveled up if he could spare the points for that." The reconnaissance unit was flying directly over us. From close up, I could see that the drone resembled a flat, black disc, a bit like a vinyl record with a flickering surface. The drone's speed varied as it kept changing direction, moving from point to point and slowing down every time, as if it were scanning the surface. "Can you shoot it down?" "Damn, sorry. I forgot that you don't have your staff." Based on the direction where the drone was coming from, I gathered that Tafari was settled somewhere in the east. With neighbors like that, it wasn't a good idea to stay still. So I wasn't keen on continuing the conversation with Giovanna that Rex's roaring had interrupted. "Giovanna, it's getting dark. It's dangerous. I'm going back to the base. You helped me, and I'm ready to help you now. I'll give you your things back. So come with me if you want." Without waiting for a response, I turned and ran back to my hexagon. I didn't get tired in this world, and since I'd already examined the area, it was better to run than walk. Rex adjusted to my speed, shortening his stride and trotting beside me. I didn't turn around. After a few seconds, I heard Giovanna running behind me. When she caught up with us, her breathing was even, like the professional athlete that she was. I stopped her at the base without inviting her into the shelter. "Wait here." She nodded her understanding. This was no place for kindness. I left Rex with her, silently commanding him to protect her. In the shelter, I rummaged around in the extra-dimensional trunk and pulled out her uniform, the lightning rod, and the knife she'd given me. I took the objects outside and laid them on the ground next to her. "Do you want to change your clothes? I'll turn around." "Thank you. You don't need to turn around," she answered indifferently, pulling off her tennis shirt, tattered skirt, and white sneakers. "They abducted me when I was entering the tennis court for a match." She cast a meaningful glance at the sky. "Where were you abducted from?" "I was on my way home from the airport," I answered, turning away tactfully. "I lost all my clothes in the preliminary selection and landed here without shoes. Would you believe I managed to run into a location boss in my first hour?" "For real? How'd it turn out?" "I died." "What? Are you saying that when Carter and I found you, you were already on your last life?" "Something like that." "But you still didn't want to join his clan?" "You saw and heard everything." "But why?" "Because I want to win." For a few moments, all I could hear was a quiet rustling behind my back. My mind was screaming at me that I was really stupid to turn my back out of tact on a potential armed enemy. But I kept looking steadily the other way, fixing my gaze on a small group of whistlers on the other side of the barrier. "You can turn around now." Giovanna was sitting down, lacing up her boots. She tucked the laces in, stood up, and jumped up and down a few times. "Are you sure you're going to win?" "No, I'm not sure. But I'm not going to give up." "All right." She was silent for a long moment, wrinkling her forehead. Then she walked closer to me and looked at me point-blank. "Phil, if your offer is still good, please invite me into your clan. If it's not, I'll just leave now." And just like that, my clan became one person larger. The first rays of the large sun of Pibalaw found Giovanna and myself sorting loot. During the night, we'd smoked 2 elite mobs and 1 boss that had crossed into the territory of the base. We hadn't risked stepping outside the base's limits, and we weren't about to risk it in the future since scaling was based on the test subject's level. I could have taken Giovanna's unit points and invested them in regenerating the Tyrannosaur, making him even bigger and stronger, but I decided not to. Had Carter been just a little luckier, Rex wouldn't have been any help. To have just 1 badass mob for 2 people didn't seem like a very good strategy, because an enemy would just need to tie it up in battle, obstruct it, or immobilize it. Anything at all, and we'd be left face to face with the attacker. And what if there was more than 1 enemy? We needed a powerful tank. So I went back to the catalog of special units and used my fusion talent to reinforce our squadron with a powerful horned Triceratops, which I created with all of Giovanna's charisma points. Triceratops tank, level 5 melee fighter. Phil's fighting unit. Health points, 3,200 of 3,200. Attack, 460 to 690. Damage absorbed by armor, 50%. Maximum travel speed, 25 miles per hour. Weight, 12.5 tons. Talents, charge, toss, provocation. The tank wasn't as large as Rex, but it was heavier. Its color was nothing like what the terrestrial paleontologists had imagined. When it appeared, the bright green, blue-spotted Triceratops warily eyed the Tyrannosaur, his mortal enemy. Rexy was also intrigued. The 2 dinosaurs stood there for a long time, sizing each other up, rubbing their snouts together, sniffing each other, and roaring. As I analyzed their stats, I remembered that Carter had bragged about his level 3 units. With my leadership ring, both Tank and Rex should have reached level 6, but that hadn't happened. I was puzzled. Did that mean that my hexagon network wasn't developed enough? Why didn't the level 3 fighting unit module located on Carter's former base produce the same effect? I found my answer when I looked more closely at the rulebook. Mobs were always the same level as the module that generated them. That meant that the most important task to complete right after opening the portal grid was to regenerate the mobs anew. Carter's base was too far away. As for Giovanna, the girl who was so withdrawn at first, she'd almost completely thawed overnight. New impressions, a taste for combat, and her burning curiosity about what would drop in the loot seemed to have banished her memories of her short-lived slavery in Carter's clan. Or, if not banished, at least swept into the dark, distant corners of her mind. Technically, she was in the same situation now, just with a different clan leader. But since I hadn't activated the disincarnation discipline timer, even once during the night, she viewed our relationship as a partnership. Our biggest preoccupation was the Canavar, the same location boss that had been responsible for my tumbling down the crevice with the portal to the instance. Apparently it chased the nighttime elite known as the Duxio, a cousin of that beetle-like thing that had crushed a couple of my first raptors. The trajectory of the Canavar's chase passed through the base, where Rex and Tank seemed to be dozing peacefully. We heard the Tyrannosaur's anxious bellow while Giovanna was changing clothes yet again, this time into an improved test subject uniform, created specifically for her by the module. In any case, she was now my ally, and a 30% damage absorption would do her good. While Rex, who'd been left on guard, selected and threw himself at the Canavar, which he considered to be the more dangerous creature, Tank attacked the Duxio. I stormed out of the shelter, followed by Giovanna, who was hopping around as she pulled on her new pants. The scene playing out in front of us was like something out of a Hollywood blockbuster. Under the light of a million stars, the Duxio was crawling around, dragging its dislodged innards and trampling the fence. A darkening liquid was spurting out of gashes that had been made in its chitinous armor. Drawing back to ready himself for a charge, Tank bowed his head and stamped his foot, stirring up dust. The Tyrannosaur had been forced to the ground, wriggling his powerful back legs and pushing the 8-legged Canavar away. The Canavar squeezed the dinosaur with 2 of its column-like legs and clapped a claw around Rex's neck, trying to behead him. All of this action was accompanied by a ghastly soundtrack of roaring, screaming, squealing, and thundering. "Kill the Duxio!" I shouted to Giovanna as I raced to my pet's rescue. I don't know when my acrobatic skills kicked in, but at full speed I leaped over the boss's outstretched pincers and rolled away as it thrust the claw in the spot where I'd been a second ago. Evading its spiny leg, I managed to get under its gut, into which I plunged Carter's treacherous dagger and tore the unprotected flesh like paper. The Canavar recoiled, wailing in surprise. The liberated Rex nimbly righted himself and executed the shred-'em order, finishing off the boss. About 100 yards away, Giovanna and Tank were eradicating the Duxio's remaining health stats. They didn't need my help. In the early morning hours, we were visited by another elite, the Odzi. This was a vile, snake-like creature that was around 25 yards long. We all spent nearly a whole Pibala hour fighting it, trying to stay away from what turned out to be its two mouths. The creature had at least 10,000 life points, so my dagger, Tank's horn, and Rex's teeth were all useless against its scaly skin. On top of that, its regeneration was high, and I wasn't able to finish it off until I thought of selecting one of the creature's heads as target and activate Rex's Smash-'em talent. The snake's skull wasn't able to hold out, crumbling under pressure. We crushed the second head as soon as the cooldown of the Tyrannosaur's talent had expired. We accumulated a slew of resources in our nocturnal victories. Counting the resources gathered by the working unit, we had enough to bring me up to level 7, and Giovanna to level 5. I added all 4 characteristic points to stamina, raising my ability to survive as well as that of Rex and Tank. Giovanna put everything into agility. She did this because of the deadly elegant bow that dropped from the location boss. Canavar's Ruthless Jaws. Long-range weapon. Unlimited supply of ammunition. Powered by existence resource points, 5% of the point for each shot. Damage, 120 to 180. Distance, 100 yards. Chance of bloodshed, plus 50%. Chance of stunning, plus 3%. "It's a beast," Giovanna exclaimed. To be more precise, she'd shouted something else in Serbian, but that was how the built-in interpreter had translated her words for me. "Just what the doctor ordered," I added happily. Giovanna wasn't new to the tactics of long-range fighters. That was her thing. For me, this bow would only be a hindrance. It wasn't because I didn't know how to use it. The way the trial worked, you learned how to use any weapon the moment you picked it up. But thanks to my boxing practice, I'd gotten used to clinching. Anyway, the 3% chance of stunning, which meant immobilizing the opponent, could play a huge role, creating the most crucial moment in a fight that wasn't going well. So you could understand why I was happy. We greeted the new day on Pibala as a full-fledged fighting group. Me, Giovanna, and 2 small units, Rex and Tank. Now where would we find a healer? Repairing the enclosure around the base cost me 10% of its value, 22 existence resource units. I didn't really want to waste resources, since I knew that everything would be destroyed again the next night, but I heeded Joe's advice. That's what I called her now, to save time. As soon as I finished, we set out eastward. Today we had 2 vital tasks. The first was to collect resources to upgrade the integration module so I could combine all my hexagons together in the portal network. The second was to put out feelers in the east up to the border with Tafari's territory. His reconnaissance drone, or rather the mere fact that another test subject had one, worried me. From the south and west, we were covered by the edges of the trial field, and doing reconnaissance on the north before installing the portal network would be a waste of time, because we'd have to travel at least 10 miles through my hexagons to get there. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to use Tank as a mount. We walked along the southern edge, zigzagging northward in order to capture a neutral hexagon. I'd seized 3 hexagons by noon, bringing my total to 12. I wasn't able to capture a 4th one because we ran into a person. I spotted him first. I signaled to Joe to stop and lie down. Giovanna's perception was lower than mine, so she still didn't see the enemy. "What's that?" she asked. "A test subject. His name's Zach. He's level 3. He's wearing civilian clothes, not a uniform. He doesn't have any units with him either. Has he seen us? It wasn't an idle question. It would be hard not to notice a 150-yard-long tyrannosaur. But if this guy's perception wasn't leveled up, the fog of war would even conceal Rex. I don't think so, I said. He might not be alone. I'll go see what's up. Rex will stay here on standby, and you and Tank go around the back and make sure there's no one else. Okay. I detected a note of disappointment in her voice. We'd spent the whole morning arguing about our strategy until we were hoarse. She already saw herself as a partner on the path to a common goal and insisted that we totally annihilate our competitors, which she viewed as the only way to victory. "Kill them all! No discussion! Tyrannosaur! Triceratops!" she shouted, proving the need to advance quickly and capture the hexagons one after the other. There was a certain logic in her words that was dictated by the conditions of the trial. The more territory we captured, the more resources we'd earn, and the more resources we earned, the stronger we'd be. She was right. Well, almost. What if someone else took the same route? Carter, for example. If he took another 10 or 20 people into his clan, that was at least 200 charisma points for a clan, meaning 4 units. Between Carter's 200 bloodsuckers and another 10 or so fellow clan members, we wouldn't be able to hold them back. They'd simply outweigh us. In any case, I decided to first try to talk to this Zach guy. I approached him, making sure I was prepared to mentally order Rex to attack. He was so fast that once I called him, help would be at my side in a couple of seconds. "Hi there," I greeted Zach, showing him my upraised hand so he'd know I was coming in peace. He was a short guy with curly hair who looked to be around my age. He was shaking so hard his cheeks trembled. He was so fat that his whole body appeared swollen with bee stings. But why? How could he have an interface and not lose weight? He was scurrying around the White Command Center activation stone, but for some reason wasn't activating it. Maybe he didn't have enough resources. He was wearing a tattered business suit with a tie that he'd loosened. He was squeezing a tatty stick all covered in blood of the local mobs. "Hello, Mr.—" He hesitated, squinting. "Phil." "Did you get killed?" "What makes you say that?" He answered the question with a question. "Your clothes are from the other world." He had fewer than 1,000 life points, and my intuition was silent, so I concluded that he wasn't dangerous. It's been a few days, so you should have acquired a base long ago, and on the base, the first thing you get is the uniform module. It's more effective than your ripped clothes, and I'm sure you would have taken advantage of the opportunity. If you could have. So that means they killed you and you were resurrected in the clothes you were wearing when you ended up here, and based on your club, you spent the last few hours farming resources to activate the command center. Yes, you're right. Zach sighed. He rubbed his palms together and came closer, sticking his hand out. I'm Zach. Seeing as you didn't try to kill me right away, are you in the mood to talk? You tell me. Are you here by yourself? How did you lose your life? Oh, it's a long story. See, back when I had the honor of doing an internship in Jerusalem— Stop, Zach. Time is the most valuable resource here. It's even more valuable than existence resources. Don't squander my time or yours. Just answer quickly and get to the point. You have 30 seconds to explain everything, and then I'm going to capture this hexagon. I shoved him aside, went over to the activation stone, and theatrically looked at a non-existent wristwatch. I tapped my wrist with my index finger. 20 seconds. I ended up here, activated the command center, then took my time investigating around the hexagon, farmed some resources, and put everything into my development, Zach jabbered. I didn't go outside the boundaries because I was planning to first reach level 10 and get a specialization. Then I ran into a certain— He wavered. Mike. His name was Mike. He didn't have any weapons. He'd just been resurrected. He said he'd been killed by Tafari, some sort of horrible African giant riding a rhinoceros. Then Tafari came after me, and killed me. That's all. Can you tell me anything else about him? No. He attacked me suddenly, and now—" He didn't say what happened to Mike. I got the impression that Zack had killed him, but screw him, I didn't care for this Zack. "Time's up," I interrupted him. "Maybe I'll listen to the rest, after I've captured the hexagon. You'd better get away." "No, wait. I beg you." He dropped to his knees, his face contorted by fear. I signaled to Giovanna and Rex to approach. Zack's cries were drowned out by the stomping of my mobs. I waited until everyone had gathered and Zack had pulled himself together. I allowed him a couple of minutes. Maybe he'd be able to tell me more about Tafari. Jo looked on, disgustedly, but didn't say anything. She drew her index finger across her throat in a silent question. I responded with a slight shake of the head. Not yet. Zack wiped away his tears, smearing dirt on his face. He looked like a tubby child whose parents wouldn't buy him the toy he wanted. For some reason, his puffy, childlike face aroused my sympathy. He finally stopped bawling and calmed down. "Why are you so fat, anyway? Didn't the interface recommend that you watch your diet? How did you even pass the preliminary selection?" Giovanna couldn't restrain herself. "You know how destructive visceral fat is to your insides?" "Stop, Jo. What are you begging for, Zack?" "Oh, I see. How much time do you have until you're disincarnated?" There was a flash of hope in his eyes. 43 minutes. Hey, I can see by your levels and units that you're doing pretty well. Help me capture this hexagon so I won't be disincarnated." Giovanna seized her bow and pulled the string back, aiming the arrow at Zack. I raised my hand, indicating that she should let him finish. Maybe he could join our clan. But what use would he be to us? He obviously wasn't a fighter. He'd just be a burden. "Let me finish. I found the instance. The instance. Do you understand? Do you know what that is?" He waited for us to nod and then continued. "I don't have any weapons. I didn't want to risk going through it myself. To be honest, I barely made it out alive when I ran through the first local mobs. The portal is hidden. You won't find it on your own. I found it by chance, and if—" "We'll find it ourselves, Phil," Giovanna interrupted Zack. "So you want to help us with the instance, and we'll help you with this hexagon?" I wanted to clarify this with him. "The instance is in this hexagon?" Zack nodded eagerly. "I won't get in the way. I'll just mind my own business and farm mobs. And you promise not to touch me. For at least a week." 3 days. He thought for a moment and nodded again. "Okay. Take us there." Giovanna didn't take her eyes off me the whole way there. Her thirst for blood was understandable, and it made sense as a strategy. But my rationality was more practical. We'd get a lot more resources by cleaning out the instance than by just sending Zack to his resurrection point and capturing the hexagon, at least in the near term. Also, the final boss was sure to drop something useful, and if you also took into account that time would stand still there, we'd be able to sort things out with Zack later. In 3 days, to be precise. Right now, the only thing that worried me was whether we'd be able to take our units with us. Zack chattered with abandon the whole way, telling us his life story. Whether it was because he felt reassured that the situation had been resolved, or because he wanted to gain our trust so we wouldn't kill him after he'd fulfilled his end of the bargain, I don't know. When we got to the instance, Zack left us by the entrance and rushed off to farm 6 resource points so he could capture the hexagon. Giovanna stopped and laid a hand on my chest. "Phil, please tell me why you did that. We're on the same side, so I need to understand what you're doing. Look, I'm ready to help you win, because if you do, I get to keep everything I achieve with a hookup." "What exactly do you want me to explain?" "Why didn't you kill him? And why didn't you take him into the clan? Then you would have had to show us the entrance to the instance." Now that she'd reached level 5, Giovanna had access to the expanded rulebook, so she could personally confirm what Carter had told her. If the clan leader wins, she'd get to keep everything she achieved with the interface. That sparked hope in her, and her dark mood had been replaced by irrepressible enthusiasm. That explained why she saw the clan as a team of which I was the captain. I slid down the wall and sat on the ground so we could talk things through. Time stood still in the instance anyway, so we didn't need to rush. First of all, why didn't I kill him? Last time, I was only able to fight you and Carter off after I cleared out the instance. Now my level is higher, so there might be even more loot. It's too bad the dinosaurs aren't with us, Giovanna sighed. Are you sure nothing will happen to them? The mobs were just too big to get through the instance. They won't go anywhere. Time doesn't pass here. The exit will be close to the entrance, so they won't even notice we're gone. In any case, we can manage without them. I don't think anyone will risk attacking them. Uh-huh. Okay, moving on. Why didn't I take him into the clan? Look, how much does sustenance cost? At level 1, 1 point per hour. Zack is level 3, so that's 39 points per day. It would be out of the question to send him out alone to farm resources in the shared pool. Without a uniform or weapons, he wouldn't collect much. So we'd need to give him clothes, shoes, and weapons. That's also an expense. Would we take him with us? One level 7 Saracer would chew him up without even noticing. So the only thing left to do for him was level him up and hope there'd be an effect in the future. But the thing is, I don't like him. Did you hear him say how he got rich? He used the hookup and married a millionaire's daughter? Yep. I don't want someone like that on our team. Does that make sense? What about me? Giovanna asked quietly. Or were you just being nice because I helped you when we first met? I smiled. Have you looked in the mirror? Yes, so what? Is something wrong? She touched her face in confusion. That's the point. Everything's fine. She lowered her eyes in embarrassment. Joe, don't worry. He'll get his turn. If he levels up enough on his own, we'll take him into the clan. If not, we'll capture his hexagon. Okay, ready? Shall we go clear it out? I confidently led the way toward the first pack of mobs. Giovanna followed me warily. This was her first instance. If the rulebook wasn't lying, they were all pretty much the same, so I didn't expect any surprises. But I was wrong. The first 4 jellyfish, one of which was a level 9 officer, nearly drove me to permanent disincarnation. I'd ordered Giovanna to shoot mobs from a distance, but I forgot to specify exactly what sorts of mobs she'd need to attack. As a result, the pack I'd brought broke into 2 as soon as she drew aggro to herself. It happened while she was shooting 2 other mobs, not the mob I was fighting. The creature she was attacking immediately sped away. When they flew closer to Giovanna, they switched fire from their cubic guns to her. I didn't have a chance to kill my mobs in order to draw aggro to myself when her health ended up in the red. Activate the level up! I struggled to make myself heard over the booming shots of the jellyfish. In her panicked state, she didn't hear me, and instead scurried about and ran toward me in the hopes of finding protection. I had to dart toward her, blocking the line of fire. The officer was toast, but I didn't get the chance to kill the jellyfish that was aggroing me, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to save Giovanna in time. In the end, I had to upgrade to level 8 in order to restore health points, then kill the remaining mobs at my leisure. In the aftermath of the first fight, I had to school Giovanna in the basics of how instances worked in an MMORPG. Get it? They see me and gather around me, but you need to deal more damage to one of them than I do, or you'll immediately become the target of their attack. Always fight the ones I'm fighting. Sorry, I understand now. She gave me an embarrassed smile, realizing her gaffe. She came over to me and soothingly ran her fingers over my cheek. She didn't avert her eyes. I gave in. My anger quickly dissipated, even without her smile. The girl had never played these kinds of games before. You could say she'd never played computer games at all, considering her childhood and adolescence, which were full of schedules and practices. Okay, I'll level up the characteristic, and we'll keep going. I added 2 points from the leveling up to strength, bringing it up to 25 and increasing damage. The rest of the clean-out went like clockwork. I served as the tank, gathering packs of mobs around me, and Giovanna shot them from a distance, causing bleed DOTs and occasionally stunning them. Their levels ranged from 7 to 9. It looked like the scaling wasn't based on the average of my and Joe's levels, but only on my 7, which was where I'd been when I entered the dungeon. "Say, where did you get your staff?" I asked while we took a break before the last boss. "Since this is your first instance, and before this you never killed neither elites nor bosses." "I got it based on the results of the preliminary selection," Giovanna explained. "I had less injuries than everyone else." "Did Carter tell you where he got his spear and dagger?" "Oh, please, did he ever?" She laughed. "He loves to brag. He got the spear in an instance whose entrance he found right after he captured his first hexagon. He got the dagger because he somehow managed to kill a location boss before he met up with you the first time. He spent a long time telling me about his successes so he could convince me to join his clan without a fight. By the way, do you know what his strategy was?" "No, but I'd love to hear about it. Bring all the test subjects into his clan?" "Would you believe that's pretty much what it was?" She laughed. "Tafari goes from hexagon to hexagon and kills everyone he meets, but Carter wanted to capture everyone around him as fast as possible and give them all independence." "Why?" "So that each of them would level up on their own and extract resources also on their own. He even said that he was willing to work 50-50 and that the clan settings would allow him to do that. He said it was win-win. I think that would be the ideal situation for Zek." "What if someone refused to extract resources?" "You keep forgetting about the disincarnation timer that he could set for anything." "Damn, why did I have to remind you about that?" She swore at herself in Serbian. "Take it easy, I'm not planning to use it on you." "Okay, look, for example, he can set the timer for a clan member to farm a set amount of resources in a day. So, say that he sets your standard at 600 points per day, and you divide it up any way you want. If you don't accomplish it, you get disincarnated." I chuckled. Interesting strategy. I'm serious. Worth thinking about. So then why did he bring you to me? Was he afraid he wouldn't manage on his own? It was a coincidence that we were headed to your hexagon. Carter thought it was available. When he realized that you'd already dug in there, he was happy. He thought that this time you'd definitely agree, and he wouldn't even need to waste any more resources on capturing. Well, he misjudged. Uh-huh. So are we going to get rid of this creature? Of course. But first, let's discuss the strategy. The instance boss is the same one as the last time. The only differences are the level and the name. But it's the same name, except for one letter. Reniza Nasi. Location boss, level 10. Life points, 4,150. Recalling what I'd entered the fight with the last time, I looked at the powerful fist and acid dagger of obfuscation in my hands, at the Canavar's ruthless jaws, and at Giovanna's rumbling lightning rod, and headed confidently into battle. 6 seconds into the fight, the dagger's effect kicked in. Instant death. The boss dropped a large existence crystal with almost 1,500 points. That was my chance for double loot kicking in, and a dagger. No, not a dagger. The mother of all daggers. Wicked Dagger of Absorption. Treacherous melee weapon. Each attack restores 25% of the owner's health from the damage dealt. It is powered by existence resources, 5% of your points for each damage dealt. Damage, 150 to 180. When I picked it up, the handle changed shape and enveloped my fist. There was a flash of burning pain, which felt as if 1,000 sharp, needle-thin tentacles entered my skin all the way to my blood vessels. I hissed in agony. "You okay?" Giovanna asked with concern when she saw my face contort. "Me? I'm just fine." Even I was frightened by my altered, coarsened voice. "Good," she said, satisfied. "What's the plan now?" "Unfinished business is a symptom of spiritual bankruptcy. I think we'll be able to intercept Zach before he activates the hexagon." For some reason, Giovanna recoiled. "What do you mean?" "Come on. We're going to take that loser down." Chapter 11. May I take this opportunity? Why is it that the hardest thing in the world is to convince a bird that he is free, and that he can prove it for himself if he'd spend a little time practicing? Why should that be so hard? Richard Bach, Jonathan Livingston Seagull. Now, memorize this. Ola, Eddie, Giovanna, Manu, Carter, Letty, Zach, Ken. Got it? Elindy waited for me to answer, then repeated, Ola, Eddie, Giovanna, Manu, Carter, Letty, Zach, Ken. The moment we'd sat down on the same couch behind the coffee table where we'd sat before, she began repeating these names over and over, reminding me to memorize them. She drilled them into me the whole time I was drinking my cup of coffee, and she was still drilling them into me now, after we'd finished. It was like 10 minutes of either a memory exercise or meditation. I wasn't sure which. Ola, Eddie, Giovanna, Manu, Carter, Letty, Zach, Ken. I memorized them right away. Repeat them backward. Again. Now in any order you want. I did as she asked, and looked at her, silently asking for explanations. You need to commit them to your long-term memory, Phil. This is important. There's a hypothesis, which agrees with my personal experience, that a connection between you and your replica is preserved in infospace. Over the last few days, have you had any strange ideas or thoughts? Like dreams, maybe? I don't think so, I answered, rooting around in my memories since the abduction. Yesterday I had taken Kostya and Julie to the airport. In the evening, there had been a brawl at a nightclub with the son of the first deputy mayor. Today, there'd been an emergency meeting at the office, after which I'd leveled up my looks and went to the class reunion. Except, you know what? Last night I had a dream about dinosaurs, but that can't have anything to do with it. Dinosaurs. The extinct fossil reptiles? Elindy couldn't have looked more human as she rubbed her nose. Their intelligent subspecies failed the diagnostics 100 million years ago, but it's unlikely that this would have any connection to the trial. Well, all right. Anyway, you need to keep saying those names. Maybe when the other Phil meets one of them, he'll understand. Understand what exactly? How will he understand if even I don't know what you mean? Can't you just give me an explanation once and for all? You were saying it's a real mess on Pibelau. What's Pibelau? What kind of problems are there? Elindy leaned back and stretched out her long, shapely legs on the table. Do you mind if I sit like this? Thank you. As you already know, Nick Valiadis and I installed a different version of the interface in a few test subjects, including you. The version by the senior races trains fighters and egoists, encouraging them to level up accordingly. Our version develops responsibility and social status while rewarding socially meaningful actions. In this wave of the trial, there are 9 people like you with high social status. 9 out of a total of 169 test subjects. And only one of them, a guy named John Carter, started out pretty well and is now in the top 10. All the other subjects with high social status are developing slowly, and you're the slowest of them all. Me? It's going that badly? The blood rushed to my face, and my throat went dry. So when I spoke, it sounded like my tongue was wooden. Very badly, Phil. Your replica, Phil 2, has already lost 2 lives and is on his last one. If he doesn't capture a new base within a day, he'll be disincarnated, and you'll lose everything you've achieved. So it's very important that you all join forces there and stick together. That's the only way you'll all have any chance. I was silent for a long time. I didn't know what to say. It was as if nothing depended on me, and any mistakes the other Phil made weren't my fault. But ultimately, I was responsible. The devastation that descended on me didn't go unnoticed. Elindy whispered something. A healing wave washed over me, drawing the fatigue out of my body and my mind. It wasn't all over. I still had a chance. Stacy. A little more alert now, I unthinkingly called her by her Earth name. You could have communicated those 8 names to me any way you wanted. Did you really have to come to my house? Last time, it took all of my spirit reserves to set up a sphere of silence in your house. Believe me, it's not easy. Every time I do it, the cooldown weakens my abilities for a few days. Sphere of silence? What are you talking about? It was more or less clear what she meant from the context, but I wanted an explanation. The place we're sitting right now is a space that's protected by a sphere. She drew a circle around us with her hands, marking out the rough boundaries. No signals travel from here into infospace, and we can talk about worrying about attracting the senior supervisor's attention. If he finds out that Nick and I tried to interfere in the progress of the trial, the consequences would be irreversible, and could even disqualify our races for good. So, then, this senior supervisor, is he someone like Khafor? He's the high judge of the senior races. He evaluates the performances of the test subjects after the observers vote and makes the final decision on who to name the winner or how to penalize participants. What does this trial look like? What do they do there? Alindi's patient explanations painted a picture of the backside of the galaxy where I, or rather my replica, had gone. The Elders had transformed a remote little planet named Pibelau in the Sagittarius sector specifically for the trials. There were 2 suns, a large one and a small one. The small one was artificial and put there by one of the planet's extinct civilizations. There were no natural satellites. The nocturnal light came from a myriad of stars. The daytime sky was purple, fading into a dirty brown. The flora looked like Earth's flora, but that's where the similarities ended. There were predatory, carnivorous plant species. The fauna was predatory and raised artificially for the trials, since there were no plant-eating species there. When night fell, the daytime species disappeared somewhere, and the huge monsters came out. The only way to get away from them was to escape to a shelter. The whole field of the trial was divided into 6-sided shapes called hexagons. One side of a hexagon was a little less than 2 miles long. Each test subject's home hexagon was surrounded by 6 neutral hexagons. Each hexagon was surrounded by an energy field that animals couldn't penetrate. Each test subject had 3 lives. If a test subject was killed by aggressive fauna, they were resurrected in their home hexagon. If the test subject was killed by another test subject, they lost all their belongings and resources they had on them, as well as all their hexagons, which were then transferred to the person who had killed them. The test subject was then resurrected in the closest hexagon, which wasn't necessarily neutral. If all the hexagons were captured, the test subject was resurrected on the border of any hexagon in the trial field that was chosen at random. Pibelau days were longer than Earth days, but they only had 13 hours, although that was relative, and came from the Valfor's chronology. But the strangest thing was that time on Pibelau passed faster than on Earth. So when I lived a day on Earth, it was more on Pibelau. This reminds me of a computer game, I said, summing up Elindi's story. You capture and develop bases and have a few lives, and there are even mobs. Maybe they even drop loot? I laughed at the absurdity. Loot? Elindi repeated in confusion and shrugged. I don't understand. The essence of the trial has been exactly the same for millions of years in Earth time. It's a war, and a war never changes, even if the people involved are each fighting for themselves and battling in a different sector of the galaxy. Have you also participated in it? That's a stupid question, Phil, of course. I participated and even won. Then I merged with my replica and remembered everything. Anyway, that's all for now. I'm sorry, but I need to go. I hope something useful will come out of this. Those were her last words, which she spoke more to herself than to me. Where are you off to? I have a flight to catch. First, I'm going to South Africa, then to the United States, and then on to Colombia. I'm going to see Carter, Eddie, and Manu, and have the same conversation with them. As we speak, Nick is flying to Cameroon via Kazakhstan to meet with Ken and Ola. Unfortunately, you can't talk about this kind of thing over the phone. I went to see her out. She gave me a quick peck on the lips and stepped out onto the landing. After she called the elevator, she turned back to me. "Repeat the names." I recited the names of Phil 2's potential comrades-in-arms, and Stacy, a.k.a. Elindi, disappeared into the depths of the elevator. An idea came to me as I locked the front door. I settled on the couch and summoned Martha. Having exchanged pleasantries, I wasted no time in getting down to business. My exact replica is participating in the trial, right? That's right. If you went through the portal as an exact replica of myself, that means that the other Phil has your copy too, right? Possibly, Martha answered evenly. She was now sitting in the same spot where Elindi had been. Just like Elindi, she stretched out her long legs, shown off by her short shorts, and threw them onto the coffee table. Possibly or definitely? Can you establish a connection with her? Even if I can, and I try, and don't get a response, what will that accomplish? Okay. I felt an invisible hand lightly touch my brain. There. I've exported the data. I understand the task. So then tell me what it is. Ola, Eddie, Giovanna, Manu, Carter, Letty, Zach, Ken. Your replica needs to know that these are potential allies. I'm about to start transmitting a coded signal to the Universal Infospace. But even if Martha 2 is able to accept it, how will she transmit the information to Phil 2? Your replica's interface is still installed, but I'm sure it's blocked. Otherwise, there will be a conflict between the versions, as the one used in the trial works according to completely different principles. In fact, your replica functions by altering the local layers of reality. Damned if I know, Martha. But if there's even a 1/10000000% of a chance that it would help me keep the interface, and that means keeping you too, it would be worth it. What are you doing? Just take it easy. The new week was bound to bring the troubles I was expecting, including the problems that would undoubtedly be created by the vindictive son of the first deputy mayor, let alone my failing the trial and all the subsequent consequences. But the first problem I ran up against on Monday morning was the simplest and even comical. I had nothing to wear. All my clothing was now too small, and even when I pulled on jeans that were too roomy for me before, I had a hard time cramming my bulked-up calves and thighs into the legs. I'd spent all of Sunday experimenting with strength. An idea had popped into my clever but often impractical head. I had Martha to thank for that. You'd think that a virtual entity that existed only in my mind couldn't be felt physically. Seeing as I'd felt her touch before that, why couldn't I feel the effect more strongly? That's what I'd been thinking about when she told me to relax and close my eyes. I physically felt her fingers traveling through my head, running over every inch of skin and removing the tension. I wasn't even aware of falling asleep, and when I woke up in the middle of the night, I got undressed and lay on my bed. I woke up in the morning with a burning idea. Seeing as the interface booster allowed me to recover much faster than a regular person, why the hell was I going to the gym every other day? Even regular bodybuilders train every day, and they don't have any kind of interface. Over the course of the day, I went to the gym 3 times, breaking for a 90-minute nap and a snack. I must have guzzled gallons of protein shakes. I made the first trip early in the morning when the place was empty, and my last trip was late at night, shortly before the gym closed. After my second session, I could see that the idea was working. The strength rose steadily. My muscles were restored, and the fibers were building up. The fitness manager, who was the only witness to all my workouts that day, hid his surprise for a while. But the third time I showed up, he couldn't hold back any longer. He came over to where I was huffing and puffing under the barbells, waited until I'd finished the set, then said sarcastically, "I don't know if you realize it, but you're flogging a dead horse." "Am I? Why is that?" "You're killing your muscles. It's not good to work out so much, you'll hurt yourself. You're overdoing it." He sounded off for a long time, explaining what was common knowledge to me. I didn't interrupt. I figured I could let him get it off his chest. There weren't a lot of people around, so he was probably just bored. I'd already noticed that these gym rats really liked to share information. The only thing was that their information often differed, and sometimes it was even contradictory. But that's neither here nor there. The main thing was that for the most part, these people were friendly. "Got it. Thank you," I said when he took a breath, giving me a chance to respond. I mopped the sweat from my face and started my next set. Before I took the barbells off the stand, I said, "You're completely right. But then how come this morning I was having a hard time pressing 45 pounds less than I'm pressing now?" The manager just waved an arm and walked away, as if to say, "Why talk to such a deluded fool?" In reality, I was pressing more. After studying the training plans of lifters rather than bodybuilders, I'd fundamentally changed my training methods, concentrating on only 3 basic exercises. Now I was lifting heavier weights, but doing fewer reps, and I surprised even myself with what I could do. During my last session of the day, I bench-pressed 265 pounds, and then I got up and did deadlifts with 340 pounds. Through online research, I learned that that wasn't yet pro-level, but it made me a solid second-class powerlifter. The system reacted in a funny way. It took a long time to process the new data, and then it spit out a whole bunch of increases to strength. With each new session, it showed more. All of this meant that by the end of the weekend, I'd leveled this characteristic up to 19, which had earned me 6,000 XP, plus another 3,000 XP for an unexpected triple increase in my stamina. So that was the side effect of strength training. Even though my progress slowed considerably after that, because I'd simply come off a plateau, encouraging the system to reassess my strength, that level 20 social status that I desperately wanted was getting closer. Monday morning showed how big I'd gotten. Since my chest muscles had expanded and my back muscles had broadened, the only thing that fit was a one-size-fits-all t-shirt that used to hang on me like a tent. Now it hugged my body like I was some damn mannequin. I could have gone to work like that, but I'd still need to explain how my eyes and my hair had changed color, so I'd have to make a stop at the mall on the way to work. I picked out almost the first shirt I saw, added an inexpensive suit, then changed in the dressing room. I hoped that no one would notice anything. Once I got to the office, it was clear that people almost never notice changes in other people's appearances, especially men. Other than Veronica, nobody suspected a thing. Intercepting me on the stairs, Veronica took me aside and said, "What's up? Are you wearing a bulletproof vest?" "No. Where do you get that idea?" She incredulously put her hand under my jacket and felt my shoulders and chest. "What's up? Hey, Alec will see you touching me." "Come on. You're like my big brother." Her hand found my arm, which instinctively tensed up. "Whoa! Check out those guns! So you're pumping iron. Cool." "Behave yourself, Veronica." I tried to pull away from her, but she looked at me intently. "Hey, did you get tinted contacts? And your hair? There's something different about you. I'm not sure what. Have you had a makeover?" "Yes," I had to lie. Didn't I need to? She took a step back, looked me up and down, and gave me the thumbs up. That was enough for me. Feeling her eyes on my back, I walked down the corridor. I made the rounds of all our offices, greeting my colleagues. It was as if everything were normal, but I felt physically tense. The reasons became clear later on. At first, the customary Monday managers' meeting went as usual. The division managers gave a lively report about the plans for the week. Alec said that the new offices were completely ready for us to move into, and Mr. Katz and Rose updated us on their preparations for any potential audits. It was only then, after hesitating for a while, that Kesha Dimitko asked for the floor again.
"Phil, some negative rumors are going around town. I would have dismissed them, but just this morning, 2 clients mentioned them."
"You need to be more specific, Kesha."
Okay. Specifically, the rumor falls into 2 categories. Some are about the company, and others
are explicitly about you. I won't talk about them now. If you want, I can tell you in private. What are they saying about the company? They say we drop partners, drive away key employees, and don't do a good job fulfilling our contractual obligations. They say that we've only been in business for a little while, and our director and co-owner is, Kesha stopped, realizing that he'd said too much. What do they mean, our director? Gleb sounded confused. It's Phil, isn't it? I'd also like to know. Veronica drawled pensively. Kesha, please just finish your sentence. They say he's a psychopathic con artist. I was genuinely surprised. Meaning? Kesha wavered again, looking around uncertainly. Mr. Katz frowned and shook his head. I sensed that Kesha had talked the situation over with him before bringing it up with me. I needed to remind them who was the boss. Kesha, just tell us. We're all friends here. But Mr. Katz didn't advise me to. That's right, I didn't, the old lawyer cried, flying into a rage. The director's personal life has nothing to do with the company's business. Mark, calm down, Rose joined in. Remember your heart. I haven't forgotten anything, but I strongly recommend that we not communicate slanderous rumors about Mr. Panfilov in front of everyone. Come on, that's enough. I stood at my desk. Guys, remember that we're friends first, and then colleagues and partners. Anyway, I'm sure that it will be much worse if I don't have a chance to dispel all this nonsense if people are discussing it behind my back. Kesha? It's better if I tell you. Mr. Katz butted in again. He took a sip of tea and cleared his throat. Rumors about our company have started to spread around town. On an official level, it's hard to find fault with us. We're an unblemished, young company, and none of the shareholders have had issues with taxes or anything else in the past. So, the personalities of the shareholders are being targeted. People are talking about all of us, not just Phil. Maybe you could be more specific, Mr. Katz. Veronica interrupted him. I need to apologize in advance, he said, shrugging. Well, Veronica, the gossip about you is that you're allegedly a tart and, used certain methods to get a job and partnership in the great job agency. What? Enraged, Veronica jumped up and clenched her fists. Who's saying that? They say that Gleb is an alcoholic who gambled his apartment away, Mark continued, ignoring her. He was now like a doctor who'd begun an operation to lance an abscess. He'd already started, and the patient was howling, but he needed to finish, and the faster the better. The rumors about Alec are mainly about his criminal past. Did you serve time in a juvenile correctional facility, Alec? These days, that's no big deal. There are politicians who have done serious time and got away with it. But people are still talking about it, you know. Half the country has been in prison, Alec said, and I only did time for hooliganism. Moving on. Kesha's divorced, and people are saying that he left his ex-wife with an infant on her hands. Right now, he's allegedly reporting false income in order to pay the minimum alimony. We all know it's not the case, but someone is cleverly combining truth and lies, and people believe that sort of half-truth most of all. Kesha does in fact have an 11-year-old daughter from his first marriage, but she's not lacking for anything. Kesha gives at least half of his income to his ex-wife, and I can vouch for that. My lie detection, which I was in the habit of activating every meeting, confirmed his words, but not even that cheered up my colleagues. Their moods firmly in the red zone. What are they saying about you and Rose? Gleb asked grimly. Oh, they're just telling the truth about us. We really are Jewish. So what? Mr. Katz heaved a sigh and turned to me. As for Mr. Panfilov, the rumors are the harshest of all. He trailed off, giving me a chance to stop him. I nodded. Go ahead. I think it's all a lie, so I apologize. He spread his arms. Mr. Panfilov, is it true that you were unemployed for many years and sponged off your wife, who you divorced shortly before you started the company? and that when you got divorced she was pregnant. I'm sure this isn't true. They also say you occasionally have psychotic episodes, and that you allegedly see spirits and talk to the cosmos. They say that before you opened the agency, you dabbled in ESP and healed people. Also, that you're just a charlatan and con artist. You win people's trust and present yourself as a writer or psychologist in order to gain profit.
"What is this nonsense?" Veronica exclaimed. "It's just the opposite. Phil helps everybody." "Is there anything else?" I asked, noticing that he hadn't finished.
The rest is petty. You were kicked out of a gym, and you often gamble. On the whole, I'd say that someone's doing everything they can to make sure your reputation hits rock bottom."
"It's obvious who," Cyril said. "The Doroshkins are stirring the pot. From the beginning,
"Phil, reception just called."
An agitated Alec interrupted his ardent outburst.
"There's a crowd of people here. It's the audit."
"It's starting?" Rose sighed. The revenue officers were the first to come in. A short, thin woman led the procession, her eyes sharp behind her glasses.
"Is this the Great Job Recruitment Agency?" she asked, peering at her paperwork. "Who's the director of the company? Which of you is Philip Panfilov?"
I stepped forward. "I am. What can I do for you?"
"A tax counter-audit. Here's the directive."
The revenue officers hadn't shown up out of nowhere. They came under the guise of auditing one of our contractors. But Rose expressed complete confidence that we had nothing to worry about with the audit. Based on my interaction with them, I had the impression that they weren't really holding their breath about finding anything. And in conversation, they didn't show any interest in me. They asked me a series of formal questions, then went into Rose's office to sit down with the documents. "Don't worry, Mr. Panfilov," Mr. Katz tried to reassure me. "Everything's in order. I mean, after all, we're not in the 90s when they tried to strangle small businesses. Don't worry." I wasn't worried. I was far more concerned about the source of the rumors. This source seemed to know a painful amount of my personal information. If all of this came from a high-up order from the first deputy mayor, it was time that I had a chat with his son. But first, I needed to explain myself to the gang. Having given a pep talk to my deflated friends and boosting their confidence, I went on to see our sales reps. They were still occupying Kesha's former printing business, as we'd had to put off the move to the new office because of the audit. Kesha had managed to sell all his equipment, which had freed up a lot of space. In addition to him and the guys from UltraPack, the office was occupied by 9 trainees, so the place was always buzzing. Silence reigned when they saw me. I wouldn't say the atmosphere was hostile, but it was wary. They didn't know what to expect from the director that day. Maybe he was about to fire everyone, or maybe he was about to say that everything was in a bad way and the company was shutting down. Someone put down a phone while somebody else buried himself in his papers. Even Cyril looked away and pretended to be busy. Kesha raised his head and gazed at me expectantly. Marina, who was sitting next to him, looked worried. Only Greg reacted as he always did when he saw me. He smiled and gave me a friendly wave. I went over to Kesha. "Can I talk to you and your guys?" He nodded. "Hey, everyone, we need to interrupt you for a minute," he said half-jokingly to his subordinates. "Our liege wants words with us." That did the trick. Someone laughed. The atmosphere had lightened up. "Thank you, Kesha. Okay, everyone. Please raise your hand if you have any questions about what's going on today." No hands went up, but one of the new employees, the bearded Dennis who was quick to laugh, spoke up from the far corner of the room. "Everything is clear. What is there not to understand? We all know about the fight. It's payback from the son of the deputy mayor." "So no one has any regrets about coming to work here?" "No." A chorus of voices rang out over each other. "Everything's fine." "Excellent. I can see you've worked it out without me." "So about the rumors." I decided to immediately come clean.
Is it all crap?
Dennis lifted his eyebrows. Almost. The only thing that's true is that I was married, but I got divorced recently. Why did you leave your wife when she was pregnant? Irina, a 25-year-old single mother, asked indignantly, staring daggers at me. Her interest was more than piqued. I looked her in the eye, trying to be as warm and sincere as possible. Irina, I had nothing to do with her pregnancy. I give you my word. She nodded, satisfied. I saw Marina look scathingly at Irina, apparently not willing to understand that for the new employees, I was nothing more than a boss. They still hadn't figured out what kind of boss I was. I'll deal with all of this myself. The only thing I ask of you is to remain calm and keep working. No matter what other rumors you may hear from our clients, if you still want to find out more about me, what I'm really like as a person and who I am, talk to your colleagues. Cyril, Greg, Marina, and I all worked together at UltraPack. They'll tell you that when I give my word, it means something. As for our company as a whole, we're growing fast, and you have an amazing opportunity to grow with it. I looked around at my colleagues who had gone quiet, then activated the clan management dashboard and tapped on abilities. Raising Spirits, 24 hours. Clan leader's ability to inspire other clan members, plus 50% to mood of each clan member, plus 25% to satisfaction of each clan member, plus 5% to trust in clan leader. The cooldown from the ability was a week. That was substantial, but if I didn't use it now, when would I? The ability had come with level 3 for the clan, which kept growing with each new client and employee. Well, let's not mope, team. We'll still have clients lining up to work with us, and all you'll need to do is pick out the most profitable orders. I said this with such confidence and charisma that my spirit reserves melted away before my eyes. The cheer from the sales staff was so enthusiastic, it made the office walls shake. Thank you for your attention. If no one has any more questions, let's get back to work. As I was turning to leave, I noticed Kesha wink as Dennis said behind me, Mr. Panfilov, one last question. How much do you lift? I located Alexander Doroshkin's marker on the interface map. He was in a Chinese restaurant. I had one of our drivers take me there. Once he dropped me off, I let him go. My salespeople had client meetings to get to, and I didn't want to monopolize a car. I climbed the stairs, which were flanked by bronze dragon figurines. When I got to the heavy front door, I reached out for the handle, but the door opened by itself. An elderly guard was holding it. It wasn't until after I'd walked past him that I thought of tipping him, but by then it would have been awkward to go back. I wasn't yet in the habit of doing so. I hadn't had much chance of tipping people in the past. A cute Asian-looking girl, who I took to be the hostess, was standing by the entrance. Welcome to Peking Duck. Do you have a reservation? Sorry, I don't. In that case... A shadow flickered over the girl's face, but it disappeared quickly when she ran her finger over her computer screen. I can offer you a table in the far room. Come with me, please. The first surprise happened when, on the way, I saw that Doroshkin was sitting with his father, Edward Doroshkin himself. They were wielding chopsticks, speaking animatedly. There were no guards, escorts, or entourage. The first deputy mayor of the town was in a public place, democratically eating lunch with his son. The younger man spotted me. His eyes bored into me, but he didn't recognize me. His interest numbers confirmed that he had no idea who I was. If he did, he'd hardly be sitting there so calmly. I ordered the spicy mixed vegetables with beef, and then settled in to observe. I was seated in the middle of the room, which was full of people. This presented an opportunity to speak civilly with Doroshkin. He surely wouldn't make a scene in public. I finally got my chance when I'd almost finished the main course. Doroshkin Sr. got up and strode off. The son stayed behind and paid the bill. I laid down my chopsticks, wiped my mouth, activated lie detection, and approached the young man. Hello, Alexander. He slipped a couple of 5,000-ruble bills in the holder, shut it, slid his wallet back in his jacket pocket, and looked up. "Hello. Do we know each other?" "May I sit down? We need to talk." He nodded tentatively. I sat in the chair his father had vacated. "Alexander, do you remember me?" "No, damn it, who are you?" He wasn't lying. He really didn't remember me. I scrolled through the new data for a couple of seconds, trying to decide what to do. Should I just apologize and leave? No, I needed to get to the bottom of this. "My name is Philip. We had a confrontation last Friday at Anomaly. First, it was between you and my colleagues, and then between you and me." "At Anomaly? I was at the Empire. I met someone there, then we went somewhere else." He wrinkled his forehead. According to lie detection, he genuinely didn't remember if he'd been at the club. "Oh! I remember! Damn, dude, you're the one who bashed me?" He burst out laughing. "Seriously, when I woke up the next day, everything hurt. I had a bruise under my ribs. Sergei did tell me to slow down with a drink." "Honestly, Come on," he interrupted me. "Did we get into a fight? Then we can talk to each other like friends." "If I hadn't stopped you, things would have turned out much worse. This Sergei guy, that bouncer, he would have crippled one of my friends." "That's for sure. Sergei's a beast. Look, did you want something, Philip?" "Listen up." Instinct told me how to really talk to this guy. "When we left each other at that club, you threatened to make problems for my company." "Yeah? And?" "Did you follow through on that?" "Look, dude, even if I really wanted to make trouble for you, I couldn't, because I don't even know what your company is. Take it easy." His words were making me feel warm. He wasn't pulling the wool over my eyes. "What kind of company do you have, anyway?" I tensed up a little. He must have noticed. "Well, I gotta run. I give you my word that I don't hold a grudge. There won't be any problems. Don't worry your head over it." He stood up and walked away, leaving me alone with my thoughts and questions. Only a small circle of people knew the slanderous information that was being spread about the company's shareholders. All of those people were my friends, partners, and colleagues. So who was the snitch? Chapter 12. Don't be afraid of enemies. Why is it destroying other toys? They must have programmed it to eliminate the competition. You mean like Microsoft? The Simpsons. A friend of mine often liked to say that in his book, all people were bastards and scoundrels until they proved otherwise. That had been more or less my philosophy when it came to managing my clan in the game. By definition, all new people were useless noobs, and could prove otherwise only through full-fledged participation in raids. The optimization had burned out all my game skills, but I still remembered things like that. When I had gotten the interface, this reliable and safe life philosophy, if you don't trust anyone, no one can betray you, started to glitch and change into its own contradiction. I'd started interacting with the people around me, as though I knew in my heart that people are good. Until now, this approach had served me well. But now I clearly needed to start digging around. Or could it be that the rumors weren't coming from my people? Vicky. Of all the people who knew me fairly well, she was the most obvious candidate. But what about a motive? She had one. The last time we'd seen each other, her feelings about me were clear. To be honest, if she was the one behind all of this, I'd actually feel relieved. I didn't want to believe that there was a rat in my company. I called her. The phone rang for a long time, but I waited. "Hello?" I heard her flat voice. "Hi. We need to talk. Can you give me 5 minutes?" She sighed, but to my amazement, instead of sending me packing, she asked, "When?" "As soon as possible." "How about in a half hour at the cafe next to our office?" "You remember it?" "Yes. I'll head over there now." I paid my bill, called a taxi, and set off to meet Vicky. The taxi's route went past one particular place I remembered well. The restaurant. The one where Mr. Ivanov had taken us to celebrate the deal with out.This, and in front of which I'd been abducted for the first time. Where things had kicked off between Vicky and myself. I felt a twinge of regret. Everything between us had been so spontaneous and good. The cafe was noisy, and it was hard to breathe. There were vapors puffing on electronic cigarettes all over the place, making the air so heavy you could cut it with a knife. The sticky, sweet stench overpowered my sensory receptors. I scanned the crowd for the familiar figure until I found her. Vicky was already sitting at the bar, staring into a mug of cappuccino. Although initially I was planning on asking her only one question, it quickly got out of hand. "Hey." "What do you want?" Vicky wasted no time getting down to business. "I want to know if you had anything to do with the ugly rumors about me and my company that have been going around since this morning. Just answer yes or no." "No. I have nothing to do with them." Her voice was steady. A warm wave flowed over my skin. Vicky was telling the truth. That was enough for me. But she continued. "I've heard what people have been saying, but I didn't start it. I haven't told anyone anything about you or your company, not counting the conversation you were part of." This time I felt a cold sensation. It wasn't a strong feeling. It was kind of like the cold that comes out of the refrigerator when you open it, but it meant that Vicky wasn't being entirely sincere. "Are you saying that you've never told your new boyfriend anything about us?" "That's none of your business, but I'll answer anyway. You were a jerk. But when I answered his questions after your visit, I didn't go into detail. I just confirmed that we'd been together for a while. I said it was nothing serious, just a little fling. That's it." She was telling the truth. "If we're done now, I'll be on my way. You can pay for the coffee." Without even touching her cappuccino, she walked out, leaving me with distressing thoughts. I stayed in the cafe and called Kesha. "You were kind of vague about something this morning. From whom did you hear the rumors about me and the company? Who first told them to you?"
"Everybody's talking," Dmitko answered.
He went silent, trying to remember. When people say everybody, they often mean just a few people. Usually people from their inner circle. I remember how Yana had once tried to prove to me that everybody had gone on some sort of fashionable diet. Everybody turned out to be two of her friends. So when Kesha said everybody, he could have very well meant just a couple of clients. "Be more specific."
"Phil, I've made 20 phone calls today. Let me check my notes. Aha! Here it is. Arkady Sorkin, Kravitz Finance Group. It's an impressive name, but a small outfit."
Sorkin. Give me his contact information. 5 minutes later, I was on my way to Kravitz's office. Sorkin had agreed to meet with me. Minimalism reigned in Arkady Sorkin's aquarium-like office. He greeted me personally, coming out from behind his standing desk. He was a stout, 46-year-old man with a bloated face.
"Arkady Sorkin,"
he said, sticking his hand out.
"Sorry, I'm not going to invite you to sit down because there's nowhere to sit. My nutritionist recommends that I spend as much time on my feet as possible, and apparently I followed his recommendation too literally," he said with a bashful smile. "What can I do for you, Philip?"
"Mr. Sorkin, I wish I could tell you that I've come to make an amazing offer that would be good for both of us, but I'm here about something else."
"I understand."
"This morning, when you were talking to my commercial director, you shared some, shall we say, rumors about our company. As I'm sure you understand, I couldn't just ignore this, and now I'm trying to figure out where these insinuations are coming from."
"Please excuse my curiosity, but
Do these rumors have a basis in fact?
Not every question has a clear-cut answer, Mr. Sorkin. Tell me, have you stopped drinking brandy in the morning?
Sorkin laughed and wagged a finger at me. After he got it out of his system, he became serious. I get the idea. There's no smoke without fire, but even a single small cigarette can let off smoke.
Yep, a lot of lies draw on the carcass of truth.
Well said.
Sorkin adjusted his glasses, which had slid down the bridge of his nose. He came closer and said confidentially,
Last night, I was at a charity event to benefit the work of young artists here in town. I was approached by a young man I didn't know who introduced himself as Konstantin Panchenko. He was the commercial director of a company associated with packaging materials. During the conversation, he mentioned you, and I was interested since I was planning to sign a contract with you today.
I think I know who you're talking about.
To tell you the truth, I believed everything he said. He was very convincing, and I trusted him. I have to say he was quite amiable. These days there aren't too many people like that. I think it would be unfair to him if I told you the details of our conversation.
That's enough, Mr. Sorkin. I'm very grateful to you for clearing this up. Thank you. I was ready to say goodbye, but he held on to me and touched my collar as if to straighten it.
If you don't mind my asking, is there some sort of feud between you and him? I just don't understand. Your companies work in different industries, so why would he do this?
It has to do with a woman, I said vaguely. I shook his hand and got ready to leave. When I turned around, I saw Sorkin following me with his gaze, pursing his lips. He nodded.
I'll give that contract with you another think.
So if the source of the rumors was Panchenko, the new commercial director of UltraPack, who'd replaced Pavel Gorolov, and Vicky wasn't the source of his information, there was only one possible way he could be digging up this dirt. Vicky didn't know my partners that well, so she was unlikely to know who the new employees of the great job agency were. The only person she more or less knew was Alec. She'd seen Veronica only once, and she'd never met the others, and I'd never talked about them. That meant that there was a rat in my company. It could be any of the trainees. They'd been working for us for less than a week. So who was it? Cyril, Marina, and Greg had left UltraPack because they were unhappy with the new boss. It was unlikely to be either Mr. Katz or Rose. They didn't need this. And neither did Veronica or Kesha. The four of them had given themselves completely to the business. That left Alec and Gleb. They were both partners without cash investments. They both had the smallest stakes, and they were the closest to me. Gleb was the only person who knew a lot about my gambling, and only Alec knew that Yana was pregnant. It was Alec who had talked to her when she'd come to the office looking for a job, and he knew she was my ex-wife. Continuing to turn myself in knots, I arrived at the Chekhov Business Center. I ran up the stairs, dashed into our new empty premises, and headed for my private office. The walls still smelled of paint, and the furniture hinted of glue. I opened all the windows to air the place out, and summoned Alec first. The ex-lowlife now looked more like an ordinary, white-collar worker, in his black slacks, white short-sleeved shirt, and, of course, polished black shoes with trendy socks. His hair bore a semblance of a parting in it, but it was still unruly, with little tufts sticking out. The only thing that remained from his old character was his body language. He had the same thuggish gait, the chin in the air, the open shoulders, drooping arms, and shuffling walk on the inside of the foot. He was holding a leather binder under his arm.
Has something happened?
Yes. I met with the Doroshkin kid.
No way!
Alex slammed his fist into the palm of his hand. Was it him? No. Don't ask me why I'm so sure, but it definitely wasn't him or his father. It's Konstantin Panchenko, that idiot from UltraPack, the company where I used to work.
The one that Cyril, Marina, and Greg came from?
Yes, that's it.
I finally remembered what I was doing and activated lie detection.
Tell me, honestly, Alec, did you by any chance pass that guy any personal information about the partners?
What? Alec's indignation was so genuine that the predatory grin of a thug clearly peeked through his office worker's mask. Are you serious? You think I'm a rat? Cut the crap. Stop! I practically had to bark at him. Just answer me honestly. Did you give Panchenko information about the company and the shareholders? No! Alec barked back, emphasizing his indignation with a curse. I didn't tell him anything. What makes you think? As he continued yelling, I was singed by a wave of desert heat. He was telling the truth. My heart lifted. His betrayal would have been a huge blow for me. It's one thing when partners you don't really know act that way with you, and something else entirely when it's someone you're close to, whose fate you fully invested yourself in without any selfish motives. I should have asked, I said calmly when he finished his ardent speech. Think about it. Someone here definitely passed on information to him. Hold on. Alec wrinkled his forehead, looking down. Look, could it have been Vicky? She works at the same company and knows almost everything about us. Also, you said that the HR managers around town know her well, so she could have used her own channels to get to Kesha. And then she could have told Panchenko. Alec, it definitely wasn't her. Are you sure? I'm not sure. Alec sniffed in understanding and smiled. Can I go now? I need to deliver some documents for Rose. No, please stay here. I want to talk to everyone. My conversations with Gleb, Kesha, Mark, Rose, and Veronica produced the same results and reactions. None of them had any connection to the company's problems. Gleb said he didn't have the faintest idea who Panchenko was, and he didn't even talk about the company's business with his wife. Kesha twisted his finger at his temple and denied everything. The elderly Katz couple were understanding about my interrogation. Rose was most irritated by the fact that there were revenue officers sitting in her office and she didn't want to leave them alone for too long. The red-headed beast, Veronica, was the angriest. She was so indignant and insulted that she slammed the door after telling me to fuck off. Damn, said Alec, scratching his head. The plaster almost fell off. Veronica definitely isn't saving us work. Go catch up with her. Tell her that I've been asking everyone about this. In the meantime, I'll talk to the people from UltraPack. I wanted to call all three of them in at once, but Cyril had gone out for a meeting. Greg and Marina cracked open the door, poked their heads in, and hovered on the threshold. You wanted to see us, Phil? Yes, come in, sit down. They looked around, but when they saw that I was standing, they remained standing too. I spent a few moments studying their faces, looking for signs of uneasiness or worry, but I didn't discern any. Not at first. Then Breg broke the prolonged silence. What's up, Phil? Can you just tell us what you want from us? I have a client on hold. Or he was on hold. He's probably already hung up. When was the last time you talked to your former boss? You mean in UltraPack? Yes, with Panchenko. When I went to give him my notice? Greg answered. I haven't seen him since. What about you, Marina? Same. What's going on? Did either of you say anything about our company that has anything to do with the rumors going around town? I definitely didn't, Greg said confidently. I didn't either. What's going on? Do you think it's us? Marina pursed her lips and frowned. Now I know for sure that it wasn't the two of you. But it was someone here. There's no one else. Could it have been Cyril? Marina suggested, exchanging glances with Greg. Is there something going on with him? You know, Phil. Greg lowered his eyes. Lately he's been acting kind of strange. How so? He started smoking again, Marina exclaimed. He doesn't talk to anyone. When he comes in, he just grumbles, hi, and at the end of the day he says, see you, and that's it. Phil, I don't recognize him anymore, Greg added. Something's definitely happening with him. Admittedly, whenever I had checked the profiles of the clan members lately, I'd noticed Cyril's plummeting mood, but I didn't think it was serious. Well, okay. I'll talk to him myself. If you see him before I do, don't tell him anything. Okay? Of course, no worries, said Greg and Marina on their way out. I found Cyril's profile in the clan tab and studied it closely. Satisfaction, 62%. Fear, 63%. Mood, 18%. His satisfaction was so high because of the clan buff, so without it, the picture would have been gloomier. Oh, Cyril, how can this be? What's going on with you? I intercepted Cyril while he was on his way to the office. His marker was moving so slowly across the map that I realized that he was walking. I spotted him a block away from the park where I planned to chat with him. When he caught sight of me standing directly in his path, he flinched and looked uneasy. A nearly finished cigarette was burning in his hand. Hi, Cyril. We've already seen each other today, he grumbled, looking for a place to throw his cigarette butt. What are you doing here? I just stepped out for a stroll to clear my head and think about what's going on. And here you are. Will you keep me company? Phil, I need to get back to the office. I have things to do. Cyril inhaled deeply, defiantly, looking me in the eye. Then squinted, dragging the remaining cigarette down to the filter, threw the butt under his foot, and stamped it out. It won't take long. Let's just take a quick walk through the park, and then you can get back to work. If you want, you can keep smoking. I think I will smoke. I waited for him to take out another cigarette and light it. His mood fell by another few %, and now the decline in his spirit was obvious. He'd somehow shriveled up and shrunk, and I could completely relate to what he wanted. Hide from the world, disappear, crawl under the covers, preferably with a good book, a big cup of tea, and some comfort food, and hope that no one called or bothered him for around 200 years. But money didn't earn itself. The right to just loaf around was expensive, and somehow the bills needed to be paid. So now Cyril was walking beside me and suffering in silence. He was suffering from my presence, as well as the need to be with people, and somehow make it through the workday. For a few minutes he walked silently around the park. Cyril was consumed by his own problems, which I would find out about while I replenished my spirit. Lie detection consumed a lot of energy, and it was good that my spirit regeneration was high. Cyril, did you feed Panchenko information about us? I asked the question point blank, in order not to postpone the inevitable and to get everything on the table right away. Cyril walked on in a detached silence for so long that it was like he hadn't heard, or was lost in thought and a million miles away. His breathing was labored and hoarse. I had to repeat the question, but again he didn't answer. When he finally began to speak, it was more like a confession and stream of consciousness that I didn't want to interrupt. Phil, I'm sick. You know that. It's made things complicated. I might only have 5 years left to live. The doctors aren't giving me any more time than that. In general, the prognosis is bad. I don't have money for standard treatment, and medications are costly, you understand? And now, this. See. Cyril fell silent, trying to formulate his thoughts. He came to me himself. Somehow he found out where I live, and he came to my house. He came to tell me that he knew everything, Phil. It was one time. It was just before I had to go to the hospital. I just really needed the money, and he refused to give me an advance, not to mention a loan, so I... Cyril again withdrew, and mumbled something to justify himself. The general picture became clear to me, but I couldn't leave my former friend in such a state. Cyril. He gave a start at the sound of his name. What have you done, Cyril? He began coughing violently for a long time, clearing his lungs. Then he breathed noisily, spat, and took a drag on his cigarette. Drop it! Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to kill yourself? What's the difference at this point? He lit up. At the time,
I had sold a batch of packaging materials to some distributors in Khabarovsk. I'd given them a 30% discount based on volume. They'd paid me a 10% kickback. Panchenko found out somehow and put pressure on them, so they ratted me out. Anyway, he waved the criminal code under my nose, along with a written confession by the Khabarovsk manager. In the end, he took all the money that was left. Then he started asking questions about your company, what we do, what we work on, who the business belongs to, who the founders are. He was especially interested in things like the client base and pre-sales.
And you told him everything?
I told him what I knew. I'm the culprit. Do whatever you want to me. I don't care. It's either prison or the grave. That's where I'm heading. Phil, I didn't realize that he'd use the information in any way. I never wanted to harm your company. And he was so polite. He didn't pressure me or bully me. We even drank together and chatted. It all somehow came out by itself.
You're a fool, Cyril.
I don't give a damn anymore. He shrugged.
If you can, please don't tell the others.
I don't know how I look them in the eye now.
You won't need to look them in the eye now. You're fired.
Does that mean I don't have to go to the office now? I'm free?
You're free. I entered a few search queries into the interface. You're free, but not entirely. For starters, quit smoking, dude. Then go to Rose so she can give some money off my bat. I'll let her know how much. Then buy a plane ticket to Moscow. When you're there, go see Dr. Andrei Zaitsev, the head pulmonologist at the Burdenko Hospital. He'll treat you. The treatment costs money, so take pictures of all the bills and email them to Rose. The company will pay. Cyril gave me a long look of disbelief, trying to read my expression, but all he could find was pity and contempt. The system didn't react at all to my last gift to Cyril, even though I'd given him no less than his own life back. Specifically, in that military hospital and with that doctor, the chances of Cyril's making a complete recovery were 100%. To put that in perspective, in our city hospital, his chances were less than 40%. As angry as I was, I just couldn't leave him both jobless and without hope of recovery. I took him to the office, called Rose, and gave her the order regarding Cyril. I checked to see where Panchenko was, and called a taxi. I needed to sort things out with him. Now that I was sure that the rumors had come from him and just happened to coincide with the brawl at the nightclub, I had one more loose end to tie up. All misunderstandings require clarification. In Panchenko's case, I needed to find out what his motives were. I was 99% sure that it had to do with Vicky. I cursed myself for what I'd blurted out impulsively as I'd left his office after our only encounter. Pandering to my male ego may have given me a fleeting satisfaction, but in reality, I behaved like a moron and caused a heap of problems for my business on top of that. And if that was the reason, then I was my own worst enemy. And that was even a good thing. Everything then became crystal clear. It was a matter of Panchenko's jealousy, or wounded pride. He'd gotten wound up, pulled a few strings, dug around for a while, and responded. It was painful and unpleasant, but I could live with it. I could even strike back. And in that case, there would be hell to pay. But what if he had other motives? That's the question that made me trek all the way across town to some random restaurant where Panchenko was at the moment. While in the taxi, I noticed that the virtual assistant icon was blinking. It was the first time I remembered seeing this, so I reacted immediately and activated Martha. "What's up?" I asked mentally so as not to confuse the driver. "My replicon Pibalau has received our message. She now has the information you asked me to pass on. But I still don't know how to get the data to Phil 2. Martha 2 is permanently blocked along with the interface in your replica's mind. She's trying to force access to his energy resources so that even if she can't activate herself, she can at least insert the information into his consciousness. But she hasn't succeeded yet." "What are the chances?" "It's likely that she'll be able to do it. She picked up my incoming signal right away, and this whole time she's been working on getting outbound access to infospace. As you can see, she's succeeded. Martha disappeared, leaving in her wake a sprite image of an assistant. A message appeared. Warning, your spirit reserves are dangerously low. The remaining information will be displayed in a new window to continue the interrupted conversation with your assistant. Deactivation of virtual assistant. I scanned the short message that Martha hadn't had the chance to relay herself. I didn't know if I'd be able to pass the trial, but my mood improved. Phil, too, was still alive and had already captured 12 hexagons. Whatever that meant. Panchenko was sitting at the center of a group of imposing people in suits, telling them something enthusiastically. From my vantage point, in the middle of the restaurant, I studied him as if I was seeing him for the first time. I just couldn't recognize him. It had been 3 weeks since we'd met, and he'd grown visibly thinner. His second chin had vanished, his cheekbones were visible, and his stomach had nearly melted away. You couldn't argue that he looked better than before. A message appeared above his head. Konstantin Panchenko. Age, 27. Current status, commercial director. Social status level, 11. Class, manipulator. Level 6. Unmarried. Criminal record, yes. Reputation, dislike, 15 of 30. Interest, 83%. Fear, 11%. Mood, 97%. Panchenko clearly hadn't been wasting time. I remember distinctly that 3 weeks ago his social status level was 8. How had he managed to level up so drastically? Was the partisan war against me and my company so valuable that it had given him a few level-ups? How did people without the interface level up anyway? Or had he performed some highly important, socially meaningful action? Can I help you? I turned and saw a waitress. Are you meeting someone?
What do you know? Mr. Panfilov. What a coincidence.
Panchenko placed a hand on my shoulder.
We'll sort it all out. Thank you,
he said to the waitress. Fancy meeting you here, I lied shamelessly. In fact, I wanted to stop by to see you, to discuss something.
Really?
I'm free right now, and I can give you 5 or 10 minutes until my next meeting. Shall we sit down? He took a seat. I grabbed a chair across from him.
Meeting after meeting, client after client. We can't unload the goods quick enough. It's such an onslaught of sales, it's crazy. How are you?
He wore a smile that looked pasted on. His unsmiling eyes were fixed on mine, gauging my reaction and body language. Everything's fantastic with us, I answered him with the same smile, injecting all the confidence I had into it.
Is that so?
Panchenko gave a barely perceptible frown. I heard you're being audited, and your clients are fleeing. We'll find new clients, and the audits won't find Jack. Have you heard the joke about a mosquito who tried to bite a bear?
Sorry, I don't understand.
You understand everything, you little bastard. Are you spreading rumors about us, you scumbag? Cyril told me everything. No good you trying to deny it. His smile grew wider with every word I said.
But you got angry. I guess that means I did the right thing.
Then he grew serious. And believe me, I won't stop at that. I have the gift of persuasion. I'll drag you and your company into the shit. You better wash yourself off first, you bastard. You stink to high heaven.
Well, well.
Okay. I don't have time to sit here exchanging pleasantries with you, he said, addressing the air. His eyes were wandering, as if he were looking at the space around me, to the left, to the right. Up. Up. I opened Panchenko's detailed profile, pulled up the list of his skills, and shook my head quickly. There was an interesting thing mentioned at the very bottom of the window.
I can see that this conversation is very important to you, he said. You'd probably like to know why I'm doing all this. I'll tell you why.
Because of Vicky? She's had other boyfriends besides me, you can be sure of that.
And there will be others after me. I broke up with her," he said dismissively. "It's something else. See, I have a gift. I can see what people really think of me. When you showed up in my office, you were very dismissive of me. Don't deny it. You won't fool me. You're sitting here dismissing me right now. Tall, healthy, jacked up, the head of a company. Do you think I don't know how you feel about all of that? Holier than thou. You look at people like you look at shit."
Do you have some sort of complex with that or something? Now everything was clear, and I needed to change the direction of the conversation. Why are you so focused on shit?
Yes, I am focused on it, because that's what you are. And I won't let go until I mess you up.
Okay, that's enough. I get it.
If only you could take a look at yourself when you said so proudly that Vicky was your ex. I don't complain about my exes.
He screwed up his face.
You arrogant cretin. It's like you were talking about second-hand goods. Of course I broke up with her. I don't like damaged goods.
His words made me wince. Is Vicky an object? You're talking about a human being.
Whatever.
Panchenko stood up abruptly, threw a bill on the table, and strode out. I now more or less understood his motivation. I'd come up with a way to counter it. So he had a gift, of all things. What a dreamer. The system never makes mistakes. Konstantin Panchenko was an augmented reality platform, Home Edition version 7.2 user. Just like me. Chapter 13. The boundaries you learn when you're a child. When Gandhi advocated his philosophy of nonviolence, I bet he didn't know how much fun it was killing stuff. Raj Kutrapali, The Big Bang Theory.
No, please no, don't.
Loser. The thing that was wriggling by my feet could hardly be called a human. A slug, a worm, a flea, but not a human. Zack couldn't have looked more pathetic as he bled and smeared tears over his face. I'd been kicking him hard, and now his rags were disheveled and falling to pieces. He was wearing nothing but his underwear, and his health was in the red. Giovanna was frowning disapprovingly, but she kept quiet. All I had to do was activate the disincarnation timer once in order to shut that bitch up. We'd pulled Zack off the activation stone. He was about to place his hand on it when, on my command, Giovanna loosed off an arrow into his shoulder. The only reason he was still alive was that I needed information.
Phil, I beg of you, I have 6 minutes left. Please.
Please? That slug thought the magic word would help him and make him happy. You haven't told us everything. So speak if you don't want me to put this blade in your eye. And where did you get the idea that I'd let you capture this hexagon? By rights, it belongs to me. It belongs to the strong person. You don't have 6 minutes. I'm going to kill you myself.
You promised. You gave me your word. We agreed.
A powerful kick in the solar plexus took his breath away. I'll do whatever I want with my words. Tell me more about Tafari. I laid the blade of the dagger against his throat. Zack swallowed, afraid to move. Glancing hopelessly at the disincarnation timer, he said quietly and wearily,
I already told you that I don't know anything else. I didn't talk to him myself. He killed me right away, as you saw. That guy, Mike. Mike said that Tafari had captured almost the whole center of the trial field from north to south. He has a rhinoceros. His fighting unit is a rhinoceros mount. When he runs around on it, Tafari captures hexagon after hexagon.
One rhinoceros?
Apparently, yes.
The loser was exhausted. I wouldn't be able to extract any more useful information from him. I grabbed the dagger, placed a hand on Zack, who was huddling in a ball, and I shrieked in pain. That bitch! Damage taken, 178. Shot from Giovanna's bow. You've been stunned. Duration of effect, 3 seconds. Giovanna's arrow penetrated my wrist. Unfortunately, in addition to stunning me, her artifact bow had immobilized me. I lost control of my muscles and collapsed to the ground. I hit my forehead on the activation stone, and that knocked my health down almost 5%. Enraged, I gave a mental command to start the 9-second timer to disincarnate the treacherous vassal. She'll know how to disobey me, the wretch. My nerves and muscles were so damaged that my grasp slackened. The wicked dagger of absorption shrieked almost supersonically. Its handle released its hold on my hand and withdrew itself into its hilt, causing the life-stealing weapon to slide out of my grip. Tearing through my muscles and blood vessels and shattering small bones, I broke the arrow off and yanked it out. I was clenching my teeth so hard that they started to crumble, but I didn't even cry out. The only thing coming out of my insides was a mad bellow. The fury, rage, and pain disappeared in an instant. The moment I'd shed the effect of that cursed weapon, the gaping wound began to mend. As all of this was happening, Giovanna ran over and kicked the artifact away, while a shuddering Zack desperately activated the command center and captured the hexagon. The third-generation wave of the base pushed us out, beyond the bounds of the shelter that was forming. As I flew through the air, accompanied by Rex's and Tank's indignant roaring, I finally remembered Giovanna's timer and managed to cancel the disincarnation 1 second before time ran out. Exhausted, I fell to the ground and somersaulted backward. The system was bombarding me with damage notifications. The last one popped up right after I slammed the back of my neck on the enclosure of Zack's new base. A few yards away from me, Giovanna lay as motionless as a rag doll. My body regenerated quickly, so after a couple of seconds, I leaped to my feet and walked over to her. She was still lying there, clutching her bow in both hands. By some miracle, it hadn't broken when she'd fallen. Her helmet, which she'd removed after we'd completed the instance, had rolled away and was still moving along the smooth surface of the base. I reached my good hand out to help her up. She ignored it. Her eyes flashed under her thick eyebrows as she scrambled up. She laid the twisting bow at my feet, bowed her head, and knelt on one knee, waiting for me to pronounce my decision about her fate. Her feverish cheeks and the vein in her temple, which pounded at 150 beats per minute, betrayed her anxiety and fear about the consequences of her actions. My heightened perception made me privy to details like that. "Giovanna? Your dagger." Her voice was hoarse but hard. "It's unusual." So I noticed. Now that I didn't have the treacherous weapon in my hand, I became aware that I behaved oddly in the last little while. In fact, right after we'd left the instance. More than that, I'd acted contrary to my principles and life philosophy. If you give your word, you keep it. You don't harm weak people, and you're responsible for those who place their trust in you. "I'm sorry I shot you," Giovanna said, lifting her head and looking me in the eye. "You got carried away, and I took a risk." "Please, get up." I offered her my hand again. This time she clutched it and sprang to her feet. On an impulse, taking advantage of the momentum of her body, I drew her to me and kissed her on the lips. She didn't back away, but the kiss was brief. "Thank you, Joe. Thank you for helping me to stay human." Her eyes flashed. She nodded, picked up her bow, and went to retrieve her helmet. She said nothing about what had happened, letting me sort out how I'd nearly disincarnated my only ally, Zack, who had abided by our agreement in good faith. I walked over to the wicked dagger of absorption, which was dark against the bright surface of the field of the base, and stood over it, contemplating what to do. I removed my bandana from my neck, wrapped the dagger in it, and placed the bundle in my boot. Nothing happened. The next thing I had to do was clear things up with Zack. For the time being, I couldn't see or hear him. He was hunkered down in the shelter, but that was fine. Any test subject could gain access to a shelter by placing their hand on the wall of the dome, in any spot, so that's just what I did.
Giovanna stayed behind me, a silent shadow. The dinosaurs, acting on the order to guard the territory, stood watch in the distance. The new opening revealed Zack, busy by the command center. He was already dressed. He must have installed the uniform module first. When he spotted us, he froze momentarily, but then turned and somehow drew himself up, then picked up the club and knife supplied by the module. A helmet concealed his face. I stepped into the shelter and approached him. "Put down your weapons. I just want to talk. And then we're going to leave and honor our original obligations." "I don't believe you." His voice droned from under his helmet. "Zack, I want to apologize. Apologize and explain myself. That was an artifact dagger that I got in the instance, and it somehow alters the owner's thinking. From the second I picked it up, all I thought about was my own superiority. I don't know how, but my attitude changed to the exact opposite of what I'm really like. I could only think about how to gain power, without thinking about how I'd get there. My moral principles flew out the window. My mind was distorted. So that made the deal with you seem unprofitable and even stupid. Only Giovanna's intervention saved your life and my honor and integrity." "Do you understand how that sounds? Like an absurd fabrication." Zack removed his helmet. "Do you think you're going to lure me into your clan? Screw you. I couldn't care less if you killed me. The timer has gone back to 0, and I have days to capture another hexagon. I achieved my goal despite your," he made air quotes, "clouded judgment and violation of the agreement. I'm not going to give up my second life so easily." "And you'll keep it." I understood him, but I couldn't do anything with the flare-up of my residual fury. My recent perception of Zack as a loser was painfully fresh. A loser who was now shunning my generosity. "You have 3 days. Then I'll make you an offer to join my clan, or I'll take away your hexagon." "We'll see about that," Zack shouted after me. I gave Giovanna a couple of friendly slaps on the shoulder and left the shelter. "Where are we going?" she asked, as we passed through the breach in the base's fence which Rex had trampled on. "Back to our base, Joe. We need to figure out our transportation. I can't stop worrying about that rhinoceros mount of Tafari's." "Watch out! There are 2 more on the right!" Giovanna shouted. I redirected Tank toward them, then finished off what had attacked us first. The Nebula. That's what this creature was called. Seized itself by the ribs and ruptured its own chest, activating a last-chance weapon. Yellow slime spurted out, instantly covering me from head to toe, melting my uniform and burning me to the bones. My scream stuck in my throat when I saw my shredded flesh fall off my body in clumps. My health plummeted to 0 so fast, and the vice-like pain squeezing my mind was so intense that only the fear of final death motivated me to open my profile with 2 mental clicks and activate a leveling up, the only thing in this world that would immediately return me to 100% health. Rex, who had toppled over after losing a leg, was breathing heavily next to me. He'd hit a ghastly anomaly, a section of the ground that instantly pulverized whatever came across it, a bit like a shredder. It was the kind of thing I'd faced in the preliminary selection. What had previously been Rex's left leg was now ground into a meat and bone soup, and was clearly indicating the anomalous area. Giovanna wasn't in great shape either. At the beginning of the fight, one of the creatures that was 5 levels higher than her had jumped out of a tree onto her head, and only Tank's intervention had saved her life, pulling her back from the brink. Her health had dropped into the red zone, and I hadn't made it in time. Now the Triceratops was bleating mournfully. The acidic insides of the nebula that was impaled on his horn were eating away at part of his snout, exposing the jaw. It looked horrible. It was a good thing I didn't see the whole picture, but just a miniature in the interface control panel. Giovanna's arrow landed in the throat of the last nebula. It gave out a wheezy sob and fell down next to the crumpled Tank. "Gather the loot, Joe. I'll sort out the dinos." She nodded and went to search for the resources that had dropped. Based on the subsequent logs, we had quite a bit of loot.
more than 20 points from each nebula. I changed into the spare uniform that I'd brought along just in case. After a moment's wait, I activated the Fighting Unit tab and pressed the regeneration icon. The Tyrannosaur bellowed and sprang to his feet, confirming that the action had been successful. The Triceratops was now healed from the terrible wounds to his snout and was now breathing loudly next to Rex. Test subject. Health reserves have been completely restored to the following fighting units. Rex. Tank. It was a costly satisfaction, but there was no way to manage without the dinosaurs now, and waiting for them to regenerate would be a waste of time. They'd already been wounded too badly. So there went my hard-earned 500 existence resources. This was a basic ability which worked only with all the units at once. It cost 500 points, but I suspected that if I leveled up and acquired more fighting units, the cost would also rise. Unfortunately, it worked only outside of battle. When damage was dealt to any member of the group, fight mode was activated, while the unit regeneration icon disappeared, and operated for some time after the fight actually ended. We'd run across the nebulas when we'd wandered deep into the forest, after we'd left Zack. We returned to the base, changed into new uniforms, and disposed of the old ones for a minimal price, which the system calculated based on the item's remaining durability. I slipped the treacherous dagger into the extra-dimensional trunk. I couldn't make myself throw it away for good, and I'd gotten an idea about how to use it. A 25% lifesteal could come in handy if we came across a powerful adversary, such as Tafari. After we'd sadly recounted the resources we'd collected, we concluded that the most pressing thing to do was launch the portal grid between our hexagons. But we'd already spent the resources for this in the instance. A portal would have allowed us to immediately port to Carter's former main base and regenerate the mobs there. Carter's mobs were level 3, which meant that Rex and Tank would become level 6 when you factored in my leadership ring of reinforcement. There, we'd be able to think about some mounts. We set out northeast, bypassing Zack's hexagon, where we successfully captured the first neutral hexagon we came across. The second one was in the deep forest, and the closer we got to the center, the thicker the undergrowth became. We needed to literally bore holes in it. Fortunately, Rex and Tank did this for us, leaving a wide opening behind them. Then the Tyrannosaur, who was in the lead, stumbled into an anomaly which attacked us from all sides. The nebulas, which were still new mobs for us, were semi-sentient, aggressive, and attacked in groups. These creatures, which had a humanoid physique and were 2 foot tall, had powerful claws on their hands. Their eyes continually oozed the yellow acidic slime, which made them look like they were lit up. The lower part of the skull, which looked just like a monkey's, was endowed with a protruding jaw and more large fangs than you could ever count. The long, contorted ears picked up sounds that the human ear couldn't detect. I learned all of this from the Pibelau Virtual Bestiary, which was installed in my interface. This reference guide operated according to the same principles as the Fog of War. In order to get the information, you had to kill the creature first. I was less worried about the nebulas than about the anomaly Rex had run into. I motioned for everyone to stay where they were, and, stepping slowly and carefully, I approached the anomaly. The gallons of blood shed and the mincemeat of the Tyrannosaur's leg had already vanished. So my concern was whether we could detect any anomalies without first running into them. If traps like this were scattered all over Pibelau, it was no wonder that the civilizations that used to inhabit it had died out.
"What's over there, Phil?"
Giovanna shouted to me. I feel a vibration. It's like when your phone is under your pillow and it rings when it's on silent, but instead of the pillow under your head, the ground is under your feet. The air smells of ozone. I picked up a rock and threw it at the anomaly. Nothing happened. I stretched my hand out, slowly, millimeter by millimeter, feeling an increased pressure on the skin of my fingertips, as if I were trying to pull a piece of rubber that was stretched over it. Eventually it tore, the momentum forcing my hand forward. Something grabbed at my fingers and was about to make mincemeat of them. I lost my balance and almost fell into the anomaly. Motherfucker!
"Is something wrong with my mother, Phil?"
Giovanna asked with concern. "I don't understand." "Wait a sec." I shook my wounded hand, waiting for it to regenerate. Well, I'm still not sure if the nebulas arrange these anomalies or if they're scattered around the whole trial field. That's our new headache. There's nothing about this in the reference guide or in the entry on the nebulas, so all we can do is be careful. The anomaly reacts only to organic matter, and it feels like an invisible force field. The closer you get to it, the more pressure there is. You won't have time to react fast, so now we need to walk around the forest more carefully. We need to generate a couple of mobs as an advance guard to act as scouts. We might have to go through the catalog and either take unit points away from Rex or Tank, which will lower their stats, or we need to bring someone else into the clan.
Don't forget that we also want to create mounts for ourselves, Giovanna pointed out.
I remember. Had velociraptors been a little bigger, we could use them as mounts. We can figure that out at the base. Right now, let's keep farming and capture this hexagon. Even before we came across those nebulas, we'd be unlikely to make the 2,000 we needed, and now, after the units regenerate, that's even more the case. Then, we'll go back to the main base so we have time before it gets dark. During the night, we'll farm resources from the elites and upgrade the integration module. That will give us the portal grid, and we'll pounce on Carter and level up the units. What do you think of that plan?
Whatever you say, boss.
Giovanna laughed. I think it was the first time I'd ever heard her laugh. Even when her artifact bow had dropped, she'd been happy and enthusiastic. But she didn't laugh so infectiously. Looking at her, I also started to laugh. Not for any particular reason, but to ease the tension that had built up. When we were done laughing, we lay side by side for a while. Giovanna's head was on my shoulder. I think that was the best thing to happen to me in the last few days. Level 2 of the integration module gave us access to the network of portals connecting all our hexagons. The module had indeed integrated all of our bases, allowing us to upgrade the fighting unit module that was on the main base for free, putting it on a par with one on Carter's old base. That meant we wouldn't need to teleport to Carter. Despite my fears, the unit regeneration process that occurred didn't require liquidating the original Rex and Tank. The only thing I personally noticed was the change of the dinosaur's interface status from 5 to 6. Having said that, this increase in levels had brought their main stats, including life points and damage, up 20%. Plus, I'd invested 2 more points in stamina, adding to the dino's health. I didn't need agility, and for the time being I didn't need strength either. Rex and I were dealing killer damage as it was, more than enough for our level. The benefit from intellect was not great at this stage, since adding a couple of percentage points to the chance of doubling the loot would have a dramatic effect. Luck was too abstract, so that left charisma and perception. Using charisma, I could generate more fighting units, including mounts, while perception would allow me to increase critical damage, the visibility radius, and the chance of finding an artifact. All of that faded when I remembered how many times over the last few days I'd had to hold on for dear life to the final health percentages. We didn't uncover any artifacts during the night, even though we'd killed 3 Duxio, which had become easier, and a few of the smaller fry. In the early morning, another 2-headed Oddsy snake appeared. That also went without a hitch. The strategy of having Rex crush the heads of the armored monster with his massive feet had now paid off by the bucketful. In all, we managed to farm nearly 3,000 existence resource points. That was enough for the module and new versions of dinosaurs, but not for much more. We didn't even have enough to level up Giovanna. A level 4 fighting unit module cost 7,500 points, so we decided it was irrational to level the units up any further. We could receive far more goodies if we developed in a more balanced way. Level 3 of the base would give us access to new modules and reinforce our defense capabilities. The Level 3 uniform module would get us the reinforced set, and the improved storage module would supply a portable, extra-dimensional backpack. I still needed to level up myself, and make sure Giovanna did the same. And I had to do all of this while ceaselessly farming resources and capturing new hexagons. The situation was complicated by the fact that I was 4 levels higher than Giovanna, and the mobs we encountered were so much stronger than her that our group farm became pointless. Only a miracle, in the form of Tank, had saved her from a death at the nebula's claws, so I no longer wanted to take a risk with her. At dawn, Joe and I left the shelter. I stopped to break the news to her that I wanted to split up. She protested. I had to raise my voice. "You stay here, Joe. This isn't up for discussion. Go farm resources in the hexagon that's next to Zach's. The mobs there will be your level. Tank will stay with you." "That's dangerous, Phil. We need to be together. What's the point in dividing our strength? Take me with you. You can't leave me alone." "I can, and I will. I've set your resource expenditure limit at 100%. Invest everything you farm in yourself. The faster you catch up to me, the sooner we'll be able to start hunting together again. I'll go farther northeast. I need to find out who's settled there. I need to figure out which way we should expand, northward or eastward. It would be stupid to start expanding without scouts or mounts. Without them, we won't get back to the base in time and we'll lose the hexagon." Giovanna suddenly touched my face. "Okay. Take care, Phil. Don't forget that you're on your last life, and you promised that we'd win." She ran her palm down my cheek. Then she called Tank, placed her hand on his head, and disappeared with him. That's how the portal grid works. All you need to do is click mentally on your destination point on the map. Using the interface, I activated the portal to our outermost northeast base and selected Rex's and my icons. The next moment, we landed at the designated point, in the hexagon with all the nebulas and the anomaly. Almost as soon as I'd left the territory of the base, following Rex through all the undergrowth, branches, and broken tree trunks, the alarm went off. I sensed a wave of cold flowing over me. My field of vision turned crimson. I could smell something rotten. The spot where the invader had crossed the border lit up on the minimap. "Test subject. An enemy has infiltrated your territory. Base 14 is under threat of capture." I decided to stay on the base and confront the potential adversary on my own turf. Even though the base was only level 1 and its fence wouldn't keep out a whistler, the fact that I could escape by using the teleport at any critical moment was a game-changer. No adversary appeared for a long time. I anxiously patrolled the whole perimeter, peering beyond the trunks of the trees that surrounded the base as I worried that I would be struck from behind. My enemy seemed to be looming from everywhere. The more time had passed since the breach, the more paranoid I became. At one point, I decided I'd just forget it and take off to the main base, but my enemy's appearance put an end to the uncertainty. As soon as I caught sight of him, I knew he was indeed an enemy. Or rather, I first caught sight of his army of undead, raised from the corpses of all the local mobs, from the agile Saracer cockroaches to the limping nebulas and whistlers, their flesh peeling. There were so many mobs that from a distance they seemed to be moving toward me like a rippling, colored rug. A tall figure wearing a strange uniform walked in the center of this swarm. The captor's garb was shrouded in a haze of black soot swirling around him. 18-inch spikes jutted out of his bone pauldrons. He held a 9-foot-long staff with a knob shaped like a fishtail. I'd been expecting Tafari to arrive from that direction on a rhinoceros, so I couldn't hide my surprise. My jaw dropped as I read who it was. Nagash. Human. Level 14. Class: Necromancer. Nagash? Who the hell was that? How had he reached level 14 so fast? And what the fuck was a necromancer doing on Pibalau? Chapter 14. He Who Couldn't Care Less. Well, yeah, and I'm sad. But at the same time, I'm really happy that something could make me feel that sad. It's like, it makes me feel alive, you know? It makes me feel human. And the only way I could feel this sad now is if I felt something really good before. So I have to take the bad with the good, So I guess what I'm feeling is like a beautiful sadness.
Butters, South Park. Thick, dark orange clouds now covered the skies of Pibelau. It smelled like rain, but the air had a slightly bitter tinge, which made the prospect of rain unpleasant. In any case, the master of the undead had now displaced the imaginary master of the downpour. The horde of the undead stopped about 100 yards away from the base and got into formation. In addition to Nagash himself, I spotted a few other low-level humans wearing colorful clothing. They appeared to be his vassals. There was no other way to explain the fact that none of them were above level 5. Without bothering to be furtive, 2 of them fanned out to the sides, walking around the base to the right and the left, while one of them came directly toward me. I was annoyed that there was no way I could summon Giovanna to help me. While we did have an interface, and all test subjects had additional lives, there was no clan chat or any other communication system. None at all. As if the creators had done everything to prevent any potential full-fledged cooperation or team play. I could hear Rex breathing next to me. His presence made me feel more confident. I stood ready to activate the teleport, so we'd be able to get out of there fast if we had to. Right now, the most important thing was to figure out who this was, and if he was worth fighting. What he wanted was more than clear. He wanted to seize my hexagon, and he didn't care how, whether by bringing me into his clan or just killing me. So it was my right to decide whether to fight him now or later, once I'd prepared myself. Something told me that at his rate of leveling, it would be better to get it over with here and now. The person approaching me was a dark-skinned guy who had short dreadlocks and dark blue ribbons braided into them. He was short and of average build, wearing flip-flops, shorts, and a silly, colorful t-shirt. Was the clan leader too stingy to give his vassal even the basic uniform? Idiot. The guy was holding a handmade club. He was a level 3 named Ola. He walked over, raising one hand with his palm toward me in a sign of peace. He was apparently the negotiator.
"Greetings, Phil."
Ola? I nodded in response.
"I'll be speaking on behalf of my lord, the great Nagash, the ruler of the dead on Pibelau now and on Earth in the future."
Really? Is he so sure that his, abilities will work on Earth?
"Oh, my lord is sure. That's why he's generously inviting you to join his army of the living and the dead, so that with our combined strength we can forge a victory in the trial. Then, back on Earth, my lord will summon all his allies and provide them and their families with a prosperous future. Lord Nagash is known in our world by another name, which is famous, not just for his wealth, but for his philanthropy."
And just what is Lord Nagash's real name?
"Unfortunately, Lord Nagash prefers not to share his name."
Why not? Ola didn't answer, but his eyes danced with mischief. Say, Ola, how about if you and I talk without your lord being involved?
"Okay."
He shrugged and offered me his hand.
"Ola Afelobu, Cameroon."
"Philip Panfilov, Russia," I answered, mimicking his tone. "Do you really believe that your Nagash is a billionaire?"
"Some people believe it, and some don't. I personally don't care, and I don't believe him. But I had no choice. They surrounded me, and he gave me an ultimatum. Now, you're also being surrounded while I charm your socks off," he said, smiling broadly.
It was a pleasant, open smile. I liked this guy, and even though he could have been 20 or 40, it was impossible to determine his age, he was so short and cheerful that I wanted to think he was young, especially because there wasn't a single wrinkle on his glistening face. Ola, I think that if he were genuine, he'd use his real name.
"Maybe he just wants to avoid disgrace if he's defeated in the trial," Ola replied. "Who knows? This is all a game to me. It's fun, don't you agree? Look around, it's like we're in a fairy tale. Monsters, corpses, magic, extra lives. I'll be satisfied with any outcome just because I'm enjoying all of this, and I'm happy I've gotten to play." How about you?
I hadn't looked at the trial that way before. Maybe he was right, and I was taking everything too seriously. Here, even the final death wouldn't result in death. It would just be the end of the trial. Ola turned around, raised his hand with his fingers outspread, displayed it to his people, waited for something, then nodded. Turning back to me, he said, "My lord is in a hurry. I need your decision. Would you like to fight on his side, or would you prefer to lose your life?" Before I make my decision, could you tell me some more about what's over there? I pointed to the east. I heard that there's someone named Tafari tearing everyone apart.
Yes, the Nigerian. He and my lord made a pact not to attack each other, and they divided the field into sectors. The entire western part belongs to Lord Nagash, and the center belongs to Tafari.
Only the center?
Juma's dominion starts beyond him to the east. I've never seen him myself, but he killed a couple of our guys, and then my lord took them under his wing.
How many hexagons does your lord have? I asked, not expecting a response.
We captured the 36th a couple of hours ago, Ola said calmly. It's not a secret. My lord believes that knowledge of his superiority will help future clan members make the right decision.
How many vassals are there?
5, including me. The others are Lambda, Rubix, Io, and Morana. That's the last question I'm answering, Phil. What's your decision? I can see our people behind your base. You have no chance, and your dinosaur won't help you. My lord is too strong.
Let me think about it for a few minutes.
There's no time to think. I'm going back to Lord Nagash now to report on our conversation, and then he'll invite you to join the clan. If you refuse, that would be the signal to attack.
Ola turned around, whistled something, and headed back to his people. His flip-flops scraped along the ground. You couldn't exactly say that he walked fast. Was he deliberately prolonging his walk to give me a chance to think everything over? I smiled at my thoughts. What a good guy. It was clear that Nagash's low-level vassals were no match for me. As for the undead, even though there were a lot of them, they were only level 2. I got the impression that the necromancer, whose necromancy by all appearances was just a unique ability like my fusion, hadn't even bothered to level up his base. He must have counted on the psychological effects alone, because his undead, with their meager 200 or 300 life points, would collapse from a single blow. But what would I do when all of them simultaneously pounced and sank their fangs and claws into me? Damn, it was too bad I hadn't brought along my new lifesteal dagger. It really would have come in handy right now.
That overlord got the ability to rise the dead.
A familiar voice said behind me. Carter. I gathered my wits and rolled onto my side, simultaneously taking aim at Carter and ordering the Tyrannosaur to attack. Fortunately, he was alone, without his blood-sucking units. It looked like he'd lost a base again.
"No! White! Stop him, Phil!"
Carter shouted, struggling in Rex's teeth. "Off, Rex! Spit him out!" I managed to stop the dinosaur a split second before his jaw snapped shut. My pet flicked his enormous elastic tongue, releasing Carter. The man dropped to the ground, cussing as he wiped the lizard's sticky spittle off his face. He'd changed drastically since the last time I'd seen him. He was wearing the clothes he must have had on when he'd been abducted: tattered canvas pants, beat-up ragged sneakers, and a torn white shirt with the sleeves rolled up. He was holding a piece of short, solid stick, which had evidently lived a hard, crude life. You could see that the many teeth of a great many Pibalau monsters had gnawed at it, and even tried to make a meal out of it. Meanwhile, Ola had almost reached his lord. The invitation to join Nagash's clan appeared in my view. The timer counted off 30 seconds, in which I had to make up my mind and give my answer. I sent Rex to clear the perimeter behind me. There was little time before the fight, and we needed to secure the rear. Carter looked uneasily at the undead, then turned to me. Time was running out, and he was sitting on the fence. "You'd better hurry up and tell me what you want." I thrust my power fist-clad hand toward him. "I'm not going to say I'm happy to see you." Carter lowered his head.
What's done is done, Phil. I was honest with you, and also lost in a fair fight. Not counting your monster, of course.
He glanced at Rex, who was already busy chewing on someone on the other side of the base.
He seems to be too good to be true. Not quite kosher. A bit of a cheat, if you know what I mean.
What do you want, Carter?
I want to join your clan. I already ran into him, he said, motioning toward the horde of the undead. Basically, he killed me when I was dumb enough to underestimate him, thinking he'd be easy to defeat. There are no open hexagons left nearby. That madman Tafari is too far, and Nagash won't take me on. His offer was only a one-off thing, and I already said no. And anyway...
Carter fell silent, wrinkling his forehead. Anyway, what?
I don't know where it came from, but since this morning I've had this feeling that you and I were supposed to stay together.
I think you've been obsessed with that since we met on the first day. Okay. We'll work it out. How much time do you have until you're disincarnated?
Less than an hour,
Carter said, mopping something that was either sweat or Rex's saliva off his forehead.
I've walked more than 50 miles for almost an entire day, all for nothing. It's a good thing no elite saw me. I managed to wander around all night with no problems. All the hexagons are taken, and I'd have no chance of defeating anyone in these rags with no weapons.
So what do I need you for now?
Take me into your clan and give me weapons and you'll see. You don't think I got to level 10 for my guitar playing, do you?
Looking closely at him, I saw that he was no longer just Carter, a human, but also a level 10 fighter. Like Nagash, he already had a class specialty. What abilities?
You'll see when we fight. Phil, it's time. Look, they're already advancing.
I declined the necromancer's offer and invited Carter into my clan. He accepted immediately. He looked relieved that the threat of disincarnation was removed, and the clan earned a little over 1,000 existence resource points. He'd sure managed to do some farming, practically naked and unarmed to boot. Take this. I tossed him a spare knife from the improved uniform. We don't have time to create anything else for you. This is a new base, and there isn't a single module here.
What's the plan?
Carter caught the knife and looked at the advancing horde, his eyes glinting with lust for blood. You take on Nagash's low-level vassals. If the going gets hard, go to the shelter. Units can't get inside without their masters. I'll take Rex and try to battle through to Nagash. What was it you said before? When you die, your lizard will die too? I think the undead will also fall with their master.
All right, Carter yelled. Let's rock and roll.
Suddenly, he was a blur in the air, ending up 20 yards from the enclosure and plowing into the crowd of undead like a bowling ball. Any zombies that were unfortunate enough to happen near the impact had been scattered like bowling pins. I guess that was Carter's first special fighting skill in action. Almost 10 undead disincarnated in the air before they even hit the ground. Meanwhile, Carter stabbed a few mobs, rushed toward Rubix, a vassal who was holding a basic club, and with a couple of blows sent him to his resurrection point. Then started to retreat to the shelter. The undead that had been pressuring him now sprang at him all at once, tearing away pieces of his flesh. But Carter's health was still in the green zone. I got to witness all of this as I turned around and started running toward Rex. Shred him! Squash him! For some reason I felt a need to duplicate the command by shouting. The undead nebula surrounding the Tyrannosaur fell to the ground every which way, while I finished the wounded ones off. They didn't have many life points. Either the necromancy effect had lowered the characteristics of a living being after it died, or the ability was simply low level. Or maybe the mobs were at a low level right from the beginning. Most likely it was the necromancy effect. The last to be dispatched to her resurrection point was an Asian girl named Lambda, whom Rex bit in half. When he swallowed part of her body, Rex's health went up by 10%. I'll be damned. Was that a new ability that the Tyrannosaur had gotten when he reached level 6? I didn't have a chance to contemplate this. Once we finished clearing his side, we ran around the back of the shelter and headed toward the opposite side. From there, I could see that Carter was having a rough time. A group of undead led by the vassal Io had arrived from that side of the base and was now sneaking up on Carter from the rear, blocking his path to the shelter. Some of the undead broke out in front and were already gnawing at Carter's legs. He fell and instantly ended up buried under the surging horde of undead. Furious roar! A deafening bellow reverberated over the battlefield. Our enemies froze and dropped to the ground. "Shred 'em!" I shouted to Rex, selecting Io's group as targets. I bounded over to Carter and dealt a few hard blows to disperse the mound. The killed zombies disincarnated and vanished. I pulled my new clan member out from under the pile of his attackers. He looked horrible. Part of his face was torn off, exposing the white bones of his skull. One eye was sagging, and his innards were falling out of his stomach. He looked like death warmed up. But the system didn't care about aesthetics. Carter's health was at nearly 15%, which was decent for Pibelau. You could go to a wedding with that. We retreated a few yards before the stunning effect of Rex's roar wore off. Having successfully nullified Io's group, including Io himself, Rex returned to me. "Stand guard!" I yelled at him, dragging Carter, who could barely move his legs, into the shelter. "What did you think of my super ability?" Carter smirked, showing his usual grin. "I'm like Superman." "Stay here until you restore, Superman." I left the shelter. Back on the battlefield, I saw that a bunch of undead were hanging off my dinosaur like baubles on a Christmas tree. I raced to his rescue. As I watched, Rex jerked his head. Ola's bitten body split, with his legs flying in one direction and the rest of his body in another. I spotted two human figures on the sidelines, Morana, who was sitting cross-legged at her master's feet and calmly watching everything unfold, and Nagash himself. The necromancer was yelling words I didn't understand, repeating them over and over and waving his arms. Was he casting a spell? What a mess. While all the undead gathered around Rex, I leaped past him, thinking how I'd pummel the necromancer big time with my power fist before putting my dagger to work. Morana was no match for me, but I needed to stop Nagash's spell before it reached me. The truth be told, I didn't know if it was indeed a spell or the ravings of a madman. I was only a few steps away from him when my legs faltered and I reeled, tumbling along the ground. I stood up and glanced at Master. He jammed his staff into the ground and was grasping it with both hands, staring at me fixedly. I gave him a nod and strode toward the dinosaur. The wretched lizard didn't have too many life points left, just a couple thousand, and I was planning to take them away. Master's undead parted, clearing a path for me. As they grumbled, I went over to the dinosaur and jammed the dagger into its leg. The creature heaved a sigh and stepped away. I kept stabbing it, then added the power fist, alternating my weapons. You've dealt damage to Rex, 369. Damage absorbed by armor, 50%. Actual damage, 185. You've dealt damage to Rex, 246. Damage absorbed by armor, 50%. Actual damage, 123. You've dealt damage to Rex, 328. Damage absorbed by armor, 50%. Actual damage, 164. The dinosaur had nowhere to go. The dome of the shelter was behind it, so it just stood there, waiting and whimpering like a dog. Why wasn't it responding? Master's power knew no bounds if even monsters like Rex feared him. In the dead silence that came with the next blow when the lizard had less than 1,000 life points, it sobbed and dropped down with a groan, stirring up dust. Crimson blood gushed from all of its abundant wounds. The undead who had gathered around us watched silently. Damage taken, 89, stabbed by Morana. Damage taken, 76, stabbed by Morana. Damage taken, 81, stabbed by Morana. I turned around in surprise and saw Master's girlfriend, who kept driving her knife into my back with the regularity of a sewing machine. She was now painstakingly stabbing me in the chest and stomach. I found it annoying. The lizard was still alive, and I had to finish it off. I returned to my business and tried to ignore Morana's blows. I seized the knife blade down, and with a flourish plunged it into the dinosaur's neck.
A crit. Master would be pleased. The bleeding debuff would finish the dinosaur off in a couple of minutes.
"What the hell is going on?"
shouted Carter, Master's enemy. Without pausing, he grabbed Master's girlfriend by the neck and beat the crap out of her. As Marana died and disappeared, I felt righteous anger take over me.
"Kill Carter,"
Master commanded. With pleasure. I lunged at Carter, whose eyes widened in surprise. I struck him right in the heart. A crit! I twisted the dagger. Master's enemy collapsed in convulsions, bloody bubbles spurting from his mouth.
"Phil, something about you is off,"
Master's enemy said in a dying whisper. His eyes glazed over. A couple of seconds later, the enemy's body disintegrated into the air, leaving behind a spirit crystal. I wanted to pick it up for Master, but I wasn't given a command to do that. Carter, a level 10 member of your clan, has died his final death. The test subject Carter has been disincarnated. I turned my eyes to the blood that was flowing out of the dinosaur. The monster was still alive, and the task Master had given me hadn't been aborted. I had to kill it. I struck it a few more times, and the lizard died. But when its body collapsed, it didn't leave anything behind. I was overwhelmed with happiness. I'd fulfilled all of Master's orders. What would come next? The next order was simple. I looked myself over and stabbed myself in the chest. Unfortunately, the damage was lower than Master and I would have liked. Master? Damn it, what Master? Perplexed, I gazed at the bloody dagger in my hands, then looked around. I didn't see Rex or Carter anywhere. Nagash's undead had wandered off around the base, while the necromancer himself was standing there, pressing his hands to his throat, which had an arrow jutting out of it. That's when I realized that someone must have disrupted his spell. The next thing I knew, the necromancer's body was being raised in the air on Tank's horn. 50 yards away, next to the intact enclosure of the base, Giovanna was standing, loosing off arrow after arrow. Damn! As my mind cleared, I gradually formed a picture of how I'd killed Rex and Carter. I howled like a wounded dog at the irreparability of what I'd just done. Blinded by fury, I covered the distance to the dastardly Master in a few seconds. Tank had already discarded his body and was now trying to stamp on it. I felt a bit like Tank myself. Straddling the mad necromancer, I turned his frightened, watery old face into oatmeal, finishing the scumbag off with a dagger in the eye. When I was done, I flung myself off him, unable to hold back my tears. The red system balloon was showing a notification that didn't make me especially happy. Congratulations. Level 14 test subject Nagash is now dead. Number of hexagons captured from Nagash, 36. Put more fire under your enemy's feet. An alarm went off. Base 21 was being infiltrated. Nagash's vassals had already been liberated from slavery right after they were resurrected on the necromancer's main base. We certainly had time. To capture the base, they need to independently exist for an hour in Pibalaw time. And then either they'd massacre each other until only one of them was left, or they'd disperse. Or I would port there once I was done collecting trophies and kill them. As the last fight proved, they wouldn't be of much use in the clan. I saw Giovanna's shadow nearby. The Triceratops was snorting and looking over her shoulder. "I guess I got here in time," she said. "I was far away from the base when the alarm went off, so I ran as fast as I could so I could teleport from there. Somehow, I knew you'd need me. By the way, the remaining undead have already disincarnated without their owner. So what happened here? I'll tell you later. First, tell me, Joe, what exactly did Carter make you do?" "That bastard made fun of me." "For example?" "He made me sing along with him, but my voice is terrible. He made me jump on one foot, bark like a dog, tell him all sorts of stories. Lots of things like that. It was all fun for him.
and how he laughed at me.
What? He made you sing? And bark?
Yes! He made fun of me however he could.
What a nightmare! It was horrible. He's quite the practical joker. I laughed uncontrollably, but the emptiness in my chest kept growing. Joe, are you serious? I thought he made you do sexual things.
What?
Giovanna, who'd grabbed my hand to help me up, dropped it abruptly, and I fell back to the ground.
What is this nonsense? If he'd ordered me to do anything like that, I would have killed him with my own hands. Damn, Phil. Whistlers. Shit, they're coming for us.
Bummer. You take care of them, Joe. I really can't right now. I couldn't stop laughing hysterically. He made you sing, and jump, and bark. Oh, that Carter. When I was done laughing, I stood up and helped Tank and Giovanna put an end to the last whistler. I sent them to the battlefield to gather the loot from Nagash's vassals, while I took the best of what remained after the necromancer. Nagash had dropped less than 1,000 existence resource points. Apparently, he'd used everything to level up. The loot included the necromancer's rotting staff, which gave +1 to the level of the risen undead, and the reference guide explaining his class talent. Basically, necromancy meant that instead of generating fighting units, Nagash had the ability to raise the mobs he'd killed with 75% of the characteristics they'd had when they were alive. So instead of 1 unit, he had 2 undead units. Based on the sum of the vassal's charisma points, he had an entire army. Fortunately, the trial mechanism also maintained a balance in this respect. Any high-level undead that Nagash had raised were brought back down to the current level of his talent. Otherwise, it was unlikely that we would have been able to deal with him. A dark blue system balloon appeared in my field of vision, distracting me from examining the rest of what had dropped out of the necromancer's body. Dark blue. That was new. I popped the balloon and saw a strange message. From the very first lines, I realized it was from Martha. Chapter 15. Only unity will save you. Man wants to be better than others, but worse than his son. Serbian proverb. Ola, Eddie, Giovanna, Manu, Carter, Letty, Zach, Ken. These 8 people, 4 of whom I'd already encountered in the trial, were on Martha's list. So that's what Carter had meant when he'd said that he couldn't shake the feeling that he and I were supposed to be on the same team. Somehow, it turned out that I was just a replica of myself, and the real Phil Panfiloff continued to live and go about his business on Earth. I couldn't come to terms with this concept. It was hard to just accept it. I wasn't really me. I was just a virtual embodiment, an avatar of the real Phil. Or, and this wasn't any better, was I just a copy of his body and mind, taken when I'd passed through the portal? In other words, a replica, nothing more than an echo, a reflection, an imprint of a real person. I shook my head, pulling myself together. It didn't matter if I happened to be a copy or a virtual, digital embodiment. My fate, meaning the real Phil's fate, was in my hands, not his. Whether the two of us would have a future depended only on me. You can't wallow in self-pity on Pibelau, where time is precious. Giovanna touched my shoulder with concern.
Phil, I don't know if you heard it, but an alarm went off on one of our new bases. Should we teleport there? What if someone captures the hexagon?
Absolutely, Joe. Let's just take a couple of minutes to sort the loot. Then we'll port to Base 1. When we get there, we can generate Rex again and change into new uniforms. Then we can go beat the crap out of the invaders. They'll still need almost an hour there to be on their own.
What did the necro drop?
Giovanna nodded at the stuff lying at my feet.
May I take a look?
Of course. Go ahead. She pushed aside Tank, who had craned his neck to sniff the items. First, she examined the necromancer's staff, which was no good for us. She shrugged, picked up the spiked bone pauldrons that Nagash had flaunted, and turned them around in her hands. Unfortunately, they were totally useless in a fight. Plus 65 to a chance of dropping an additional spirit crystal. "Well," Joe said, "nothing special. Of course you should wear them, but I was expecting more." "Of course, I'll wear them. I already have 9 crystals. 4 more and I'll be able to trade one in for an extra life. I think it's surprising that our necromancer captured so many slaves. He didn't have anything that made him especially strong. As we say where I come from, it looks like he was bluffing their socks off with his horde of undead. Fear makes the wolf appear bigger than he is, and apparently the fear of corpses and zombies is a strong thing. Or maybe he used his ability to control other people's minds." Giovanna nodded in agreement. "I don't quite understand what you're saying about fear, but I really agree with the rest. Shouldn't we get to the first base pronto?" "1 minute. I need to tell you something." Without revealing my source of information, I told Giovanna what I'd learned from Martha. That of the 169 test subjects, we were special. The ones like me, her, and Carter. I told her that Valiadis and Elindi wanted us to stay together, and they wanted one of us to pass the trial, so that the supervisors wouldn't have risked so much for nothing. I also told her that now that Carter was no longer with us, my chest tightened when I said it, we needed to take Zack under our wing as soon as possible and look for the other people on the list. Ola couldn't have gone far. The route to the east was closed to us, so we'd need to expand north. Maybe we'd find some of our people there, the ones with high social status. And even if we didn't, we might at least even things out with Tafari. We were going to have to prepare for war with him, and the more resources and clan members we had, the higher the likelihood of victory. For starters, victory over him. It would be easier for us than for him, since he was squeezed between us and Juma. And then, honest to God, victory in the entire trial. "It's strange that Zack is one of us," Giovanna said, making air quotes. "Or maybe we just don't know him well. Would you tell the first people you met something personal about yourself?" She shook her head. "There you go," I said, launching the teleport to the first base. Back at the base, the first thing I did was turn on the regeneration of the Tyrannosaur, using my fusion to pump all 20 of my charisma points into him. A new Rex was more expensive than before, since now he was level 3. He cost me 300 existence resource points. While the dinosaur was being reconstructed, I tried to figure out whether it would be worth leveling up the uniform module, and finally spent 1,000 points to do it. The new clothes we got were not only nice to look at, but also gave us confidence. No joke, they had 45% damage absorption. That was almost as much as Tank had. Reinforced test subject uniform. Protection, plus 45. Durability, 100%. The uniform had the same components as the previous versions, but the material was incredible. Showing no signs of shyness, Giovanna eagerly grabbed the new things and changed first. That gave me a chance to take a good look at her body, and I reacted so strongly, down below, that my theory about being digital fell apart. That sort of thing doesn't happen in the virtual world. Jo finished lacing her boots and looked up. Embarrassed, I started to get dressed in the new threads. The fabric was elastic, its color depending on the environment. I decided to do a little experiment to test its durability and asked Giovanna to prod me with a knife. She was a little dubious, but she did it. Damage taken, 35, stabbed by Giovanna. The fabric rebounded, repelling her hand. I barely felt the knife. It was like a light poke, even though Jo hit me with all her might. Excellent. Now you do me, Giovanna demanded. For real? Hit me. She planted her feet wide, pressed her hands to her sides, clenched her fists, and grit her teeth. Well? Go on, hit me, oof! The color drained from her face. She sputtered. I guess I'd struck her harder than she'd hit me. The fabric tore where I'd stabbed her, the knife sinking into her stomach up to the hilt.
How much strength do you have?
25. She sniffed.
That makes sense.
The wound healed before my eyes. Go put on a new uniform and then we'll pay a visit to Nagash. Because the new Rex will be born in 4, 3, 2, 1. A roar rang out all around us. As soon as we arrived at Base 21, I noticed Ola's solitary figure sitting next to the dome. When he caught sight of us, he broke into a smile.
Phil, it's about time. It took you a long time to, break up the loot.
Why am I not surprised? How's life, Ola? Where are the others?
They scattered, Ola said with a shrug. Morana turned up here last. While we were thinking about whether we should go rescue my lord or wait for him at the base, he died, and we were all freed. Morana said she was going to look for him, and she'd find him wherever he was resurrected. The others decided to try and join Tafari, so they went east.
What about you?
I decided to join you. With monsters like your Tyrannosaur, we can take on any amount of the undead. Will you accept me into your clan?
What about your lord? I couldn't refrain from being a little nasty. Aren't you worried about the fate of the ruler of the dead in the here and now and on Earth in the future?
To hell with him! As my grandfather used to say, he who is covered in cotton shouldn't get near a flame.
Ola stood up and walked toward us, then pointed at Tank.
Oh, I didn't see that one with you. It looks like a rhinoceros.
It's Triceratops Tank, and the one breathing in your ear is Tyrannosaurus Rex, and this is Giovanna. She's an archer. Get acquainted and accept the invitation to the clan. We still have a lot to talk about. But there's someone else I want to talk to. We'll wait until we find him so we don't need to say everything twice. As soon as Ola joined our clan, I highlighted everyone's icons in the interface and teleported us to the main base.
Wow!
Ola exclaimed when I gave him the uniform and pulled Carter's spear with a predatory blade from the extra-dimensional trunk.
Is that for me? Master.
You can stick Tank's horn up your butt, Ola. What's with this master stuff? Call me Phil. And yes, that's for you. Change your clothes, quick.
Still waters run deep,
said Giovanna, looking off to the side.
As my grandfather used to say, never scorn the bridge you take to safely cross the river.
Ola shared another snippet of African wisdom.
And while I was with Nagash involuntarily, this is different. You can count on me, Phil. The way you treat the other clan members, the way you treated me.
We'll discuss that in a little while. We're almost there. Ola, who'd spent the whole trip twirling the spear and practicing thrusts, already considered himself a martial arts master. He reminded me of Morgan from The Walking Dead, despite the fact that Morgan was bald and Ola had dreadlocks, and he was also much shorter. We headed out of our base that was the closest to Zack's, massacring small packs of mobs along the way. Level 9 and 10 ordinary creatures were nothing to us. Tank tanked, Rex dealt damage, and we, well, if there was something, we killed it and collected the loot. Existence resources. And just as Giovanna had received the archery skill together with her bow, Ola had quickly mastered the different crafty methods of spear fighting. We didn't run into any nebulas with their surprise anomalies and ghastly bursts of acid from their chests. There weren't any around here. But there were lots of Kirpi, those most gruesome of mutants, a cross between a hedgehog and an octopus. A couple of times we ran into whistlers, and passing a crevice we bumped into some saracers, armored cockroaches. But Rex crushed a pack of 8 of those with ease. The last surviving saracer met its end when Ola's spear and Giovanna's arrow pierced it simultaneously. We crossed over into Zack's hexagon. I got goosebumps. My skin immediately contracted, as if struck by hundreds of tiny prickly shocks. Warning. You are about to enter a hexagon captured by another test subject. Owner. Zach, level 5. Base level 1. Had Zach risen 2 levels in less than a day? Hey, all the better for the clan. We went straight to the center without stopping, picking up loot along the way. The mobs here were level 5 to match the hexagon's owner. Piece of cake. We found Zach on the base. He must have come back because of the alarm. When he caught sight of us, he panicked, then backed away to the shelter and froze, hopelessly. When I got closer and looked beyond the enclosure, I saw that he had with him 8 ghastly species of mutated spiders that were 4.5 feet tall. Hi, Zach. I raised my hands, palms toward him in a sign of peace. We need to chat. Hello. Colleagues? Chat? Like last time? No thanks. Zach, I already explained why I acted the way I did. I don't have that dagger on me. But since you're refusing to talk to me, Giovanna, and Ola, I guess the news from Earth didn't reach you. Is that right? News? From Earth? Zach was puzzled. What do you mean? What kind of news? That's one of the things I want to tell you about. Maybe you can invite us into your house so that nothing distracts us? Zach looked around anxiously, thought about something, then waved his hand. Come on in, he said. Along the way, I noticed an unusual staff that he was holding. It was short, measuring around 15 inches long, and looked to be either metal or plastic. But most likely this green-tinged material was entirely unknown to the earth sciences. It seemed too short and thin to be a smashing weapon. Maybe it was something like Giovanna's lightning rod. I couldn't identify the item by looking at it. I needed to hold it myself. Zach, I called to his back, that's an interesting, baton you have there. It's more like a magic wand, Giovanna smiled, like Harry Potter's. This? No. It's not a baton or a magic wand. Zach stopped and demonstrated the intriguing item. It's a small healing staff. It heals fighting units at a rate of about 10% per second. During the night I was able to vanquish a Duxio. It took us a long time to finish it off. This is what it dropped. Wow! Does it heal people? Ola stared at the staff, his eyes as large as saucers. I haven't tried it out on other people, but it definitely doesn't work on me, Zach said. So let's try it on someone else. Ola, come here and poke me in the arm with your... Oh, not so hard, I reeled back, flinching from the blow. Not with a spear. Do you know what kind of treacherous stinger you have there? Use your knife. It's basic. Just poke me a couple of times. Ouch! Damage taken, 47. Stabbed by Ola. Damage taken, 51. Stabbed by Ola. Heal me, quick, I shouted to Zach. Faster, before the wounds heal by themselves. Zach pointed the wand. A small green beam flickered from its tip, but immediately disappeared. You see? But if you point it at your units, the beam doesn't stop like that. I see. I scratched my head. What if someone stands in its path? Won't work, Zach answered. The beam just goes around the obstacle. Well, in that case, it's probably not the beam that's the issue. Why not? Curved beams do exist. Phil, I'd be happy to have a scientific discussion, but I don't want to waste time for nothing. Let's go inside, and you'll tell me why you're here. It will be evening soon, and I want to reach level 6 tonight. Zach went under the dome, leaving the door open. I went inside and looked around. 2 basic modules stocked with fighting units and uniforms, and their owner, who jumped up 2 more levels. Not bad, Zach. I accidentally said what I was thinking. What? If it's not a secret, how are you farming resources? That's not a secret. The most complicated thing was to collect enough for the fighting unit module. It costs 50 points. If you just kill mobs with your bare hands, ignoring the pain. You know how it is. Here it's not just a snake. Either it's armored, or it has spikes, or acid slime. I have a feeling that the local life forms aren't carbon-based. But then I don't understand how we can live and breathe here. Oh, that's easy to explain. I gave a quick summary of everything I knew to Zack and Ola, whom I'd left in the dark. But they reacted completely differently.
"That explains my dream!" Ola cried. "Last night I couldn't sleep. I just lay there with my eyes closed. I dreamed that it was like I was walking around the village and everyone I met called out names to me. I don't remember all of them, but I definitely remember hearing Phil and Ken." "Who's Ken?" "Apparently he's another test subject from our wave. I didn't have a dream like that, but I believe Phil," Giovanna said. "Oh, I almost forgot." I slapped my forehead. "This morning before the fight with Nagash, Carter approached me. Zack, you don't know him, but he and I have a strange relationship on Pibalau. He killed me and I killed him. But today he decided on his own to join my clan. He said that for some reason it seemed to him that we needed to be on the same team. Do you understand? He also somehow received information from Earth." "So where's this Carter guy now?" Zack wanted to know. "He died. Permanently. He was disincarnated." "Is that the fate you're proposing for me? No way. If all this bullshit is some kind of sophisticated skill to sucker me into your clan, it'll be easier if you just kill me. I'm not joining your clan. Don't even try to talk me into it." "Is it our clan you won't join, or any clan at all?" "I'm not joining any clan. I think I have an idea of what this slavery will be like for me. Constant stress, waiting for the disincarnation timer to reset. Thanks, but no thanks. I have too much self-respect to grovel before anyone, following someone else's orders." "Nonsense!" Giovanna exclaimed. "Think what you want," Zack muttered. "If he's so nice to you, Giovanna, maybe you should ask yourself why. Maybe it's because you're a beautiful woman." "I'm not joining your clan. Case closed." Zack meant it. No amount of semblance between our respective interfaces could make him change his mind. He just didn't give a damn about the trial or the upcoming diagnostics of the human race. For some reason, I was sure about this. But I had to try, if only for Elindy's sake. "Zack, please reconsider. You won't be able to handle anyone else on your own. You'll never be able to level up where Juma or Tafari or anyone else is. There are no more available hexagons, which means you'll need to be happy with just one. If that guy on the rhinoceros shows up here tomorrow, your spiders won't save you. By the way, are they spiders? They look like they're crossed with a scorpion, judging by the tail with a stinger. Anyhow, that's not the point. The important thing is that you won't be able to stand your ground. And you'll need to." I stressed my last words. "You'll need to join a clan. There's no guarantee that the Nigerian will make that offer. And then what? Permanent disincarnation, and you'll lose everything you achieved with the interface." Zack grinned. "I don't really care. What can they do? Take away my wife and kids? They won't take a thing. I'm already a millionaire, the head of a big company, and my wife thinks the world of me. We're expecting a child. They're going to take that away from me? Like that's going to happen." "But that's what it says in the rules," Giovanna broke in. "Here it says, the losers in the trial will be stripped of their privileges, achievements, and development progress in their own world. They will be taken back to the moment when they received the interface. Their memory of the accompanying events will be wiped clean, and the interface will be uninstalled." "That's nonsense," Zack said. "I believe that they'll take away the interface, but not everything else. How will they take me back to the past? What kind of craziness is that? Can you imagine what a waste of energy that would be, even if they had the technology? That's destroying the whole temporal branch of reality. And what about rewriting events, as if I don't have the interface and never had it? Ha! There are 169 test subjects. So what? They'll destroy 168 timelines?" "Why not?" Giovanna said. "We're all in the same branch, and we receive the interface almost at the same time. They'll just wipe ours out." "First of all, we didn't all receive the interface at the same time," Zack said. "I was able to meet and communicate with Mr. Valiadis before the trial. He told me he'd installed each interface personally, and that required him to be close to the subject, the future user. Second, how can they wipe out the branch that the winner continues to live in? So to summarize, I'm sure that the losers won't be taken back to the past. That's dishonest. I don't believe that. So I'm not joining you. It's out of the question. In any case, I'll pass the trial whether I'm in a clan or my own. So why should I lose my freedom?
We were all silent for a moment, thinking about Zach's words. There was logic in what he'd said about not taking things away, but rational thought, at least mine, wouldn't let me reconcile myself to a potential hole in the defense of our dominion. I hoped that Tafari wouldn't show up unexpectedly in the remaining couple of days I'd promised Zach. And of course, it was a pity not to have a healer in the group, even if it was just for animals.
Phil, can we maybe take a break?
Ola was clasping his hands and begging for a rest. Giovanna was collecting the loot as usual, and I, cursing like a sailor, was waiting for my side to heal where my ribs were jutting out. Sure, go ahead. Joe, finish up, and then we'll go to the shelter and take a breather. And there's something else we need to talk about. Suffering from excruciating pain, I had the cowardly idea of wasting 860 resource points, counting the 14% bonus for leveling up, to buy level 10. But I decided to stick it out. I figured it wasn't worth starting from a zero-sum game. The elites, which were attacking our base one after the other, were especially fierce tonight. But we farmed more of them than ever, thanks to our pull tactics. Feeling brave, we ventured beyond the borders of the enclosure, and whenever we found an elite mob, Giovanna would shoot it, and then the enraged monster would dash at us onto the territory of the base. One of these pulls was not a rousing success. We'd lured one of the beetles onto the base, and had just started the fight when a second one appeared. It had come on its own. That was fine. We had 3 tank units. Rex held one, Tank another, and Croc and I badgered from behind. Croc was our 3rd dinosaur, put together from Ola's charisma points. 13 points belonging to our charismatic Cameroonian blossomed into the largest crocodile in the galaxy. Choosing between the Allosaurus and the Gigantosaurus, the most dangerous predatory dinosaur on the planet, I ultimately pressed on the Sarcosuchus. This 50-foot-long ancestor of modern crocodiles proved itself an outstanding solution to our problem of speed. Tafari's rhinoceros? Ha! We now had a crocodile mount. Sarcosuchus Croc. Level 6 melee fighter. Phil's fighting unit. Health points, 4,700 of 4,700. Attack, 1,200 to 1,500. Damage absorbed by armor, 60%. Maximum travel speed, 22 miles per hour. Weight, 10 tons. Talents, charging, squeezing, acceleration. We'd already tried to take a ride on him, holding on to the tough scales that covered his back, and we were able to do it. Croc's acceleration talent could speed him up 1.5 times for 5 seconds once per minute, which was nothing to sniff at. I have to admit that I had the lowest agility of the 3 of us, and I once slid off Croc, causing Giovanna to giggle and Ola to howl with laughter. It would be a good idea to come up with some sort of saddle. On the whole, things were good, and the farming was going according to plan. But then Kraken version 2.0 showed up. The resurrected location boss, which was already level 12 and had a shedload of life to go with it, had inspected the surroundings near his lair in the ravine and snuck into our hexagon. It stumbled across us as we were killing a mega kirpi. The elite octopus-hedgehog hybrid, the size of a truck, managed to fight everyone all at once, using its tentacles to restrain the dinosaurs and us, so we struggled until Rex and Croc tore off all its limbs. When the mega kirpi was down to about 20% life, the Kraken flew in. Without stopping to think about who the good guys and bad guys were, it spat its plasma at the hedgehog octopus, evaded a direct attack by Tank sent by Giovanna to intercept it, shot up out of Croc's collapsing jaws, outstripped Rex, and chose the feeble level 3 Ola as its next victim. At this point, the end would have come for Ola, and he would have been sent to his resurrection point via the Great African Void. but I managed to shout a command. Before he completely melted away, Ola hastily bought himself a higher level, which removed the burn DOT and healed him. The next few minutes of the fight were a whirlwind of mutual attacks. We evaded the spittle while the Kraken sidestepped the trajectory of the speeding Triceratops and the Tyrannosaur's snapping jaws. Giovanna's arrows dealt minor damage, and that says nothing of Ola, who was completely useless in this skirmish and whom I'd told to stay by the shelter and not hover in front of the overgrown horsefly. Meanwhile, while I dashed toward the boss between 2 rounds of spittle, something hit me like a ton of bricks. It was the Kraken, demonstrating its new ability for close combat as it sent a stinger into my throat, which was only protected with the bandana from the uniform. Along with the sensory loss, I was struck by a scorching, corroding pain that flowed from my throat to my chest up to the top of my head, and then surged through my whole body. My skin turned black and blistered. My breathing became labored. Then, I couldn't breathe at all. The poison DOT ticked so fervently and urgently that I could barely lift my feet to take refuge in the shelter before the boss knocked out my final 30% health. I took around 10 seconds to regenerate, waited for the poison's effect to wear off, and then returned to the battlefield. It took the convergence of several factors to get us out of this dead-end situation. Croc waited for the best time to pounce. Rex bobbed his head like a dog being taunted with a bone, waiting for the opportunity to seize the agile beast, while Tank once again gained speed and tore at the Kraken. At that exact moment, Giovanna shot her bow. Ping! The Kraken fell prey to the stunning effect of Giovanna's blow, which both dinosaurs happily took advantage of. Tank headbutted the boss's fallen body, but Rex's didn't let it escape far. He scooped up the overgrown horsefly in his snout and opened and shut his jaws a few times as I shouted, "Shred 'em!" My fellow clan members applauded. Croc surveyed the scene impassively, as if he couldn't have cared less about any of this. As a prize to the victors, the Kraken left behind 1,000 resource points. The intellect bonus took effect, and a small ring. Ordinary Clan of Leadership, plus 10% to damage dealt by all clan members. The effect is activated only when used by the clan leader. "That's a really cool ring," Giovanna exclaimed, rolling it around in her hands. "You've earned it, Joe. If you hadn't stunned the boss, we would have pounded it till morning. But there was no guarantee that the outcome would have been good." Giovanna blushed. Ola brought her back to her senses, or more accurately, drove her into a stupor by saying, "If you want to keep the milk fresh, leave it in the cow." "What are you talking about?" I asked. "I'd bet my bow that it's another piece of wisdom from his grandfather." Giovanna laughed. "You're Giovanna. You're half right. My grandfather did say it often, but it's actually a piece of folk wisdom in my country. What I mean is that it's clear who should wear the ring so it has an effect." After the Kraken, everything went like clockwork. By morning, we'd collected nearly 7,000 resource points, counting what we'd extracted from Nagash and from Carter's contribution. It was impossible to use strength to break out of this place, but everyone was mentally exhausted. Except maybe the dinosaurs, because each fight was their reason for being in this world. Our fatigue was caused by pain, which we hadn't managed to avoid in a single fight. It affected even Giovanna, who was attacked from behind by a squadron of elite Saracers that had infiltrated the base smack in the middle of a fight with a 2-headed snake. Even though we'd managed to do away with them, or rather, we'd made Rex abandon the snake and trample them all, still, Giovanna was in agony from all the acid burns and lacerated wounds. Therein lies the paradox. Humans have survived for eons thanks to pain. It has always been our best ally in our understanding of the world and our self-preservation. I cut myself with a knife. Ouch. Okay, I guess I need to be careful with sharp objects. Here, however, the pain, blood, wounds, and spilling innards were just decoration, special effects, because fatal wounds didn't just heal quickly, but lightning fast. Even when Carter had lost half his skull in the last fight, He'd been restored within minutes in the shelter, and had he let the regeneration process run its course rather than come outside to my rescue, he'd still be alive. The seconds before Giovanna had showed up had decided everything in that fight. After fighting to my heart's content, and dying twice, I, who'd previously read all the LitRPG book series nonstop, suddenly grasped that not a single sane person would fully immerse themselves in tanking in a game, just as no amount of authentic experience would drag normal people into full immersion capsules if there were even a hint of pain there. So I gave in to Ola's pleas. We went to the shelter so we could rest up and hold the clan council I'd suggested. Maybe it wasn't the best moment, but we decided that as soon as both of Pibalau's sons began to rise, we'd set out toward the north to expand both our territory and our clan, provided we found other people with high social status. The moment was absolutely perfect. We needed to invest our hard-farmed resources in something, not stockpile them. And it was time to come up with a strategy. We were sprawled in a little circle in the center of the shelter. Suspecting something, Giovanna and Ola looked at me intently, waiting to hear what I had to say. Guys, there are already 3 of us. Yesterday's fight with Nagash, I smirked at Ola's embarrassment, demonstrated that the clan leader can't count only on himself. I'm not going to repeat that mistake. So here's the first rule I'm giving you. Clan members all level up at the same time, in the order they joined the clan. 2. We're going to maintain a balance in the clan's development. There will be no imbalance or one-sided leveling. We're going to develop ourselves, the units, and the bases, making the main base our priority. As we already have 36 hexagons, trying to level up each base is a waste of resources. That kind of expenditure can pay off in the long term, but we don't have long-term prospects. Does anyone object to anything I just said? Joe? Everything's clear, and I agree with everything, she answered, sounding like a straight-A student. What about you, Ola? What do you say, Mr. Afelobu? How am I supposed to know, Phil? Ola spread his arms. I was pulled into a clan on my very first day on Pibelau. I'd only had a chance to build my own base. I didn't have enough resources for anything, not even the uniform module. I went out to hunt and advanced a couple of levels. Then Nagash's units surrounded me. There were no undead yet. He himself was only level 4, but I was powerless against 15 of his horrible units. And you accepted his conditions. That makes sense. Then I'll explain what I'm talking about. The clan council turned into a brief lecture about bases, modules, costs for upgrades, and the ability to translate everything into figures. Anyway, we'll always be faced with a choice, I concluded. We have around 7,000 resources now. I say around because a working unit contributes something every hour, and the bases generate resources. Level 1 bases generate at a rate of 1 point per hour. And the main base, where we are right now, generates at a rate of 10 points per hour. So, how can we invest the ones we collect? For 7,500, we can bring the fighting unit module up to level 4. Then Tank, Rex, and Croc will be level 7 killing machines, but will still be vulnerable. We can invest everything in leveling up ourselves, or spend 1,000 to create a little reconnaissance drone. We need a reconnaissance drone, Giovanna said. There's no question. Yes, we can spare 1,000, Ola agreed. It's always better to know where you're going. Well then, let's leave it at that. I'll just go through the options so you understand what's what. If you've ever played strategy games, you should understand that you can't develop everything at once because you won't have enough resources, and at each concrete moment in time, it's better to follow the strategy. Our strategy will be that for each choice that comes up, we'll assess the potential advantages of the expenditure and compare which one will give us more or less money. I mean, resources. And that... Okay, Phil, that's fine with me, Joe interrupted me. So, what exactly are you proposing now? How will we invest the 7,000? Here's what I suggest. We always need to have a stockpile so we can quickly level up during a fight.
That's the only way to instantly heal all our wounds and avoid death. Joe, you need 600 for level 6. Ola, you need 500. That's a total of 1100. I'll need almost as many. So, I'll set aside 2200 or 2300 as a stash we won't touch.
Don't you need exactly 1000 points for level 10?
Ola asked. Even less, actually. I have a bonus for the preliminary selection. We'll talk about that later. For 2500 resource points, we can upgrade the base to level 3. That will give us some interesting modules, like research ones and, ta-da, an artifact module. I don't know the details, but after we build them, I think we won't regret it.
Can you give an example? What do we get out of them?
The artifact module generates artifacts. The research module improves the unit's stats, the productivity of the working units, armor, something else. That's the idea, anyway. But... yes, there is a but. For the base upgrade, we need...
We get it. You need to be level 10.
Giovanna nodded.
So what are you waiting for? Level up.
Ola?
I'd be surprised if you were waiting for my opinion, Phil, Ola said, shaking his head. As my grandfather used to say.
It's okay, I got it. In that case, I'll buy level 10. After that and the base upgrade, subtracting the emergency stockpile, we'll have around 1000 points left. Then, we'll need to make a decision. Do we invest them in your level ups, create a reconnaissance drone, or just build a research module? Think about it while I level up. I pulled up my stats. Phil, human, level 9, class, undetermined. Required level 10 needed. Health points, 2600 of 2600. Damage without weapon, 23 to 27. Chance of critical hit, 46.5%. Bonus, 14% off the cost of character development. Achievements. Altruist. First Giant Slayer. First Daredevil. First to die. Main characteristics. Strength, 25. Agility, 11. Intellect, 20. Stamina, 26. Perception, 21. Charisma, 20. Luck, 15. Character stats. Lives, 1. Captured hexagons, 50. Ranking, 3 of 169. Existence resources, 6,983 of 9,000. I hadn't looked at my stats in a long time. Third place in the overall ranking of all the test subjects meant that only Juma and Tafari were ahead of me. So my progress over the last 4 days since my second death hadn't been too shabby. I spent a few moments mentally reliving the events of the last few days, then tapped on the level up. Congratulations, test subject. You've reached level 10. You receive +2 characteristic points to invest into any characteristic of your choice. You may now level up the command center to level 3. You may now receive a class specialization. Put more fire under your enemy's feet, test subject. The system message wasn't static. A line appeared under it, followed by yet another one. Analyzing the test subject's actions. Number of compatible classes found, 2. Observers vote. Your class has been determined, test subject. Put more fire under your enemy's feet. Liquidator. Chapter 16. An Easy Way to Become a Superhero. Barry Allen. What are your superpowers again? Bruce Wayne. I'm rich. Justice League. As the Russian proverb goes, if you want to win the war, you need to work 3 times as hard. My insight was exactly 3 levels higher than Konstantin Panchenko's, so, as he'd threatened me with his chopsticks and dribbled saliva, I already knew that he wasn't a rival. I still had Panchenko's expanded profile open in front of me. Konstantin Panchenko. Age, 27. Current status, commercial director. Social status level, 11. Class, manipulator, level 6. Unmarried. Criminal record, yes. The last line gave me slightly more useful information, as did the new detail, or rather, details, of his biography that I hadn't noticed before, namely, the list of all his crimes. And what a list it was. In his 27 years, Panchenko had committed more than 1,000 crimes. There were a lot of petty crimes, like downloading pirated films from torrents, but there were also a couple of incidents that were meatier. He'd stolen newspapers and magazines from neighbors' mailboxes when he was younger, and he'd stolen money from the wallet of someone I gathered was his friend. Some of those people had never found out. The friend had barely made ends meet until his next payday, while the young Constantine enjoyed the latest issue of Playboy. When I filtered out all the similar items, all that was left were kickbacks. At least, they were mainly kickbacks. It had started 4 years ago. March 14, 2014. Article 204 of the Russian Criminal Code. Bribery. Receipt of 5,000 rubles from citizen V.N. Stepanstov, an employee of Tesla Print, for cooperation in establishing an agreement with Rasmus Media to print media materials. July 21, 2014. Article 204 of the Russian Criminal Code. Bribery. Receipt of 12,000 rubles from citizen K.F. Ponomarenko, an employee of Northern Food and Beverage, for cooperation in establishing an agreement with Rasmus Media to organize a cocktail party for... Evidently, the young Rasmus intern, Konstantin Panchenko, had been at first perfectly satisfied with small sums of money, and it was unlikely that he'd been entrusted with large accounts when the company was looking for contractors. A few years later, after he'd been transferred to the Samara branch, where he'd immediately become PR director, he'd started to show what he could do. The kickbacks were more frequent, as he obviously gained confidence. The most recent incidents had occurred while he was at Ultrapack. How and why he'd fallen to the level of a small provincial commercial director was another matter entirely. In short, even if I didn't know whether Mr. Ivanov was aware of Panchenko's activities, he definitely would be. But first, I called Valiadis. He answered immediately, as though he were waiting for a call.
"Philip, is this urgent?"
"I just have a couple of quick questions." "Shoot." Number 1. I met someone else who has an interface, Konstantin Panchenko. Tell me, how soon will he participate in the trial?
"I know him. Do you mind if I ask why you're interested in him?"
"He's making mischief, for me personally and people close to me."
No wonder. The version of his interface is different from yours."
Valiadis scoffed.
"Is he making lots of mischief?"
"Not yet. He's just stirred up the revenue officers and started a bunch of unpleasant rumors about me and my partners. But he said he was only just getting started."
"Really? I'll tell you then, his abduction is in less than 2 months. He's going to be in the next wave. Can you sort him out yourself?"
"I'll manage, thank you. I have some good news, though. My virtual assistant has managed to contact her replica in the trial. Now she's trying to get information to the user."
"For real?"
I heard genuine happiness in Valiadis' voice.
"That's great. Thank you for sharing that with me. I hope all of this isn't for nothing."
"We'll get through, Mr. Valiadis."
"We sure will. I'm now busy finalizing my things. If ever there's a reason for us to meet up, I'll explain why at that point. By the way, what's the name of your company?"
"The Great Job Recruitment Agency."
"Got it. Good luck, Philip, both here and there."
He hung up first before I had a chance to ask how to get in touch with Elindi. I really wanted to tell her about the successful connection with Martha, too, but apparently now wasn't the time for that. When I got back to the office, I spent a couple of hours finishing up with the job-seeking clients who'd arrived while I was out. Both those who were waiting in line and those whose information the staff had already taken. I then retreated to my new office with a laptop, told everyone not to disturb me, and delved into the astonishing world of Konstantin Panchenko's criminal life. I created a separate file for each company where he'd worked and listed all the incidents he'd been involved in. The message drilled into us by society from an early age is that you shouldn't grass or snitch, but I ignored it because of its sheer absurdity. It's exactly in this environment of cover-ups that thieves, criminals, loafers, and domestic tyrants flourish. Wives are silent about their husband's battery. Children are silent about cyberbullying. Girls are silent about sexual assault. Government employees are silent about corruption, while the people around them who are in the know cover everything up. No idea what's to blame here, whether it's people's fear of making fools of themselves, or their fear of the system which can't be overturned by one person. I had nothing to be afraid of, but as the co-owner of a business, I felt disgusted by the way Panchenko was cheating his bosses. It offended me to imagine having such a person working for me. 6 letters went out to 6 companies and organizations where Konstantin had managed to work. He'd worked for around a year in each place, ending with 3 months at Ultrapack. Finding the contact information of the owner and senior managers was easy, and I also posted my letters on social media.
"Philip, can I bother you for a minute?"
Rose had opened the door slightly and was standing on the threshold. "Yes, of course. What's going on with the revenue officers?"
"Everything is in order. Basically, it's just a formality. I'm here to talk about Cyril. I gave him the money, but he's handed in his resignation. Am I understanding correctly that this is the result of your, internal investigation?"
"Well, no. I'm afraid you got it all wrong. Cyril has late-stage pulmonary emphysema. He's going to Moscow for treatment. The company is helping him out. Do you object?"
"Oh, come now, Philip." Rose threw her hands up. "Of course I don't, but still, in the future, please discuss things like this with your bookkeeper," she said, smiling slyly. "At the very least, okay? I'm not talking about the partners, but that wouldn't be a bad idea either. We haven't yet grown enough to," she said gently, admonishing me in a friendly way, but the complaint was valid. "We're going to pay for Alec's studies and now Cyril's treatment." "Very well, Miss Reznikova. I acted on impulse. In the future, I promise not to make decisions like that on my own." "All righty, then. That's all I wanted to say. Oh, and one more thing. Could you set his resignation letter aside, please? Don't process it yet." She nodded, carefully closed the door, and left me alone. I had now completed the first step in undermining Panchenko. If he didn't get the message and didn't repent on his own, I might have to adopt firmer measures, especially where my former friend Cyril was concerned. Whenever I tried to speak English, I felt like a dog. I understood everything, but when I needed to say something, I got flustered. Translating the word fence from Russian was no big deal, but if I needed to tell someone something about a fence, I would spend a long time digging deep into my memory, umming, awing, and waving my arms, but I still wouldn't remember the word. So when I was told that the teacher was a native speaker, and an American volunteer at that, I was happy. I needed to learn English, and not just because I had a meeting with the ambassador scheduled. In recent days, the prospect of losing the interface had started to weigh on me less and less, and I didn't get mired in despair and the futility of my efforts. My habit of not loafing around got the better of me. When I realized that wasting time on a trip to Moscow before the trial ended was unreasonable, I wrote to the U.S. Embassy worker to notify her that due to certain circumstances, I'd need to postpone my visit. I decided to spend the rest of Monday more productively. It had been too intense. What between the morning meeting with the discouraging news, revenue officers, various rumors, Cyril's betrayal, and the appearance in my life of another interface user. I spent 2 hours at the gym and went from there to my evening English class. I was so focused on revising adverbial clauses, which I'd studied on my own, that I didn't immediately feel my phone vibrating in my pocket. "Mr. Panfilov, this is Angela Howard. I got your message that you wanted to postpone the meeting. Do you mind if I ask you when you'll be able to come in? Your letter doesn't say." "In about a week. I think I'll be ready to fly out next week."
I heard a scraping sound, a muffled whisper, then Angela Howard came back.
Mr. Panfiloff, we'd like to propose holding the meeting in Washington, D.C. There are now more people who are interested in meeting you. And would it be convenient for you?
Yes. I've always wanted to see the United States. But could you tell me who these people are, exactly? I had to speak cryptically in order not to encourage the eavesdropping taxi driver's curiosity.
I'm sorry, but I'm not authorized to say, Mr. Panfiloff. In any case, you'll find out soon. I'll mail you details about the formalities of the trip.
Thank you, Angela. Goodbye, Mr. Panfiloff. Goodbye. I spent the rest of the trip to the language center scouring the web. Facebook showed me hundreds of young girls, young women and older women named Angela Howard. I even accessed the infospace, spending on it a tiny fraction of my regenerating spirit. The infospace pinpointed a couple of them in Russia, but none in Moscow. And last but not least, there wasn't a single person by that name listed at the U.S. Embassy in the Russian Federation. It had been raining all night. The tapping of the raindrops against the window pane had a soothing effect on me. I fell asleep almost straight away and only awoke at sunrise. The rain had stopped. All I could hear was the rustle of the street cleaner's broom and the birds singing outside. Good. Still, something was nagging at me. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I racked my brain, rummaging through all the latest developments. That's it. It was the rescheduling of the meeting with the Yanks on American turf. I'd agreed to it way too easily. The risk was quite considerable, though. What could be the possible consequences of such a cooperation? The more I thought about it, the more I realized I might have made a mistake. If things went wrong, like if they decided to kidnap me and lock me up in some secret government lab, I'd be powerless. I had no particular superhero abilities worth mentioning. As for lie detection, that wouldn't amount to much if I was under lock and key. So what prevented me from acquiring said abilities now? Having pondered over it some more, I decided it was quite doable. I was pretty close to making level 20, which would also give me level 2 in heroism. This, in turn, would open the door to 3 more heroic skills. Once I reached level 20, I could activate the second one of the first-tier skills. By then, I would fulfill all the necessary main characteristic requirements. The skill in question was Stealth and Vanish. It was pretty self-explanatory, but how would this supposed invisibility work in real life? I'd have to work that out by trial and error. For instance, would it make me invisible to CCTV cameras? Having weighed up all the pros and cons, I decided to choose something more useful. In total, I had 3 second-tier skills. The first one was also the most useful in combat. I'd already had a chance to use it during my altercation with Tarzan and his goons in the park. I meant Spirit. It could accelerate the user 100% by modifying their metabolism and perception for the duration of 5 seconds. And if you counted my boosted spirit, the effect would be even greater, making me 6 times faster for the duration of 15 seconds. The second super skill on the list was Regeneration, which accelerated recovery and improved confidence, self-control, satisfaction, vigor, mood, and willpower. I dreaded to think what an enormous effect such fast recuperation might have on my physical stats and skills. Admittedly, the third heroic skill wasn't quite as useful in a city environment. I'm talking about Taming, which greatly increased the user's chances of taming any non-sentient creature and turning it into their pet. So all things taken into account, my most pressing objective was making social status level 20, bringing all my main characteristics up to 20 and leveling meditation up to 5. That would answer all the requirements for spirit and regeneration. Last night's workout had added another level to both my agility and stamina. But even though I'd received 2 more system levels to perception during the course of the night, I still had my work cut out for me. Philip Phil Panfiloff, age 32. Current status, entrepreneur. Social status level, 19. Knowledge seeker, level 13. Classes, Boxer, empath, level 11. Divorced. Children, none. Achievements, altruist, +1 to all main characteristics at every level gained. The fastest learner, 10% to skill development rate. Main characteristics, strength, 19, agility, 12, intellect, 20, stamina, 16, perception, 17, charisma, 18, luck, 14, plus 19 points, combined item bonus to luck from the Lucky Ring of Velez, the protective red wristband, and the ivory figurine of Netsuke Jurojin. I still had 4 more available system points, but I was saving them for any emergencies to invest into the least advanced characteristics. I also had 2 skill points I'd received with my last 2 levels. Although I'd set them aside until the end of the optimization, I might use them to bring meditation up to 5, to make sure it answered regeneration requirements. It was early morning. I had lots of things on my day's agenda. I had lots of trivialities to deal with at work before I could take a few days' break in order to speed up my leveling. I also had several workouts to complete, including a trampoline club I signed up to, hoping to improve my lagging agility. I'd also joined an English class. I also had another idea. I was only allowed 1 heroic skill per every 10 social status levels. But what if I tried to lower the environmental safety index artificially? Like I'd done once already when I defended Alec against Vazgen's brothers. I chuckled with satisfaction as I added a night raid across the city's most criminal areas to my to-do list. Let's see if I can't dig up a few more problems for myself. My new superhero abilities were almost within reach, awakening the Munchkin in me. I'm enveloped in a healing white light. It's healing me. By inhaling it, I feel connected to the divine energy. I deserve being healed by the light. I can feel my body being cleansed. Ha ha! What a cretin. I collapsed to the floor, laughing like somebody possessed. All of my meditation session had just gone wrong as I'd realized the stupidity of what I'd been saying. I just spent some time online researching meditation techniques. Finally, I'd had the skill opened and immediately plunged into action, using one of the internet articles as guidance. I sat on the floor in the lotus position and tried to concentrate, silently contemplating the world within and without as I searched for the state of a perfectly clear mind, devoid of thought, reasoning, or fantasy. My body refused to relax. My thoughts kept crowding my head, demanding any kind of action. What else could you expect? So many things were happening simultaneously about me and within me. That had been my fastest and most productive leveling stint yet. My early morning jog had turned into a 2-hour half-marathon, bringing back the already forgotten memories of an aching jaw, panting for breath, and choking on my own lungs. Despite being a real challenge, it had the desired effect, giving me +2 to stamina. I'd had to push myself past all limits in order for my interface to recalculate this the way it had done to strength the day before yesterday. Having dealt with all trivial office problems, I went to the trampoline club. 15 minutes later, I had a new skill open. You've activated a new skill, trampoline jumping. Current level, 1. XP received, 200, for learning the skill. Once the workout was over, the system granted me 3 more points to agility. It's not for nothing it's considered one of the best sports for developing coordination. Once I'd added a few acrobatic moves to my routine, I'd leveled it up to 3. I then ate 3 helpings of steak and veg in a restaurant next to the club and spent about an hour working on the book, allowing my body to recuperate. Although I hadn't made a new level in creative writing, it was now very close to 9.